Most of you aren't subscribed. Make sure to subscribe, as it helps out the channel. Without further ado, the series starts with our MC, Mao Mao, hearing her father call out to her, asking Mao Mao to deliver some medicine to the Verdigris house, but to be careful of kidnappers. As Mao Mao heads into town, we see a gorgeous woman, Perrin, renowned as one of the 3 famous princesses of the Verdigris houses, catch the attention of all the men in town. Having dropped off the medicine at the Verdigris house, Mao Mao begins writing up some notes on her most recent experiment, but is interrupted by Perrin, worried that Mao Mao's experiments are harming her. Just then, the granny of the Verdigris house greets Mao Mao, reminding Mao Mao to not perform any risky experiments, wondering if Mao Mao would like to serve his people and earn a little bit of cash as a courtesan. Not wanting any part of the offer, Mao Mao swiftly leaves, telling Granny that she had left her medicine. But right as Mao Mao leaves, the other 2 princesses appear, sad to not see Mao Mao. As Mao Mao heads home, she passes by a herb field, ecstatic to be collecting such luscious herbs, but suddenly is interrupted by some thieves. Kidnapped and taken away. Mao Mao gets worried that her father will be stressed about her disappearance, but at the same time, we see a blue-haired lady, Lady Lihua, give birth to a boy, and a red-haired lady, Lady Gyoyu, give birth to a girl, both at the same time. As 3 months pass by, we follow Mao Mao, now working in the rear of the emperor's palace, where women are raised with the intention of giving birth to the emperor's children. The rear palace forbids any ordinary men, only allowing relatives of the emperor or eunuchs, male workers that have lost limbs and are unable to work normal jobs. The overall location houses 2,000 concubines and servants combined along with 1,000 eunuchs. But Mao Mao knows that since she is a serving girl, her life is expendable. Mao Mao also notes how there are shut-in concubines, but Mao Mao can't really complain about her current job, as she at least gets paid. Running into a fellow service girl, Xiaolan, Mao Mao helps guide Xiaolan to her delivery location. Sad to see that girls are taught the bare minimum to work here, knowing that even servants like her have the opportunity to become low-ranking concubines. But due to her childlike body, Mao Mao brushes that thought aside. That evening, Mao Mao chats with Xiaolan, learning that there have been rumors of a very handsome eunuch that had been spotted in the rear palace. That night, we see a very handsome man, Jinshi, checking up on Lady Lihua and Lady Gyokyu. Sad to see that Lady Lihua is losing weight and growing ill, but is also terrified that both ladies' children are mysteriously falling ill. The next day, Xiaolan reveals to Mao Mao that there have been rumors of a curse plaguing the rear palace, as all 3 of the emperor's children have mysteriously passed away. Apparently, this curse is also occurring to the blue-haired lady, Lady Lihua, and the red-haired lady, Lady Gyokyu as well. Mao Mao states that since Lady Lihua gave birth to a boy, she would be considered the empress consort and the higher ranking of the 2 women. But there are rumors that the emperor favors Lady Gyokyu, meaning a power struggle is inevitable. Whilst eating, Mao Mao also hears Xiaolan mention how Lady Lihua is getting sick as well, exhibiting symptoms of headache, stomachache, and nausea. Having worked as an apothecary back in her village, Mao Mao begins deducing possible causes that may have led to the symptoms, suspecting that someone must have poisoned Lady Lihua, but rules that thought out after some more thinking. Wondering if the cause is something passed down hereditarily, Mao Mao wonders why she cares so much about rumors, but cheekily remarks that she should at least go and see if the rumors are true. Upon entering a more high-ranking area of the palace, Mao Mao spots a crowd forming around the malnourished Lihua, who is accusing Gyokyu of cursing her child. Not wanting things to get out of hand, Jinshi is called to stop the fight, but as Mao Mao gets a closer look at Lihua, she manages to pinpoint the cause of this supposed curse, passing by Jinshi as Mao Mao wonders how she can help without exposing herself. Choosing to tie a note onto a mysterious flower, Mao Mao's message is ultimately ignored, leading to Lady Lihua's boy sadly passing away. Cutting to Gyokyu, she is seen having a private meeting with Jinshi, revealing that she had received a mysterious message a while ago, telling everyone that the rhododendron flower that the message was tied to had a white part that was poisonous. Sadly, the palace physicians had ignored the message, but Gyokyu would like to know who was the genius that gave them the message, asking Jinshi to track down the genius. Having suspicions of who this person could be, we cut to Xiaolan and Mao Mao on their break, gossiping about any new updates regarding the emperor, but suddenly one of the eunuchs asks for the girls to head to a part of the palace. Upon entering the assigned room, Jinshi appears, greeting the girls and introducing himself as the manager of the rear palace. Without saying another word, Jinshi writes a message on a piece of paper, asking only girls with freckles to remain in the room. Afterwards, Jinshi asks everyone to leave, shocking Mao Mao, as she realizes she was the only one that can read, meaning Jinshi has found his target. Asking Mao Mao to come quietly, Jinshi and Mao Mao begin heading through the palace, with Jinshi revealing that he had looked into Mao Mao, and records said Mao Mao couldn't read, but wanting to not stand out, Mao Mao feigns ignorance. As they enter a different part of the palace, Mao Mao prays that she doesn't get punished for anything, but upon entering Gyokyu's room, Mao Mao shows relief, seeing Gyokyu's daughter, Xiaoling, is alive and healthy. Not wanting to take credit for saving Lingli's life, Mao Mao tries to feign ignorance once again, but Jinshi pulls out the message received a while ago, stating that he knows the cloth used to write on was most likely from the skirt from a girl working with clothes. With no other reason to hide, Mao Mao reveals that she had figured out that the white powder concubines used to appear paler is poisonous, having seen various women in her village continue to use the white powder, but at the cost of their lives. Mao Mao also adds that she was able to identify the poison due to being an apothecary, having knowledge in medicine overall. Hearing this, Gyokyu states that a while ago, she was given the same white powder, but upon discovering that her child along with the nurse that provided the white powder was getting ill, Gyokyu had stopped using it entirely, ultimately sparing her baby's life. Apparently, Gyokyu had tried to warn Lihua about the white powder, but Lihua wouldn't listen. Fearing what is to come next, Mao Mao asks what Gyokyu plans to do with her, but with a cheerful smile, Gyokyu states that Mao Mao from today will be Gyokyu's lady-in-waiting, just like an assistant. As Mao Mao walks through the rear palace, Mao Mao wonders if her being discovered is a good or bad thing. But at the same time, we see several soldiers suddenly collapse, suspecting that they've been poisoned. Seeing their men get poisoned, the leader of the soldiers accused the village leader for assisting the enemies. But just then we cut back to Jinshi, who has just learned of the poisoning to their soldiers. Changing topics for a bit, one of the eunuchs asks Jinshi about Gyokyu's new attendant, but Jinshi states that compared to Lihua's 10 attendants, Gyokyu only has 4. But Jinshi reiterates that Gyokyu is quite smart, only choosing attendants that she can trust, which explains why Mao Mao is a candidate, as her knowledge of medicine is too valuable. Hearing the eunuch fear that Mao Mao may abuse her new positions as Gyokyu's attendant, Jinshi reasons that he should seduce Mao Mao a bit. The next morning, Mao Mao is seen packed up, chatting to Xiaolan, as she begins making her way to the Jade Pavilion, where Gyokyu lives. Just then, Mao Mao spots Jinshi flirting with several women, only to turn to greet Mao Mao, following up by grazing Mao Mao's hair in an attempt to seduce her. But this only weirds Mao Mao out. Upon arriving at the Jade Pavilion, Mao Mao is greeted by Hong Yang, the head lady in waiting for Gyokyu, who offers to show Mao Mao around the Jade Pavilion. First visiting Gyokyu, who warmly welcomes Mao Mao to her new home, remarking that her child Xiaoling also is happy to see her. Next, Hong Yang shows Mao Mao the guest waiting room, the kitchen and living room where all the ladies in waiting are cleaning, introducing themselves as Inghua, Good Yuan, Ailin. But when Mao Mao introduces herself, all the girls notice Mao Mao's wrapped up arm. Hong Yang states that there are no service girls in the Jade Pavilion, meaning that the 5 of them will have to do all of the work around here. But when Mao Mao offers to help them clean up, the ladies stop Mao Mao asking that she rest up for now, alluding to a special job that Mao Mao will have to do later on. As Mao Mao leaves, the 3 girls begin speculating on Mao Mao's tragic past, collectively shedding a tear for Mao Mao. Showing Mao Mao to her room, Hong Yang instructs Mao Mao to rest until she is summoned. Amazed at the spacious room, Mao Mao is amazed at the promotion, knowing that only elites are normally hired to attend to such royals. That evening, it's revealed that Mao Mao's special role is poison tasting, but Mao Mao can't help but get excited at tasting such luxurious food. Jinshi reveals it is a serious role, as when Gyokyu was pregnant, people had tried to poison her twice, with the food tester being paralyzed after tasting the poisoned food. Starting with the first dish, Mao Mao checks for any distinct marks or scents, only to finally taste the food, noting no numbness and concluding that the first dish is fine. As Mao Mao makes her way through other dishes, Mao Mao thinks about how she would run various experiments using poison when she lived with her father, meaning that she has grown immune to most poisons. That night, Mao Mao advises Hong Yang to switch the ceramic dishes for silver, as silver will react with most poisons. Amazed, Hong Yang reveals that they had purposely used ceramic dishes to test Mao Mao's logic, wondering why Mao Mao doesn't reveal that she can read, write, and has knowledge in medicine and poisons. Mao Mao states that her kidnappers take most of the money she makes, intriguing Hong Yang as she knows Mao Mao doesn't want to give the kidnappers any more money. Turning to Mao Mao, Hong Yang hands Mao Mao a large teapot, dropping it before Mao Mao can grab a hold of it, only to wink at Mao Mao as Hong Yang states that she'll have to deduct damages out of her normal pay. But since she helped with poison testing earlier, Hong Yang hands Mao Mao a payment equal to her regular salary that can't be touched by the kidnappers, impressing Mao Mao as it's a loophole that Hong Yang is using to help her. The next day, Mao Mao is told to once again rest, only called to test meals that may be poisoned, but easily gets bored. Just then, Mao Mao is called by Gyokyu and Jinshi, who once again tries to seduce Mao Mao, but no luck. Showing Mao Mao a case of baozi buns, Jinshi asks for Mao Mao to check the authenticity of the food, but upon smelling the buns, Mao Mao detects an aphrodisiac in the food. Amazed, Jinshi admits that he knew of the aphrodisiac in the food, which weirds Mao Mao out, believing that Jinshi wanted her to eat it, making Gyokyu laugh. Getting serious, Jinshi reveals that a group of soldiers had reported being poisoned not so long ago, exhibiting signs of nausea, difficulty breathing, and other ailments. Due to suspicions, the soldiers had planned to punish the head of the village, but luckily one of the officers convinced them otherwise, putting the punishment on hold. Asking if the soldiers ate outside, Mao Mao realizes the cause of the issue, heading to a nearby rhododendron flower to explain. Chewing on one of the flower petals, Mao Mao states that the flower gives the same symptoms listed, but in some cases, wood from trees can cause the same symptoms when burnt, making Jinshi realize that the soldiers did indeed use wood to start a fire. Relieved that the soldiers didn't harm the innocent villagers, Jinshi wonders if Mao Mao can make him an aphrodisiac. Hearing this, Mao Mao gets excited, knowing that she'll finally get to experiment with making various drugs, replying that she can try given the proper equipment. That night, as Jinshi returns to his office, a random concubine attempts to seduce Jinshi, but Jinshi blatantly rejects her offer. Chatting with an eunuch, Jinshi reveals that he has been stationed here by the emperor to test the loyalty of his concubines. But it's sad to see that most concubines end up betraying the emperor's trust. As Jinshi thinks about Mao Mao, he admits that Mao Mao is the only girl that is not attracted to him, making Jinshi curious as to what may convince her otherwise. The next morning, Mao Mao visits the quack doctor, running into Gaoshan, Jinshi's assistant. As the quack doctor judges Mao Mao for being a mere servant, Gaoshan guides Mao Mao to a storage room, overwhelming Mao Mao as she gets to experiment with all sorts of materials. As Mao Mao is gleefully dancing, Jinshi interrupts, forcing Mao Mao to get to work. As Mao Mao begins writing up some things, she's amazed at how much paper she gets to use, pleased that Gaoshan is a quick learner compared to Jinshi, who's standing idly by. Upon checking to see if there is enough cacao, Mao Mao is disappointed to see a lack in supply, but Jinshi reassures Mao Mao that he can easily obtain more. Back at the Jade Pavilion, Mao Mao has gathered milk, butter, sugar, honey, and powdered cacao, intriguing the other girls, as those are all expensive ingredients. As Hong Yang orders the other girls to stop slacking, we see Mao Mao finally begin to craft the aphrodisiac, stating that she had tasted cacao only once in the past, in the form of chocolate, which is considered an aphrodisiac. With everything mixed, Mao Mao leaves the concoction to harden, but Mao Mao also gets the idea of turning the leftovers into brownies, setting them on a shelf as she cleans up the mess. As Mao Mao passes through the courtyard, she suddenly spots various herbs growing on the field, distracted by the various herbs, only to rush back to the kitchen where she sees everyone waiting for her. Apparently, the three girls had snacked on the brownies and are now too exhausted to work. Presenting her chocolate and brownies to Gyukyu and Jinshi, Mao Mao warns that the aphrodisiacs are quite potent and that they are 3 times as effective as most stimulants. As Gyukyu leaves, she remarks that Mao Mao is not only knowledgeable with medicine but also can make drugs. With Jinshi and Mao Mao alone, Jinshi kisses Mao Mao on the back of her neck, only to leave. That night, we follow a lady walking through the palace, only to spot a mysterious figure high up on the palace walls, malnourished and pale. Cutting back to earlier, we see Jinshi talking with Lady Fuyo, but their conversation ends with Fuyo storming out. That night, a lady is seen dressed in all white, approaching another lady, terrifying the innocent bystander. The next morning, we follow Gyukyu's 3 attendants chatting about their lives before serving Gyokyu, even discussing how trade between Western and Central capitals is due to Gyukyu influencing the emperor. The ladies also mention how stressful it was when Gyukyu was pregnant, as many people were against a princess from a foreign land, giving birth to a child of the emperor. Following Mao Mao, we see Inwa check up on her, impressed that Mao Mao even knows how to make cold medicine. Upon seeing Mao Mao's wrapped up arm, Inwa checks to see if Mao Mao needs any help, reminding Mao Mao that she can vent to her if she needs. Changing topics, Inwa asks if Mao Mao is aware of a spirit haunting the rear palace, intriguing Mao Mao as she asks Xiaolan about the rumor. Xiaolan states that the ghost lady was sighted a few weeks back, only appearing at night near the Eastern castle walls. Mao Mao notes how there are gates on the north, south, east, and west of the palace, but each gate is heavily guarded and surrounded by a moat. Xiaolan states that the corpse of the ghost lady supposedly exists at the very bottom of the moat, but Mao Mao notes how that is simply a cliche of all ghost stories. Visiting the quack doctor, Mao Mao is amazed that the doctor is now treating her like a normal human being, ever since discovering that she is knowledgeable in medicine as well. When the quack doctor attempts to serve Mao Mao snacks and tea, they are suddenly interrupted by Jinshi, who asks to join them. As Jinshi sits beside Mao Mao, Mao Mao wonders what Jinshi's role in the palace is, thinking dirty thoughts, only to be brought back to reality. As the doctor returns with tea and snacks, Jinshi sends the doctor away to search for items, leaving Jinshi alone with Mao Mao once again. Now alone, Jinshi asks Mao Mao about the ghost girl rumor, catching Mao Mao's attention when Jinshi mentions sleepwalking. Moving in close, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao can cure sleepwalking, but when Mao Mao states that she doesn't know how, Jinshi annoys Mao Mao until she agrees to give the problem a go. That night, Gaoshan guides Mao Mao to the eastern palace walls, but on the way asks if Mao Mao can stop glaring at Jinshi as if he were an insect. Shocked to see that Gaoshan knows of her disgust for Jinshi, but Gaoshan reveals that Jinshi tends to fantasize about Mao Mao when he's in his office. As they make it to the eastern wall, Mao Mao is captivated by Lady Fuyo, who is dressed in all white, marvelously dancing in front of the moon. The next morning, Mao Mao speaks with the quack doctor, learning that Fuyo was supposed to serve the emperor. But when she had failed to perform in front of the emperor, she chose to shut herself away from the world, ultimately scheduled to be a reward for a military officer. Knowing that she needs more information to cure Fuyo's supposed sleepwalking, Mao Mao asks for directions to Fuyo's room. But before Mao Mao leaves, she learns that Fuyo is from a poor country, which the quack doctor believes that Fuyo doesn't want to go back to. As Mao Mao and Gao Shun spy on Fuyo, Mao Mao is surprised to see Fuyo so timid, reminding her of the Fuyo cotton rose, a flower that remains white during the day, but turns deep pink during night. Returning to Xiaolan to ask for any more details, Mao Mao learns that the ghost lady had originally been spotted on the north side of the palace, but has since moved to the east. Believing that she has found the solution, she wonders if she should operate on solely speculations, but still chooses to present her findings to Gyukyu and Jinshi. Mao Mao starts by recounting a tale of a concubine that lived in the town near her village, being a cheerful and skilled poet at first, but upon learning that she would be bought, had purposely acted demonic to avoid being bought. Additionally, Mao Mao adds that the person attempting to purchase the lady was a wealthy merchant that had a wife and kid. Hearing this, Gyukyu wonders if Fuyo was the same, but Jinshi smirks, asking if Mao Mao is telling them everything she knows. With nothing else to add, Mao Mao states that since that day, Fuyo had been forbidden to leave her room, but Mao Mao hopes that everything works out. As days pass by, people start noticing Mao Mao more quiet than usual, leading all the way until the day of Fuyo's departure with her assigned military officer. Having a private chat with Mao Mao, Gyukyu asks for Mao Mao's true answer to Fuyo's sleepwalking, convincing Mao Mao to reveal the rest of her solution. Apparently, Mao Mao believes that the military officer and Fuyo are childhood friends, having heard reports of the military officer insisting on Fuyo as his reward. Mao Mao hypothesizes that Lady Fuyo had purposely failed at her dance performance in front of the emperor to avoid any attention. Next, Fuyo had faked her sleepwalking symptoms as a way to devalue herself as a woman and give people reasons to get her out of the palace. Finally, Lady Fuyo's dance on the Eastern Palace walls was most likely her way of praying for her military childhood friend to return safely from the Eastern battlefields. As Fuyo leaves the palace, she shows her relief to finally reunite with her childhood friend, showing that Mao Mao's deductions were spot on. That evening, Mao Mao is seen wondering what it must be like to fall in love, but at the same time, a man asks Gyukyu a favor involving Mao Mao. Cutting to Mao Mao, we see several of Lihua's ladies in waiting scolding Mao Mao, having pushed Mao Mao down and begun berating Mao Mao for trying to feed Lihua such disgusting food. Flashing back, we see that the emperor is visiting Gyokyu, having Mao Mao taste the food for poison. But before Mao Mao can leave, after confirming that the food is not poisoned, she's surprised to see the emperor personally ask for a favor. Apparently, the emperor had asked for Mao Mao to solve and cure Lihua, as Lihua is acting strange, and since it's a request directly from the emperor, Mao Mao has no reason to refuse. Cutting back to the present, Mao Mao begins cleaning up the spilled food she had made for Lihua, only to be kicked out by Lihua's lady-in-waiting. Having lunch with Xiaolan, Mao Mao tells Xiaolan about Lihua's sick state, reasoning that the white powder must still be running through her body, but luckily, the white powder, along with the flower that it has come from, has been banned from the rear palace. Xiaolan is amazed that Mao Mao was personally asked by the emperor to cure his concubine, but Mao Mao notes how strange it is that the emperor is asking her instead of the quack doctor. Finishing up her meal, only to head to the kitchen. Knowing that she needs to expel the existing poison from Lihua's body, Mao Mao decides to create a better-looking porridge, but gets refused and kicked out by Lihua's lady-in-waiting. Trying once again, Mao Mao has no luck, but catches a glimpse of Lihua's normal prestigious meal, noting how the food may be delicious, but it's way too heavy for a sick person to be eating. As Mao Mao is kicked out, we see Jinshi off to the side observing her, watching as Mao Mao continues to try and serve Lihua, but her ladies-in-waiting continue to refuse Mao Mao's help. One day, as Mao Mao tries to bring food to Lihua, Jinshi appears, asking if Mao Mao needs any help, but seeing Mao Mao defeated, Jinshi charms Lihua's lady-in-waiting, allowing Mao Mao to finally serve Lihua a porridge. Slowly feeding Lihua the porridge, Mao Mao is happy to see that Lihua can still digest food on her own, but as Mao Mao wipes a stain from Lihua's face, she realizes that Lihua is covered in a white powder, similar to the poisonous one that had been banned. Getting serious, Mao Mao walks to the leader of the ladies-in-waiting, demanding to know who was in charge of applying the white powder to Lihua. When one of the leaders steps up, remarking that she was the one, Mao Mao slaps the lady to the ground, dragging her towards the draw, where she finds a poisonous powder. Dumping the powder on the lady, Mao Mao reiterates that the powder is poison, and that the lady's cocky know-it-all attitude is causing Lihua to slowly die. As Mao Mao orders Lihua's ladies-in-waiting to clean up the white powder, Jinshi can't help but admire Mao Mao's serious sudden tone, which Mao Mao quickly corrects. Getting to work, Mao Mao dilutes her porridge, as Lihua is in worse condition than she thought. Next, Mao Mao opened up windows to allow ventilation, as the incense set up by Lihua's ladies were simply making it hard for Lihua to breathe. Mao Mao also orders Lihua's ladies to help wipe down and clean Lihua, only for Mao Mao to hydrate Lihua with tea to help flush out any toxins within Lihua's body. With Mao Mao spending more time taking care of Lihua, Lihua started to recover, allowing Mao Mao to begin adding fruits to the meal. As Mao Mao continues to take care of Lihua, it's revealed that the leader of the ladies in the meeting was punished and confined, having hid the poisonous powder from everyone. Checking up on Mao Mao, Jinshi unveils a little treat for Mao Mao, who pleasantly accepts the gift, munching on the meal, but knows that the gift was from Gaoshan. Jinshi asks Mao Mao if they can help with Lihua's recovery, prompting Mao Mao to ask Jinshi to begin constructing a steam bath, stating that sweating will help Lihua as well. Returning to Lihua's side, Mao Mao suddenly hears Lihua speaking. Leaning in close to hear Lihua ask why Mao Mao is helping her, stating that she doesn't want to live. Mao Mao reveals that she knows Lihua doesn't want to die, prompting Lihua to agree, as she thinks about the memories she had with her baby. With days passing by, we see Mao Mao help fuel the steam bath, where Lihua is instructed to sit in. Afterwards, Lihua is taken to her room, cleaned off, and fed, only for Lihua's ladies to help Mao Mao clean off and dry Lihua's dirty sheets. That evening, the leader of Lihua's ladies had returned from confinement, declaring that she'll be taking over Lihua's recovery, promising to never mess up again. Hesitant to speak to Lihua, the leader of the ladies is relieved, seeing how much Lihua has recovered. With 2 months passing, Mao Mao is happy to report that Lihua is recovering well, even able to wander the palace gardens all by herself. Seeing Lihua admire the garden's flowers, Mao Mao admits that she thought Lihua would be arrogant and rude after the loss of her child, but it seems as if Lihua has accepted the loss, making Mao Mao realize how pleasant of a lady Lihua truly is. As Mao Mao rests for the day, we see Lihua sit by her side, silently thanking Mao Mao for her help. With Mao Mao's final day attending to Lihua, Mao Mao reports that she has told Lihua's ladies in waiting how to proceed with Lihua's diet, pleasing Lihua. Before Mao Mao leaves, Lihua asks Mao Mao if she's capable of having another child, believing that the emperor no longer loves her, but Mao Mao reveals that she was personally sent here by the emperor to make sure Lihua lives. Seeing Lihua still worried she'll lose the emperor to Gyokyu, Mao Mao reminds Lihua that she has assets that exceed Gyokyu, whispering a technique that Lihua can perform that may impress the emperor in bed. As Mao Mao leaves, she reveals that she had learned the technique from the ladies from her village when she was younger. Finally arriving back at the Jade Pavilion, Gyokyu and the other ladies are glad to see Mao Mao back, but that night, we cut to several men tossing trash into a fire. Out of nowhere, the fire erupts, changing into different colors that end up burning one of the men, who believes that he's been cursed. Sitting down and observing his wounds, the man begins to break down, terrified of the curse, but just then we cut to Jinshi on his morning training. Able to outtrade Basin, Jinshi commends his fellow eunuch, as Basin has greatly improved his swordplay. Getting cleaned off, Jinshi asks Gaoshan about Mao Mao, happy to hear that Mao Mao is recovering well ever since returning to the Jade Pavilion. Cutting to Mao Mao, we see her digging through a garden, ecstatic to finally find some rare mushrooms, wondering where she should hide them. Just then, Mao Mao remembers that she has something to do, heading over to deliver Xiaolan some spare meals that Mao Mao was gifted. Sparking up a conversation, Xiaolan asks if Mao Mao had heard of a palace servant seducing a military officer, revealing that the servant had used an aphrodisiac, reminding Mao Mao of the chocolates she had created. Heading over to the quack doctor, Mao Mao reveals the matsutake mushroom she's dug up, exciting the quack doctor. As they both start grilling the mushrooms, they both secretly enjoy the delectable taste of the mushrooms. But just then, a man barges into the room asking if the quack doctor can cure his curse. Inspecting the man's burned hands, Mao Mao offers to make an ointment for the burns, all whilst the man recounts what happened. The man says that 2 nights ago, he was burning trash by the east side of the palace as he normally would, only to stumble onto a discarded women's dress that had both sleeves burned off and several wooden tablets. Knowing that he shouldn't waste time, the man simply tossed the dress and tablets into the fire, but out of nowhere, the fire began changing colors, and next thing he knew his hands were burnt. Seeing the man in utter shock, Mao Mao takes out a stick, lighting it on fire, only to sprinkle chemicals to make the flame change color. When the man confirms that the color of the flames were the exact same, Mao Mao states that the chemicals are similar to what they use for fireworks. And as for the marks on the man's hand, Mao Mao reasons it's probably due to the man growing a rash from the wood. As Mao Mao hands the man an ointment, the man expresses his gratitude, but just then Jinshi appears, prompting the quack doctor to leave and prepare tea for Jinshi. Seeing such a happy smile on Jinshi's face, Mao Mao gets annoyed, asking what Jinshi wants, but Jinshi gets serious asking Mao Mao to come with him. Setting up chemicals in front of Mao Mao, Jinshi asks Mao Mao how many colors he can make with the chemicals and how to apply them. Mao Mao states she's not too sure, but she knows some chemicals can be dissolved in oil and some in water. Before Mao Mao can leave, Jinshi asks for the chemicals to be teapot steamed, shocking Mao Mao, as Jinshi had found out she was hiding something. As Mao Mao leaves, Jinshi orders Gaoshan to find everyone that had suffered rashes from holding wooden tablets. But Mao Mao knows that the wooden tablets were most likely used to decode a secret message. Heading back to the Jade Pavilion, Mao Mao wonders why everyone is in a rush, forced to try on a dress, only to learn that twice a year a garden party is held for the emperor and the high officials. On top of the emperor, his 4 upper-ranking concubines, the prestigious consort, Gyokyu, the wise consort, Li Hua, the virtuous consort, Li Shu, and the pure consort Aduo. Hong Yang states that last time, Li Hua and Gyokyu couldn't attend due to giving birth, but this time, Gyokyu will be showing off her child, Princess Lingli, for the first time. Knowing that she can't skip out on attending, and that she'll have to help taste Gyokyu's food, Mao Mao asks for Hong Yang's help getting ready for the party. Hong Yan states that they'll have to pad up Mao Mao a bit, remove her freckles, and apply makeup. With Mao Mao dreading having to smile at the high-ranking officials and stand in the cold wind, Mao Mao gets an idea, rushing to prepare things. That night, Hong Yang checks up on Mao Mao, seeing that Mao Mao has cooked up some orange and ginger snacks to help warm up the guests. When Mao Mao shows off an additional layer she sewed onto her dress to keep hand warmers, Hong Yan begs Mao Mao to do the same for the other girls. Mao Mao immediately gets to work. As word spread of Mao Mao's pocket warmer trick and orange snack, Jinshi and Gaoshan ended up visiting, along with the emperor's seamstress and cook, asking to learn Mao Mao's techniques. With several days going by, Mao Mao rushes to prepare and learn everything needed for the garden party, managing to finish preparations the day before. But at the same time, Gaoshan reports that he hasn't been able to track down any other victims that have been received burnt marks like the cursed man. With the big day arriving, Mao Mao and the ladies all gather around Gyokyu, stunned at Gyokyu's crimson beauty. As a token of appreciation, Gyokyu lends a piece of jewelry to each of her ladies in waiting, reminding Mao Mao that she is now part of her family. Just then, the ladies grab hold of Mao Mao, beginning to transform Mao Mao into a true woman. But as one of the ladies cleans off Mao Mao's face, they all stop and gather around Mao Mao's face. With all 4 princesses entering the assigned area, we see Jinshi greeting all the princesses, managing to charm Li Shu, heading to greet Gyokyu last. As Jinshi greets Gyokyu, he notes how Gyokyu's crimson outfit and her jade eyes complement each other. But spotting Mao Mao to the side, Jinshi attempts to tease her a bit, but is stunned to see Mao Mao's gorgeous face. Having not recognized her, Jinshi compliments Mao Mao for applying makeup and removing her freckles, but Mao Mao reveals that she never had freckles to begin with. Finding it strange that Mao Mao would fake her freckles, Jinshi is shocked to learn that back in Mao Mao's village, men would prey on any women they can. But by faking freckles, Mao Mao would never be attacked or assaulted due to her ugly looks and childlike figure. Additionally, Jinshi learns that Mao Mao was kidnapped from her village, apologizing for something so sad to happen to such a talent like Mao Mao. Mao Mao states that it isn't Jinshi's fault, but Jinshi pulls Mao Mao close, giving Mao Mao his hairpin, only to leave. As other ladies voice their jealousy at Mao Mao, Gyokyu approaches Mao Mao, uttering that Mao Mao no longer belongs to a single person. Before Mao Mao can learn what that means, the garden party begins, overwhelming Mao Mao as the sheer scale of the party is unimaginable. But at the same time as the food for the guest is served, we cut to an ominous silhouette. As the garden party unfolds, we cut to Mao Mao and the other ladies all clinging to each other as the cold wind brushes past them. Peeking through the curtains, Mao Mao notes how the arrangement of the 4 concubines encourages rivalry. Looking around, Mao Mao spots Empress Dowager, having given birth to the emperor and the emperor's younger brother at a very young age. Sadly, the emperor's younger brother couldn't make the party, supposedly being too sick to leave the house. Just then, Mao Mao overhears some of Li Hua's ladies making fun of her friends, watching as Yinghua gets more and more angry. Mao Mao thinks back on when she was taking care of Li Hua. Mao Mao was easily able to scare Li Hua's attendants, but seeing Li Hua's attendants making fun of her friends, Mao Mao reminds Li Hua's attendants of what she can do to them, scaring them off. As Mao Mao reminds her friends that she needs to change their hand warmers, Gyokyu's ladies can't help but admire Mao Mao, always being so nice even after having such a tragic past. Just then, Aduo's attendants and Li Shu's attendants begin to bicker, which Mao Mao learns that consort Li Shu is only 14 and Aduo is already 35, being the oldest of the 4 consorts. Additionally, Li Shu used to be the daughter-in-law of Aduo, as Aduo used to be a concubine of the previous emperor, whilst Li Shu was a concubine of the current. But since the previous emperor passed away 5 years ago, Aduo became a concubine of the current emperor. Amazed that Li Shu was only 9 to be a concubine, Mao Mao realized she was mistaken, as Li Shu was in fact Aduo's mother-in-law. As Hong Yan passes Gyokyu's child to Mao Mao, they both notice Li Shu passing by, both bowing their heads as Li Shu cockily walks past. Hong Yan states that Li Shu is very young. As a virtuous consort like Li Shu would normally wear white, but instead Li Shu chose to wear a dark pink, a color similar to Gyokyu's crimson red. As Hong Yan leaves, Mao Mao spots several girls freezing cold, offering the girls to hold some coals to warm them up but this only weirds them out. As Mao Mao returns to her friends, they start teasing Mao Mao for sharing her hand warmer trick with other consort's attendants. But Mao Mao suddenly spots a man handing his hairpin to a girl. Seeing Mao Mao intrigued, one of her friends mentions that gifting a hairpin is how men recruit ladies. But Mao Mao's friend also alludes to a second meaning. As Mao Mao leaves for some fresh air, a man, Lahaku, stops her, offering his hairpin. Seeing that Lahaku has got several other pins, Mao Mao is happy to receive a hairpin, but just then Li Hua appears, prompting Mao Mao and the other attendants to greet her. As a gift, Li Hua personally hands Mao Mao a hairpin as well, shocking the other girls as they wonder if Gyokyu will be okay with Mao Mao garnering so much attention. With Mao Mao now preparing to test the food for poison, Mao Mao spots Gaoshan in the crowd, amazed that he is quite high-ranking. Also, Mao Mao spots Lahaku is also quite high-ranking, but wonders where Jinshi is compared to the others. With the first soup dish served, Mao Mao notes that there is no strange clouding appear, along with no peculiar smell from the soup. Upon drinking the soup, Mao Mao chases the soup with some water, confirming nothing strange with the dish, but upon seeing another fellow food taster so stressed, Mao Mao feels sorry for them, noting how she must be the only one that yearns for the taste of poison. Up next is a vinegar fish and vegetable dish, a favorite of the emperor's, but instead of blueback fish, there is jellyfish. With nothing too outlandish, Mao Mao pans over to see Li Shu sweating at the thought of eating fish, but forces herself to eat it as she is in public. But as she looks at Li Shu's food taster, Mao Mao spots the food taster smirking while staring at Li Shu. At the same time, one of Lahaku's friends asks Lahaku to watch one of the food tasters, realizing that it is Mao Mao from earlier. Slowly watching as Mao Mao sensually slurps and enjoys the next dish. But as Mao Mao finishes enjoying the dish, she declares that the dish she just tasted was poisoned, quickly walking off. As Jinshi begins slowly walking to the stage, he makes it just in time to see another person collapse from tasting the dish, but spots Mao Mao running off somewhere. Checking up on Mao Mao, Jinshi is shocked to see Mao Mao so happy, grabbing and dragging her to the infirmary. Mao Mao notes how she would have loved to swallow the poison, but states that the poison would have easily paralyzed her. But hearing this, Jinshi gets weirded out. Jinshi states that another official had tried the dish themselves, making Mao Mao wonder what idiot would do so, offering to give Jinshi a bag of drugs that will help the people poisoned to throw up and get the poison out of their systems. Accepting the drugs, Jinshi continues to drag Mao Mao along, but Mao Mao notes how Jinshi has gotten a new hairpin, wondering why he wasn't at the party until now. Upon reaching the palace infirmary, Mao Mao is instructed to vomit the rest of the food in her stomach, ultimately impressed by the palace's drugs. Moving on to a more serious topic, Jinshi wants to know if Mao Mao suspects the person that may have wanted to poison Gyokyu, but Mao Mao asks for Jinshi to bring Li Shu. Being able to charm Li Shu into coming, Jinshi introduces Li Shu and her food taster to Mao Mao. Spotting Li Shu scratching herself, Mao Mao rushes to unveil her dress, spotting rashes scattered along Li Shu's arm. Mao Mao confirms that Li Shu is indeed allergic to fish, commenting how she herself is allergic to buckwheat and could never build up a tolerance to it. Asking if Li Shu is handling the fish okay, Mao Mao states that the vinegar fish dish she tasted earlier had jellyfish, meaning that Lady Gyokyu's dishes and Lady Li Shu's dishes were swapped. Upon confirming that Li Shu is allergic to mackerel, Mao Mao glares at Li Shu's food taster, speculating that although the food taster knew Li Shu was allergic to mackerel, she still allowed Li Shu to eat a dish with mackerel. Having written up several other foods that Li Shu should avoid, Mao Mao personally hands Li Shu's food taste to the list, glaring and warning the food taster to not act out, or else she may disappear. With Jinshi asking Mao Mao what just happened, Mao Mao feigns ignorance, but before Mao Mao leaves, she states that there may have been other attempts at poisoning. Now alone, Gaoshan asks Jinshi if the poisoning is somehow related to the wooden tablets, alluding to a lady in waiting that visited earlier not having any burns on her hands. The next morning, Mao Mao is seen dreaming of her father, wondering if he's alright. Apparently after the party, the other attendants ordered Mao Mao to get plenty of rest, ultimately leading to Mao Mao sleeping until noon. Reporting to Gyokyu, Mao Mao apologizes for sleeping in, but Gyokyu states that Mao Mao could have taken the day off. Upon seeing Mao Mao's face, Gyokyu wonders why Mao Mao has added freckles to her face, but Mao Mao states she's more comfortable with them on. Changing topics, Gyokyu tells Mao Mao that Gaoshan has been wanting to speak with Mao Mao, assigned to pluck some weed in the meantime. Greeting Gaoshan, Mao Mao hears that Jinshi wanted to give Mao Mao the poisonous soup in the cup Gyokyu was supposed to drink. Upon confirming that no one has touched the silver cup up until now, Mao Mao heads to retrieve some cotton, powder, and a brush. Taking some cotton and dabbing it in the powder, Mao Mao begins patting the silver cup with the powder, brushing off the excess to reveal some fingerprints. Mao Mao reveals that the oils that excrete from the human body easily stain silver, hence why silver utensils are cleaned thoroughly. Suddenly realizing something about Li Shu and her food taster, Mao Mao quickly hides her realization, explaining to Gaoshan that 4 people in total touched the silver cup. Since they already know that someone must have poured, carried, and tasted the soup, it leads Mao Mao to assume that the fourth person must be the one to have poisoned the soup. Hearing this, Gaoshun wonders why Li Shu's food taster is touching Gyokyu's dish. But Mao Mao reveals that Li Shu's food taster had swapped Li Shu's and Gyokyu's dishes to bully Li Shu. Shocked that a lady-in-waiting will bully a high-ranking concubine, Gaoshun listens to Mao Mao's reasoning, learning that Li Shu's lady-in-waitings must have personally recommended Li Shu to wear a similar color to Gyokyu, only to purposely wear white themselves, making Li Shu seem childish and disrespectful towards Gyokyu. Sadly, Mao Mao knows that concubines can only rely and trust their ladies-in-waiting. But for Li Shu, it seems that the people she can trust the most are nothing but bullies. The bright side was that, since Mao Mao tasted the poison meant for Li Shu, Mao Mao was able to save Li Shu's life. When Gaoshun wonders what would have caused the ladies-in-waiting to turn on Li Shu, Mao Mao suspects that the ladies are not only jealous that Li Shu was able to become a concubine to the previous emperor at such a young age, but they also believe Li Shu is disgusting for choosing to leech off the existing emperor after the previous emperor passed away. Seeing as the mysterious fourth person's fingerprints are near the edge, Mao Mao suspects it to be another lady-in-waiting. But before Mao Mao leaves, Gaoshun asks why Mao Mao didn't reveal Li Shu's food taster's crime of swapping and bullying Li Shu. Surprised that Gaoshun found out, Mao Mao reveals that she knows how rough it is to be a food taster, so Mao Mao reasons that remaining Li Shu's food taster is enough of a punishment. Reporting to Jinshi on his findings, Jinshi praises Gaoshun for getting the truth out from Mao Mao, but complains that he hasn't gotten any time to rest, as he's trying to figure out the culprit. Choosing to rest at his desk, Gaoshun reminds Jinshi to act more professional, but ends up helping Jinshi to remove his hairpin, something only a special individual can wear. As Gaoshun leaves for the night, Jinshi perks up, stating that he can finally get to work. The next day, Mao Mao sits with Xiaolan, who is excited to hear that Mao Mao received several hairpins, mentioning that Mao Mao can finally leave the rear palace. Shocked to hear this, Mao Mao learns that with a hairpin, Mao Mao can as the hairpin owner to assist Mao Mao temporarily or permanently leave the rear palace. Seeing as there is really only one man she can turn to, we cut to Lahaku, who is busy training, stopping as he has received a message from Mao Mao, wondering how he should turn her down, having only given out the pins as a formality. Choosing to privately chat with Mao Mao, Lahaku is shocked to see Mao Mao is completely different without makeup, but asks why Mao Mao had summoned him. Upon hearing that Mao Mao would like Lahaku to vouch for her to visit her home, Lahaku gets pissed, wondering what Mao Mao can give in exchange. As a trump card, Mao Mao reveals that she has special vouchers to the Verdigris house, a super renowned brothel that would normally take up 1 year's worth of Lahaku's salary. Seeing Lahaku hesitant at first, Mao Mao chooses to play hard to get, taking back the vouchers only to show off 2 of her other hairpins. Upon realizing that the 2 other pins are far superior than his, Lahaku has no choice but to accept Mao Mao's offer, fearing that he'll never get a chance like this again. Reporting the good news to Gyokyu and the other girls, Mao Mao promises to bring back souvenirs. But Gyokyu and Hongyan note how Mao Mao probably doesn't know the full extent of what the hairpin means. As Mao Mao leaves, we see Jinshi finding out that Mao Mao had left the rear palace with another man, but Gyokyu adds that it'll only be for 3 days. With Mao Mao and Lahaku traveling by carriage, Mao Mao reveals that the town near her village is renowned as the Pleasure District, with the 3 princesses of the Verdigris house idolized by the whole country. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Verdigris house, Mao Mao rushes to hug Granny, but instead receives a swift blow to her stomach. Mao Mao reassures Lahaku that she's fine, as Granny used to perform the trick to allow Mao Mao to spit out all the poison she would test and consume. Happy to see Lahaku has lots of muscles, Granny assigns Lahaku Perrin, finally alone with Mao Mao. Wondering why Mao Mao left for 10 months, Mao Mao states that she had sent a letter, which the Granny confirmed she got. That's why she chose to service Lahaku for a discount. Taking out the money she earned at the rear palace, Mao Mao apologizes for not making enough to afford Perrin, but Granny states that Mao Mao simply needs to bring in more young guests like Lahaku, so they can squeeze them for all their money. As Granny leaves, she tells Mao Mao to quickly return to her father, heading back down the street that she grew up on. Upon entering her father's home, Mao Mao spots her father doing the same thing as when she left, sitting down and telling her father stories of her time at the rear palace. Telling her father that she'll need to return in 2 days' time, Mao Mao chooses to rest for the night. But as Mao Mao sleeps, her father reveals that he has connections with the rear palace. The next morning, Mao Mao wakes up, remembering that she is home, but notes how she is quite sweaty. Seeing that her father isn't home, Mao Mao reasons that her father is probably out in the herb field, wishing that her father would stop working at his age. Just then, a little girl begins banging on her home, prompting Mao Mao to approach her and ask what's the problem. Without saying anything, the little girl grabs Mao Mao, dragging her into the house, where she sees a crowd forming in front of her room. Upon entering the room, Mao Mao is stunned to see 2 people incapacitated, but snapping out of the daze, Mao Mao gets to work, assessing the situation. Seeing as the man isn't breathing and the woman is barely breathing, Mao Mao orders another helper to check if the lady has anything clogging the throats. With Mao Mao and the helper applying CPR to both people, Mao Mao orders the little girl to bring charcoal. With Mao Mao managing to resuscitate the two, Mao Mao cleans out her mouth, sarcastically remarking that it's great to be home. As Mao Mao asks the house's ladies to not touch anything within the room, Mao Mao begins inspecting the room, noting how the two victims were a courtesan and a customer. Upon entering the room, Mao Mao picked up scents of alcohol and tobacco, also spotting 2 bottles, some broken glass, wheat stalks, a pipe, and some tobacco. With the little girl arriving with the charcoal Mao Mao had asked for, Mao Mao asks for something to write on, giving the little girl a message, asking the little girl to go fetch her father's in the herb field. As the little girl leaves, she gives Mao Mao a dark stare, but as the little girl returns with Mao Mao's father, Mao Mao reports that she has crushed the charcoal and it should be ready to be mixed with herbs to treat the 2 victims. Following the courtesan, we see that she has gotten better, learning that the male customer is also now stable. With Mao Mao and her father alone, Mao Mao reveals that her father is quite smart, able to piece together things with simple clues. Asking Mao Mao to sit with him, Mao Mao's father tests Mao Mao, asking what she thought caused everything. Mao Mao states that she believes the tobacco leaves are quite poisonous, being commonly used for suicides, which her father confirms is true. Asking if Mao Mao had them drink water, Mao Mao states that she didn't, which her father commends, as the stomach acid can prevent poison from being absorbed. But when water is added, it makes it easier for the human stomach to absorb the poison. Next, Mao Mao's father pokes a hole in Mao Mao's deduction, asking what if the tobacco leaves were soaked in water beforehand, prompting Mao Mao to confirm that there are no leaves in the vomit, meaning that diluting the poison with water may have actually been better. As the owner of the house thanks Mao Mao and her father, Mao Mao sees that the wheat stalks are used to drink liquids without messing up one's lipstick. As a thanks, the owner pays Mao Mao and her father, but when Mao Mao's father attempts to decline the payment, Mao Mao reminds her father that he has to pay for rent. Mao Mao notes how the man and women must have attempted a double suicide, as it's not too uncommon for something to occur, as usually poor men and an unhappy courtesan would agree to take their own lives. Mao Mao finds it weird that the man who wears such expensive clothes would choose to take his own life. But just then Mao Mao spots the little girl visiting the man, reasoning that she too should check up on the man as well. Upon entering the room, Mao Mao is horrified to see the little girl attempting to stab the man, swiftly disarming the girl. Hearing the little girl scream that the man deserves to die, Mao Mao headbutts the little girl, forcing her onto her knees. But just then, a lady arrives, asking to speak privately with Mao Mao. The lady reveals that the man poison was quite a problematic customer, always flirting and promising to purchase and give women a better life, only to lie and dump the girls. Having been stabbed and poisoned in the past, the man comes from a rich merchant, ultimately choosing to resolve issues with money. It's revealed that the man did the same thing to the little girl's older sister, but it turns out the older sister had fallen for the scummy man. The concubine that was poisoned is apparently friends with the little girl's sister, and had tried a double suicide with the man. Since they can't ban the man, as it would be bad for business, they have no choice but to leave him as is. As Mao Mao and her father head home, Mao Mao thinks about how scary the little girl is, having specifically ran to search for her father, which she probably knew wasn't home, instead of going to search for an actual doctor. Returning home, Mao Mao asks to check the money they were paid, confirming that the owner paid them to stay quiet about what happened. Still unable to figure out why a man that had been poisoned previously would be so easily poisoned. But before Mao Mao can conclude anything, her father reminds Mao Mao to only consider facts. Diving back through all the points she knows, Mao Mao concludes that it wasn't a double suicide, but in fact poison. But before she can tell her father tells Mao Mao that the is already over. As Mao Mao walks through town, she explains that the courtesan must have poisoned the man, using 2 types of liquid. Since the man would want her to taste any drink before he did, the courtesan must have poured an edible liquid and a non-edible liquid into the same cup. But due to the liquid's different densities, the edible and non-edible liquids would form their own layers. The courtesan simply drank from the bottom edible liquid with a straw, whereas the man would drink the poison. Afterwards, the lady would sip a little of the poison, just enough for her to survive. But some things still don't make sense, as Mao Mao wonders if the little girl knew what the courtesan was doing, as she purposely didn't want a doctor to come, or if the owner knew what was happening and purposely paid for their silence. Knowing that she can't operate on speculation, Mao Mao makes her way to the verdigree's house, using its bath to clean up. Just then, Mimi joins Mao Mao, revealing that Granny, herself, and other princesses were worried about her. That night, Mao Mao is seen visiting the annex, falling asleep as she sits beside someone sleeping. With the 3 days already over, Mao Mao's father wishes her well, heading over to pick up Lihaku, who has already been ensnared by Parent. Returning to the Jade Pavilion, Mao Mao can't help but notice Jinshi's glare from behind. But before Mao Mao can flee, Jinshi asks to speak with her privately. Seeing Jinshi so agitated, Mao Mao asks what is agitating him. But Jinshi instead asks how Mao Mao's visit home was. Upon hearing that nothing happened with Lihaku, Jinshur asks if Mao Mao knows what choosing Lahaku as a guarantor means. But Mao Mao says she believes a guarantor is a high-ranking official with a good record. Seeing Jinshur at a loss for words, Mao Mao states that she didn't want to rely on Jinshur, fearing that she could never repay him, like she did Lahaku. Hearing this, Jinshur believes that she gave up her body to convince Lahaku. But as Mao Mao leaves, we see Hongyan rushing to slap Mao Mao for being misleading, all whilst Gyokyo laughs at what they heard. Cutting to the cafeteria area at night, we see several eunuchs gather for dinner. But as they all chat, they all suddenly hear a massive ceramic container shatter, followed by a drunk older eunuch demanding that they bring him more booze. Seeing the older man in a pathetic state, several eunuchs laugh at how, thanks to him, they'll probably never drink. Suddenly, we see a mysterious man placing some mysterious substance in some bottles of booze, only to hand it to the older man, coldly watching as the older man gulps down the spiked booze. The next morning, Gaoshan asks for Jinshur to stop sulking, reminding Jinshur that he still has lots of work to do. Gaoshan thinks about how Jinshur has accomplished a lot in his life, seeing unusual for Jinshur to act so childish and be so attached to another person's life. As Gaoshan hands Jinshur some paperwork, Gaoshan thinks about how he managed to convince Gyokyu to explain to Jinshur that it wasn't Mao Mao that offered her body to Lahaku, but instead Mao Mao asked another experienced lady to repay the favor. Still, Gaoshan admits how unlucky it was for Jinshur to put so much effort, freeing up time to mess with Mao Mao, only to hear that Mao Mao left to spend time with another man. As Jinshur and Gaoshan begin working through the papers, they both note how nobles try to pass bills to benefit themselves, but it's ultimately up to Jinshur to verify them. As they both work on the papers all throughout the day and into the night, they are suddenly interrupted by an eunuch, revealing that Sir Conan has passed away. The next morning, Jinshur reports the bad news to Gyokyu and Mao Mao, both sad to hear that a high-ranking man had passed away. As Mao Mao hears that Conan had drunk himself to death, Mao Mao has no sympathy for him, but Jinshur suddenly asks if Mao Mao thinks Conan truly drank himself to death. Speaking with Jinshur, Mao Mao reiterates that heavy drinking does ultimately poison and weaken one's organs, explaining Conan's death. But Jinshur tells Mao Mao that Conan was celebrating during a party by drinking out with friends. Wondering why Jinshur would tell her that, Jinshur adds that Conan easily handled his alcohol, but he wasn't liked by many people. Taking out some booze, Jinshur pours Mao Mao a cup of booze, exciting Mao Mao, but Jinshur adds that unfortunately the last jar of booze Conan drank from was shattered and the booze was lost. Seeing Jinshur so sad, Mao Mao reasons that with the information Jinshur told her, there is no way of finding out if Conan was poisoned or not. Taking a sip of the booze, Mao Mao is disgusted by the sweet and salty flavors, but Jinshur reveals that Conan loved sweet foods, never touching even the most valuable of smoked meats or rarest of rock salts. Reminiscing, Jinshur states that Conan used to love spicy food, but one day switched to loving sweet foods. But Mao Mao interrupts, wondering if Conan passed due to diabetes. As Mao Mao takes another sip, she learns that there were rock salts, mooncakes, and dried meat at the party, prompting Mao Mao to request to see the last drinking jar Conan touched before he passed. Jinshur states the jar is shattered, but Mao Mao states she still wants to see it, finishing up several more cups of booze, only to mention that she has an idea of what happened. The next day, Mao Mao greets Jinshur, who has brought the shattered jar, along with Gaoshan, handing Mao Mao a report on the incident. Reading through the report, Mao Mao heads towards the shattered jar, licking off dried substance from the jar, shocking Gaoshan and Jinshur. Reassuring them that she's fine, Mao Mao drops some of the leftover substance in a fire, revealing that the jar had an overabundance of salt in it, ultimately poisoning Conan. Wondering how Conan didn't stop drinking such a salty beverage, Mao Mao hands Jinshur the report, deducing that Conan must have lost his ability to taste salty things. Apparently, Conan was quite a talented and smart bureaucrat, but unfortunately, he had lost his wife and child to an epidemic, choosing to escape by drinking and consuming sweets. Mao Mao states that Conan's inability to taste salty things is a form of illness that stems from an unbalanced diet or stress. Hearing all of this, Jinshur asks Mao Mao who could have placed salt in Conan's drink, but Mao Mao states that she has no idea. Mao Mao does add that the booze she tasted yesterday had salt, so it could have been someone that didn't like sweet drinks, or it could have been co-workers that tried pranking Conan but simply took it too far and poisoned Conan. Hearing all this, Jinshur whispers something to Gaoshan, sending him off, but at the same time, Mao Mao thinks about how she doesn't want to reveal the culprit, fearing that she'll get someone punished, but notes how she had given Jinshur enough clues already. As Jinshur thanks Mao Mao for the insight, Mao Mao spots an obsidian tassel tied to Jinshur's waist, asking how close Jinshur was to Conan. Jinshur reveals that Conan was crucial to him when Jinshur was a child, making Mao Mao feel sorry for Jinshur. As a thanks for all the help, Jinshur gives Mao Mao a bottle of booze, exciting Mao Mao, but as Jinshur tries to tease Mao Mao, Mao Mao fires back, teasing Jinshur for slacking on his paperwork. Backed into a corner, Jinshur mentions how he has the ability to pass a law that forbids underage drinking until the age of 20 years old, finally getting Mao Mao to concede their little dispute. As several days pass, we see a mysterious lady suddenly being flung into a body of water, helplessly left to drown. The next day, Mao Mao and the quack doctor are called to inspect the body of the victim, impressing Mao Mao as the corpse had been preserved due to the cold weather. Asking about the victim, Mao Mao learns that the victim was most likely a servant from the rear palace, and her body was found in the moat surrounding the palace, but gets thrown off seeing how scared the quack doctor is. Too scared to touch the body, the quack doctor asks if Mao Mao can search and touch the body, but Mao Mao states that her teacher forbade Mao Mao from touching corpses. Just then, Jinshi appears, asking Mao Mao more on the reason she can't touch corpses, but Mao Mao shyly remarks that humans can become ingredients as well, and her father had foresaw Mao Mao experimenting with human corpses, forbidding Mao Mao from doing something so inhumane. As the quack doctor begins performing an autopsy on the corpse, they note how the woman is tall, has hard wooden shoes, bandages on one foot, and all her fingers are red, but Mao Mao can't help but feel bad for how cold the lady must have been in the water. That evening, Jinshi tells Mao Mao that the lady was fine yesterday, suspecting that she must have climbed the palace walls and threw herself into the surrounding moat. Mao Mao states that it can't just be suicide, as Mao Mao couldn't find any ladder or way up on the walls by herself, but notes how there are intrusion on the palace wall that can help people climb up there, revealing that Fuyo used the intrusions to climb the wall by herself. Since the victim's feet were bound to appear more small and beautiful, meaning that murder is not completely off the table either, as Mao Mao suspects the victim had tried to climb out of the moat whilst drowning, but failed, hence her red fingers. Pondering for a bit, Mao Mao thinks about how cruel the world is, as people aren't able to choose when they die, especially if they fall prey to other people. As Mao Mao begins going through her traumatic past, she asks if Jinshi were to ever to execute her, that he would at least choose poison. Confused as to the sudden dark tone, Jinshi states that he would never execute her, but Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that she is simply a commoner, and that the world is quite cruel to commoners. Seeing as she maybe soured the mood, Mao Mao excuses herself, but it's later revealed that the victim had also attended the garden party, and people had found a written will, meaning people deemed the case as suicide. As several more days pass by, we cut to Gaoshun finally reporting that he has finally found someone with burns on their arms, revealing it to be Feng Ming, the head lady in waiting for concubine Aduo. Heading to chat with Xiaolan, Mao Mao listens to the rumor Xiaolan has heard, believing that the servant that drowned belonged to the Garnet Pavilion. People suspect that the servant was ordered by concubine Aduo, but Xiaolan also reveals that Aduo will probably be replaced by a younger concubine eventually. This is because Aduo is 1 year older than the emperor, being 35 years old, and although Aduo was able to conceive a baby boy, it sadly passed away long ago. Hearing this, Mao Mao thinks about how trapped ladies are in the rear palace, solely being used to give birth, wondering if Lady Lihua will grow old and be replaced, or if Gyokyu will be abandoned by the emperor. Before Xiaolan leaves, Mao Mao hands Xiaolan some leftover food from their most recent tea party, exciting Xiaolan. But as Mao Mao returns back to the Jade Pavilion, she learns that they'll be having another tea party. Seeing as everyone is more busy than usual, Mao Mao learns that Lady Li Shu will be attending the tea party. With everything set up, Lady Gyokyu greets Lady Li Shu, both already tense as Mao Mao notes how they both are more wary than when the emperor was here. Watching Gyokyu conversate, Mao Mao is impressed, as Gyokyu is able to control and steer the conversation with her polite manners. Mao Mao heard that Gyokyu constantly sends messages to her family, making sure to be aware of current events in the outside world, making her an intellect worthy to be a concubine. As Mao Mao glances at Li Shu's food taster, Mao Mao feels bad as the food taster is scared to death of Mao Mao. And on top of that, Li Shu's other lady in waiting doesn't seem to be paying attention. To ease the conversation, Gyokyu asks if Li Shu would like some snacks, delighting Li Shu. Unveiling their sweet drink, Gyokyu shows Li Shu a drink that will warm her up, consisting of boiled orange peels and honey. But hearing the ingredients, Li Shu's face drops, prompting Mao Mao to deduce that Li Shu is allergic to honey, all whilst Li Shu's lady in waiting mock Li Shu for being a picky eater again. Intervening, Mao Mao sips the orange and honey drink, signaling to Gyokyu that they should offer another beverage, opting for some hot ginger water instead, pleasing Li Shu. Seeing Li Shu's lady in waiting annoyed that Li Shu wasn't forced to consume the honey, Mao Mao confirms that Li Shu is still being bullied. As everything wraps up, Mao Mao is forbidden from helping clean up the tea party, running into Jinshi, who Mao Mao suspects set up the tea party. Before Mao Mao can leave, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao had heard about the rumors regarding the attempted poisoning being tied to the servant who drowned. Upon confirming that she has heard the rumors, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao truly believes the servant took her own life, but Mao Mao can't say for certain. Jinshi also asks why a mere servant would poison Li Shu, but Mao Mao reiterates that she doesn't know. With no other choice, Jinshi reveals that Mao Mao will be working under Aduo, stationed at the Garnet Pavilion for the next couple of days. As Mao Mao heads over to the Garnet Pavilion, Mao Mao notes how unlike Gyokyu's comfy Jade Pavilion and Lihua's refined Crystal Pavilion, Aduo's pavilion feels simple. Greeting Mao Mao and some other servants, Feng Ming The head lady in waiting states that they'll be working here for the next 3 days, only to be interrupted by Aduo herself. Glancing at Aduo, Mao Mao is mesmerized by Aduo's masculine and feminine appearance, wondering if Aduo is truly 35 years of age. As Aduo thanks the servants for the extra help, she heads elsewhere, but Mao Mao notes how she reminds her of someone. As Fengming guides them around the Garnet Pavilion, Mao Mao notes how Fengming is quite approachable, believing Fengming would be more entitled and from a noble family. Fengming asks Mao Mao and the other girls to begin dusting off some old items, but Mao Mao spots Fengming has bandages wrapped around her arm. Getting to work, Mao Mao notes how many items are in the room, heading outside with some books, impressed that the servants are all working hard, unlike Liwa's ladies in waiting. Individually spreading out and opening up the books, impressing Fengming, which Mao Mao notices is very fit to be head lady in waiting, giving plenty of compliments as well as being very observant. With a tough day of cleaning over, Mao Mao slowly waddles to report her finished work, impressing Fengming as she has given Mao Mao and the other servants a huge room to rest, even lighting a scented candle to set the mood. As Mao Mao lays next to the other girls, she wonders about Jinshi's reason for sending her here, having not told Mao Mao to do anything in particular. The next morning, Mao Mao watches on as all of Aduo's servants continue to work hard, even spotting Fengming set an example, joining in to ease the workload. Seeing this dedication, Mao Mao wonders if Fengming ever considered marriage or if Fengming chose to serve Aduo for life. Mao Mao reasons if Fengming was deeply loyal to Aduo, it could possibly explain Li Shu's poisoning, as Fengming feared Aduo would be replaced, choosing to free up a spot by taking out another fellow concubine. As Mao Mao is called to help elsewhere, she notes the abundance of honey, learning that Fengming's family owns a bee farm, explaining the sweet candle scent last night. Beginning to move the honey elsewhere, Mao Mao spots Lady Li Shu and her food taster, both acting frightened, wondering why they are here at the Garnet Pavilion and if it has anything to do with honey. With her 3 days up, Mao Mao reports back to Jinshi, annoyed that Jinshi is acting so nonchalant and asking vague questions. Getting serious, Jinshi asks who would be most qualified to contact the outside world, out of the ladies in the Garnet Pavilion. Realizing that Jinshi is leading her somewhere, Mao Mao reveals that Fengming would be the most qualified, having deduced that the bandages around her arm link her to the mysterious colored wooden tablets, believing the tablets to have some sort of code. Happy to hear that Mao Mao is on the same page, Jinshi dips his finger in some honey, slowly approaching Mao Mao as he intends to give her a reward. Creeped out, Mao Mao begins to back away, only to be cornered, calling out to Gaoshun for help, but no reply. Wondering if she should just give in or escape. But as Jinshi slowly moves his fingers closer to Mao Mao, he utters that it's not honey but an aconite syrup. Upon hearing this, Mao Mao begins realizing something. Realizing Li Shu's allergic reaction, the servants drowning along with realizing Fengming's involvement are all tied to syrup. Luckily, Gyokyu catches Jishin in the act, scaring Jinshi off, checking to see if Mao Mao is alright. Still mad that Gaoshun let Jinshi get away with such an act, Mao Mao asks to visit Li Shu, accompanied by Gaoshun. Li Shu is sad to see that Jinshi isn't visiting, but allows Mao Mao to speak her mind, prompting Mao Mao to ask if Li Shu is allergic to honey. Li Shu is surprised that Mao Mao knows, revealing that when she was younger, her nurses forbid honey, believing it was life-threatening. Before Li Shu can say anything further, one of Li Shu's lady-in-waiting butts in, scolding Mao Mao for digging into Li Shu's private life, followed by another lady-in-waiting asking Li Shu to kick Mao Mao out. Seeing Li Shu being manipulated by the ones so close, Mao Mao declares that she is simply following Jinshi's orders, getting the girls to back off. Getting serious, Mao Mao asks if Li Shu is aware of Fengming, spotting Li Shu's being terrified upon hearing that name. As Mao Mao and Gaoshun head back, Mao Mao asks if she can learn about past events in the rear palace, prompting Gaoshun to search previous court documents, wondering what Mao Mao has figured out. Sifting through the documents, Mao Mao realizes 17 years ago, the current emperor had their now deceased son with Aduo. Apparently at the same time, the current emperor's father had a son as well, the current emperor's little brother. The documents state that Aduo and the current emperor were raised by the same parents, making them foster siblings. But most shocking of all, the baby that passed away was delivered by Dr. Luomin, Mao Mao's father. Sadly, Mao Mao had already suspected this, spotting herbs that she saw her father growing when she was younger, and can only be found in different regions. The documents state that Luomin was expelled, leading Mao Mao to wonder the reason for her father being kicked out. The next morning, Mao Mao heads to visit Fengming, telling Fengming that she has brought a gift for Aduo from Gyokyu. But when Mao Mao shows what's inside the gift, Fengming gets serious, inviting Mao Mao in. As Fengming begins cooking up some snacks, Mao Mao spots several pieces of luggages packed up, confirming her suspicions. As Fengming serves Mao Mao her snacks, Fengming asks Mao Mao what she's looking for, but Mao Mao immediately asks when Fengming will be leaving. With Fengming impressed, Mao Mao continues, revealing that she knows the cleanup for the Garnet Pavilion was simply preparations to welcome the new high-ranked concubine and that Aduo must leave soon. Mao Mao also states that she suspects Aduo can no longer give birth. But Fengming states that's none of Mao Mao's business, only for Mao Mao to reveal that her father, Lu Omin, was the one that delivered the babies at that time. Mao Mao suspects that since the former emperor and the current emperor had babies at the same time, Aduo was ultimately left to give birth alone, as Mao Mao's father was forced to prioritize the previous emperor. With Fengming by Aduo's side, Aduo was luckily able to give birth to a baby boy, but at the cost of her uterus. As Fengming glares at Mao Mao, Mao Mao states that Aduo's baby passed away shortly after, deducing that Fengming was the one taking care of the child instead of Aduo. Praising Mao Mao for figuring everything out, Mao Mao adds that people believe the baby passed away from toxic white powder, just like Li Hua's baby. But Mao Mao suspects it was another issue. With a serious glare, Fengming listens to Mao Mao as she notes Fengmin is quite smart, having kept the baby away from the white powder, unveiling the gift, revealed to be a flower and some honey. Mao Mao states that the nectar from flowers can be very poisonous, especially to newborns, revealing that Fengmin had unknowingly fed Aduo's child nectar, believing that it would be good for the child, but sadly, it was poisonous. Mao Mao says that her father, the head doctor at the time, was ultimately blamed for the death of Aduo's baby and kicked out of the rear palace. But later Fengming found out that she was the reason, choosing to hide it from Aduo. Sadly, Fengming had discovered that Li Shu was aware of such side effects of honey, so Fengming decided she would eliminate Li Shu. At the time, Li Shu was quite close with Aduo, as Li Shu was a child with no parents, and Aduo was a mother that had lost her child, both naturally gravitating to one another. One day, Li Shu had tried to tell Fengming about honey being dangerous to newborns, shocking Fengming as she didn't want Aduo to ever hear, driving Li Shu away from the rear palace. On top of that, when the previous emperor had passed away, Li Shu was no longer wanted in the rear palace, relieving Fengming. Unfortunately for Fengming, Li Shu was reinstated as the current emperor's concubine, meaning that Li Shu was once again capable of revealing the truth of Fengming poisoning Aduo's child with honey, prompting Fengming to poison Li Shu's soup during the garden party. With everything revealed, Fengming asks what Mao Mao wants, but as Mao Mao stares at the butcher knife behind Fengming, Mao Mao replies that she doesn't want anything. Sighing, Fengming reveals that she had always admired Aduo, being a person that could converse equally with the current emperor, compared to herself, who only followed her parents' orders to become a lady in waiting. As Fengming begins to break down, reliving the moment when Aduo lifelessly reassures her ladies in waiting to not blame themselves, as Aduo is aware that any child under the ages of 7 can pass away from any illness. Seeing Fengming cry, knowing that she was responsible for taking away the most precious thing in Aduo's life, Mao Mao wonders what Fengming was going through having to serve Aduo for 16 years after, attempting to make it up to Aduo. Knowing that Jinshi would surely arrest Fengming if he found out, Mao Mao suggests an alternative plan, leaving as Aduo watches Mao Mao head home. That night, Mao Mao leaps into bed exhausted, revealing that she had wrapped herself in several layers of solidified oil paper, having expected to be slashed. The next morning, Jinshi reveals that Fengming has turned herself in, asking if Mao Mao has anything to do with this, which Mao Mao feigns ignorance. Jinshi adds that Aduo will be moved to the south side of the palace, a decision made by the emperor a while ago. As Mao Mao heads through the palace with some dirty clothes, she reveals that she instructed Fengming to combine her attempt at poisoning Li Shu with the cause of death for Aduo's baby, reasoning that it was the only way to hide what truly happened to Aduo's child. But sadly, Mao Mao suspects Fengming will be sentenced to death. With several days passing, we see Jinshi visit Aduo, all whilst Mao Mao struggles to fall asleep, choosing to have a midnight stroll. As Mao Mao climbs the palace walls, she admires the moon, noting how Fengming was executed and Aduo will be leaving the palace the next day. Just then, Mao Mao spots Aduo, offering to have a drink of booze. Unable to refuse the offer, Mao Mao learns that Aduo was always the emperor's friend, never expecting to be the emperor's concubine. Mao Mao wonders why Aduo clung onto the role of a concubine for so long, but Aduo ignores her, standing up and heading towards the edge of the palace walls, staring at the moat. Aduo notes how cold it must have been and how stupid the person must have been, leaving Mao Mao alone. As Aduo leaves, Mao Mao realizes that the servant that drowned truly was a suicide, and that Fengming had secretly helped the servant, even against Aduo's order. Seeing as it's too cold, Mao Mao begins heading back down the wall, but gets startled, falling off, only to realize it's Jinshi. Attempting to leave, Mao Mao gets pulled for a hug from Jinshi, revealing that he was forced to drink by Aduo, only to be thrown out. Feeling sorry for Jinshi, Mao Mao tries to escape, but spots Jinshi tearing up, allowing Jinshi to cling on a little longer. The next morning, Aduo returns her crown, signifying the pure consort, handing it to Jinshi. Seeing the two next to each other, Mao Mao realizes that Aduo reminds her of Jinshi, remembering that Aduo never said her child passed, but instead left her. Mao Mao wonders if Aduo had purposely swapped babies with the previous emperors, knowing that her child would get a better life. and the reason she stayed in the rear palace so long was to ensure that her child would grow up right, also explaining why her father was punished for not noticing and explains why the emperor's younger brother is never seen. But Mao Mao notes she shouldn't just speculate, spotting Li Shu calling out to Ah Duo all whilst a single lady in waiting chases after her. Happy to see Ah Duo comfort Li Shu, Mao Mao leaves as it's getting cold, but at the same time, we see Jinshi investigate Feng Ming's family along with Mao Mao's past. Reviewing what happened after Feng Ming's execution, Jinshi notes how Feng Ming's family was ultimately punished as well, but Ah Duo was deemed innocent as Feng Ming claimed all wrongdoings. Going through the list of family members connected to Feng Ming, Jinshi notices the types of business the related families owned, along with 80 children belonging to those various families, all present in the rear palace. Out of those 2,000 people connected, 80 were children, and sadly one of the families was the one that bought Mao Mao after she was kidnapped. Seeing Jinshi frustrated, Gao Shan mentions how they could simply cover the fact that Mao Mao is connected, but Jinshi knows that Mao Mao is a righteous person, and if she ever found out, Jinshi fears Mao Mao would hate him for keeping her in the rear palace. Not wanting to be hated by Mao Mao, Jinshi is suddenly reminded by Gao Shan that Mao Mao is nothing but a pawn to him, snapping him out of his days. Cutting to Mao Mao, we see her chatting with Xiaolan, learning that those connected to Feng Ming will most likely be let go, scaring Mao Mao as she hasn't been able to send any more customers to Granny. Fearing that if she returns home now, Granny will probably sell her off, prompting Mao Mao to begin running through the palace, checking to see if there are any connections between the merchant family that bought her after her kidnapping and Feng Ming's family. Out of breath and still unsure of her situation, Mao Mao spots Jinshi, running over to him and asking if they can chat. Moving to a private location, Jinshi hands Mao Mao the list of people that will be let go, which Mao Mao realizes she will be one of those being let go. Asking how Mao Mao feels about the situation, Mao Mao thinks about how life is quite pleasant in the rear palace, being able to taste all sorts of foods as Gyokyu's lady-in-waiting, whilst also having access to all sorts of herbs through the quack doctor. Sadly, Mao Mao knows she shouldn't beg, telling Jinshi that she knows she's a servant, so she'll happily accept whatever happens to her. Even though she knows she shouldn't, Mao Mao asks to stay and in exchange take a pay cut, but Jinshi has to be stern, officially relieving Mao Mao of her duties in the rear palace. With Mao Mao packed up, we cut to Jinshi sulking in the corner, with Gao Shan attempting to cheer him up with no progress. With a week passing, Gao Shan notes how Mao Mao politely left, but Gyokyu was not very happy with the decision. But Jinshi had reasoned that he didn't want to keep Mao Mao only to be used, but Gao Shan wonders if there will ever be another like Mao Mao, as she probably was more than any other normal toy Jinshi was used to. With Mao Mao returning to the Pleasure District, she is immediately assigned to attend a party with the 3 verdigris princesses, shocked to hear that a noble was able to afford all 3 princesses at once. As Mao Mao gets ready for the party, she reveals that she was paid a good amount when she was fired, able to avoid being sold off, and instead is assigned to attend the upcoming party to help the verdigris princesses stand out. As Granny barges in to order the girls to hurry up with preparations, Granny notes how beautiful Mao Mao is, asking if Mao Mao would reconsider being a courtesan. As Mao Mao and the others head towards the nobles' party, Mao Mao notes how she doesn't have the features nor the talent to play the part of a courtesan, ultimately arriving at the noble party. Upon entering, Mao Mao is amazed at all the antique and valuable goods littered around the noble's palace, entering a room filled with young nobles that apparently Lahaku had introduced. With the verdigris princesses spotting their next prey, Mao Mao and several other ladies head to work, entertaining, dancing, singing, and serving the nobles. As Mao Mao makes her rounds, she suddenly spots a depressed nobleman, checking to see if he's okay. Surprisingly, it's Jinshi, who is surprised to see Mao Mao here, all dolled up and among other courtesans. Mao Mao reveals that their part-time job is a courtesan, shocking Jinshi, but Mao Mao reassures him that she's still pure. Seeing as this is the perfect chance, Mao Mao asks if she can work at the rear palace again, but Jinshi notes how he thought Mao Mao didn't like working there. Mao Mao corrects Jinshi, having tried to convince him to let her stay, but Jinshi fired her regardless. As Mao Mao begins listing the great memories she had in the rear palace, Jinshi laughs, apologizing for the miscommunication. Jinshi states that Mao Mao isn't the best at communication sometimes, which Mao Mao already knows, but this makes Jinshi reach towards Mao Mao's face, prompting Mao Mao to naturally pull away. Knowing that Jinshi is quite persistent, Mao Mao allows Jinshi to touch with only fingers, watching as he smears Mao Mao's lipstick onto his fingers, only to kiss his fingers, flustering Mao Mao. As the other concubines notice Jinshi and Mao Mao flirting, Mao Mao realizes that Gao Shan is also present, ultimately forced to explain what happened to her 3 verdigris sisters. Returning to being an apothecary, Mao Mao begins working at the verdigris house, recounting her life over the past year, being kidnapped, sold off, promoted, and finally fired. Just then, Granny appears, asking if she can help out with a patient, only to head to wash off. Spotting Granny join her, Mao Mao notes how the brothel and the rear palace are quite similar, promising to pay off her debt, but unsure what the future entails. That night, Mao Mao struggles to fall asleep, telling her dad that she needs to get some fresh air, heading into the garden, only to reminisce about her time in the rear palace, all whilst it begins to snow. The next day, Jinshur arrives at the verdigrease house, offering Granny a huge amount of gold, along with a strange insect, all in exchange for Mao Mao. Flashing back, we see Jinshur sitting with the emperor, asking Jinshur to personally attend to his garden. Knowing how cunning the emperor is, Jinshur notes how he can barely outperform a regular person with intellect and martial arts, but he's grateful to be given looks more beautiful than any other. Being offered some wine by the emperor, Jinshur gulps down the cup of wine, accepting the emperor's offer to manage the rear palace. Cutting to the present, we see Mimi gifting Mao Mao all sorts of accessories, but Mao Mao notes how she doesn't have to look all nice to go to work. Scolding Mao Mao, Mimi states that Mao Mao should at least put in a little effort, as Mimi believes that she has to show gratitude for such an opportunity. Mao Mao thinks about how Mimi can basically retire with no worries, but her popularity as a courtesan persists, as Mimi is very intellectual, able to entertain customers through song, chess, and go. Just then, Perrin and Joka arrive. Joka wishes Mao Mao the best with her new job, but they also ask that Mao Mao send them some wealthy customers as well. As Mao Mao begins heading through the streets of town at night, she begins thinking about how she was lured in by the caterpillar fungus Jinshur had offered her. But Mao Mao also feels bad for leaving her father again. Mao Mao notes how her father did say he would allow her to do whatever she wants. But as Mao Mao heads back home, she greets her father, who is shocked at all the items she got from the verdigrease princesses. Wondering how she'll bring her mortar, pestle, and notebook, Mao Mao's father notes how Mao Mao isn't a doctor, and by carrying around those heavy-duty items, it'll seem like Mao Mao is plotting something. Seeing as tomorrow is the big day, Mao Mao and her father head to sleep, with Mao Mao scooching close to her father. Seeing Mao Mao guilty for leaving, Mao Mao's father reassures Mao Mao that she can return anytime she wants, knowing that her father, her granny along with her 3 big sisters will be waiting for her. With the big day arriving, Jinshur is shocked to see Mao Mao being delivered by Granny and the 3 verdigrease princesses. But before Mao Mao leaves, Granny reminds Mao Mao to bring back wealthy guests. With Mao Mao entering a carriage with Jinshur, Mao Mao blames Jinshur for drawing so much attention. But before Jinshur can say anything, he gets nervous, choosing to ride in silence. As they reach the rear palace gates, Jinshur spots Mao Mao catching the eyes of fellow guards, asking Mao Mao to put back on the freckles while she's working. At the same time, we see a man playing Go all by himself. Learning that Jinshur had recently bought a courtesan, intrigued that the lady was from the verdigrease house. Upon reaching their destination, Jinshur is very protective of Mao Mao, revealing that Mao Mao will be working at Jinshur's house. Gaoshan explains that since Mao Mao was fired from the rear palace, Mao Mao will now be working in the outer court, compared to the rear palace, which is considered the inner court. Upon entering the premises, an older lady helps take Jinshur's jacket, introducing herself as Surian, Jinshur's attendant, explaining that she has heard of Xiao Mao, Mao Mao's supposed alias. Showing Mao Mao around, Surian states that there are 2 separate buildings and that one building has an office and the other is the personal residence. Surian mentions Jinshur as a young master, piquing Mao Mao's interest, but as Mao Mao is shown her room, she notes how luxurious her room is, especially for a servant like her. Speaking to Jinshur, Jinshur states that Mao Mao won't be a servant and instead would like Mao Mao to take the court lady exam. With no other option, Mao Mao wakes up early the next day, applying her freckles makeup, along with wearing her newly cotton garment, heading outside. Upon spotting some smoke nearby, Mao Mao heads to greet Surian, offering to help cook breakfast, but Surian reassures Mao Mao she's almost done. Mao Mao learns that there aren't any other attendants, as Surian is quite strict on the type of food Jinshur gets served, shocked to hear that the previous attendants hired ultimately didn't last. As Surian tells Mao Mao horror stories of past attendants, Mao Mao heads to help wake up Jinshur, amazed at the wasted potential of Jinshur's beauty. Just then, Jinshur offers Mao Mao a different room, but Mao Mao is curious why the sudden offer, spotting Gaoshan trying to tell her something. Asking for a room with a stable and a well nearby. Jinshur unfortunately can't provide stables, but we cut to later that day. As Mao Mao and Gaoshan walk through the palace, Mao Mao notes how Jinshur is actually quite busy, always wandering around the rear palace. But as Mao Mao and Gaoshan head through the palace, Gaoshan asks Mao Mao to avoid other military officers at all cost. Being led around the outer palace, Mao Mao struggles to remember all the locations, ultimately stopped by the Director of Waters, the department responsible for rivers, demand, and water projects. Checking out the area, Mao Mao notes the lack of herbs in the outer palace, noting that it must have been her father that planted herbs in the rear palace. Gaoshan reminds Mao Mao to stay focused, as she'll be working in the outer palace when she becomes a court lady. Upon returning to Jinshur's home, Mao Mao spots Surian cutting up some charcoal and is asked to deliver the charcoal to Jinshur. Upon entering his office, Mao Mao is amazed as Jinshur's office is filled with top-class items, wondering how high up Jinshur truly is. As Mao Mao leaves Jinshur's office, she spots several court ladies eyeing her down, reasoning that it's quite normal to check out the new girl. Apparently, the court ladies in the outer palace are far more qualified and educated compared to the female officials in the rear palace, explaining the arrogance of the court ladies. As Mao Mao stops to clean a dirty spot on the palace walls, the court ladies walk up to Mao Mao, demanding to know why Jinshi was assigned such a frail-looking girl. Thinking of a way to resolve things, Mao Mao utters that they're simply jealous of her, but this gets Mao Mao slapped. Seeing she was being too vague, Mao Mao states that she knows the court girls fear that Jinshi has a peculiar taste for underdeveloped girls like Mao Mao, irritating the girls as Mao Mao is reading their minds. When one of the court ladies asks for the exact reason for Jinshi hiring Mao Mao, Mao Mao unveils her left arm, disgusting the ladies, as Mao Mao was performing various experiments on her arm recently. As the court ladies leave, Mao Mao realizes Jinshi was listening in on their conversation, checking to see if Mao Mao has been studying, but Mao Mao simply sneaks away to do some chores. With Mao Mao studying all night, she gets distracted easily, ultimately leading up to exam day, where Jinshi is disappointed to see Mao Mao had failed the exam. Now assigned as Jinshi's personal servant, Mao Mao goes on a walk through the palace, noticing a particular alleyway with various herbs, ultimately heading towards a large green hill. Before Mao Mao can head towards the hill, Mao Mao is hit on the head by a court lady, instructing Mao Mao to not proceed beyond this area. As the court lady leaves, Mao Mao smells sandalwood, mixed with another bitter smell emanating from the court lady. Mao Mao realizes that the location ahead belongs to the military, but at the same time, we see a man smirking, having spotted Mao Mao from afar. Several days later, we see that the new pure consort has arrived, dressed elegantly as she passes through the palace's snow-filled location. With the pure consort heading to her room, we see that Gyokyu is happy to hear that Mao Mao is back in the palace. But at the same time, we see Mao Mao planting various herbs in the outer palace to liven up the place. Just then, Surian appears, calmly reminding Mao Mao to clean up the office, prompting Mao Mao to apologize, rushing off to fulfill her duties. Cutting to Jinshi, we see him confused to see messages from both Li Hua and Gyokyu. But just then Mao Mao enters his office. Jinshi asks if Mao Mao has heard of the new pure consort that was set to replace Aduo, but Mao Mao admits she hasn't, which Jinshi reveals that Mao Mao has been requested to educate the new pure consort. When Mao Mao calls Jinshi out for joking around, Jinshi reveals that Li Hua and Gyokyu had recommended Mao Mao to be the teacher, which Mao Mao can't refuse. Immediately packing her stuff, Mao Mao notes how she's being paid pretty well, thanks to her granny bargaining for higher pay. Getting an idea, Mao Mao tries to up the price for her teacher fees, but Surian intervenes, stopping Mao Mao from scamming Jinshi. Seeing Jinshi curious about all her belongings, Mao Mao growls at Jinshi, stopping him from snooping around. With Gaoshan offering to help Mao Mao wheel all her belongings, Mao Mao states that she will carry everything herself, setting off to the rear palace with Gaoshan and Jinshi. With a nostalgic feeling re-entering the rear palace, Mao Mao is still amazed at how Jinshi is with the ladies, but seeing as there are too many ladies around, Jinshi charmingly asks everyone to leave. Seeing as Mao Mao will be holding a meeting for only the concubines, Mao Mao stops Jinshi and Gaoshan from attending her lesson, barely able to push Jinshi out of the room. Finally, in front of the high-ranking concubines, Mao Mao is happy to see Gyokyu and Hongyang are well. Mao Mao also sympathizes with Li Shu being nervous, but is also impressed that Lady Li Hua has made a full recovery since she last saw her. Finally is the new pure consort, Lady Lulan, seemingly wearing a flashy southern-style dress. Getting right down to business, Mao Mao begins her lesson to help the ladies out, handing out copies of books and various items. As Mao Mao begins her lesson, we see Gyokyu is giddy, Li Hua is flustered, Li Shu is shocked, and Lulan is bored. With several hours passing, we see Jinshi outside, trying to listen in on Mao Mao's lesson, but suddenly Mao Mao leaves the room, realizing that Jinshi was trying to peep on her lesson. Checking in on the concubines, Jinshi is surprised to see the various expressions on the ladies, but Mao Mao reiterates that she simply shared knowledge that should be kept between ladies. Happy to see that Gyokyu and Li Hua are at least happy, Mao Mao locks eyes with Lulan for a second, but Lulan simply turns away, leaving for now. That night, we see Mao Mao collapse in her bed, tired from all her duties today. Just then, Mao Mao hears a massive explosion, springing out of bed, but realizes Surian will scold her if she leaves, so Mao Mao chooses to stay in bed. At the scene, we see a man calling out to Master Locken, who is inspecting the explosion, seemingly hiding something. The next day, Mao Mao helps clean up Jinshi's office, taking piles of paper to burn near the military office, but suddenly is thankful that Gaoshan and Jinshi have given her some extra layer of clothing. Heading around the rear palace, Mao Mao notes how it's such a shame that no medicinal herbs are being grown, making it her goal to plant herbs beside the already existing dandelions and mugworts. Getting distracted by various other plants, Mao Mao spots Lahaku from afar, rushing to greet him. Noticing he has a different belt color, Mao Mao realizes that Lahaku doesn't know she was fired from the rear palace, but commends Lahaku for working hard to get promoted in order to visit parent again. Mao Mao reveals that, in order to spend a night with Perrin, a commoner must fork over half of their annual salary. But since Lahaka couldn't afford Perrin, Lahaku had been sitting down to have tea with other ladies, hoping to catch a glance of Perrin. Noticing the destroyed building, Mao Mao learns that the massive noise was due to a fire last night, and Lahaku has been sent out to investigate. As Mao Mao walks closer to investigate, she learns that no one was injured in the fire, only to observe the fire had spread to adjacent buildings. With the various scattered shrapnel, Mao Mao realizes this must be an intentional attack, noting that the occasional barbarian attack against the Emperor's property is plausible. Inside the burnt building, Mao Mao spots a burnt potato, realizing the building must have stored food. Seeing something shiny, Mao Mao heads over to pick up a smoking pipe, but is suddenly scolded by Lahaku for snooping around. Putting things together, Mao Mao realizes something, escaping from Lahaku's grip, only to run across to the building in front of the burnt building. Upon confirming that this building also stores food, Mao Mao asks if she can make use of various items and tools, wanting to test out a hypothesis. Constructing a wooden box, Mao Mao fills the box with flour, asking for some water, along with everyone to be careful. As Mao Mao lights a flame, she reminds Lahaku that the experiment will be dangerous, but Lahaku doesn't believe Mao Mao. As Mao Mao tosses the flame into the box, a small explosion suddenly encases Lahaku, who is splashed with water to avoid burns. Mao Mao reveals that airborne flowers when ignited will cause a massive explosion, deducing that someone must have snuck into the storage room to have a quick smoke, unknowingly creating a massive explosion. Amazed that Mao Mao knows all of this, Mao Mao states that she had done something similar when she was younger, but Mao Mao is more worried of Lahaku catching a cold, asking Lahaku to visit her father for some medicine if he visits the Verdigris house again. That night, Mao Mao realizes that the steel pipe she found must have belonged to a high-ranking noble, choosing to clean it up and keep it for now. At the same time, we see a man crying that he is worthy too, but off to the side a mysterious man observes the crying man. The next day, we see several eunuchs chatting about how Lahaku had figured out the reason for the explosion in the storage room, but they all note how there are rumors that a servant girl was the one who solved it, believing she belongs to Jinshur. Just then, Lakan appears, having been sleeping nearby, asking if the men could tell him more about the rumors. That night, we cut to Mao Mao doing some housekeeping, only to run into Gaoshan, who asks Mao Mao to look at a scroll. The scroll is apparently about a poisoning that occurred 10 years ago, involving the poisonous pufferfish. Dreaming of the day she gets to taste pufferfish, Gaoshan offers to take her to a shop, piquing Mao Mao's interest. Gaoshan reveals that recently a colleague had asked for advice regarding a similar event that occurred recently, involving a high-ranking bureaucrat who ate a pufferfish and is now in a coma. Wondering if she should be hearing this top-secret information, Gaoshan is happy to share, trusting that Mao Mao will keep everything a secret. Continuing, Mao Mao double-checks that the bureaucrat was poisoned upon eating the flesh of the pufferfish. Strange, as the poison normally resides in its guts. Gaoshan corrects Mao Mao, as there are cases of poisoning upon eating a pufferfish's flesh, making Mao Mao reassess all the evidence. Mao Mao notes how both cases of pufferfish poisoning had chefs that didn't intend on using the pufferfish, and both victims were food connoisseurs, both loving raw fish, especially pufferfish. In both cases, the guts of the pufferfish was found intact, and cooks stated that pufferfish was never served to the victims, but the symptoms of the victims matches those from the poison of a pufferfish. Since there is no way to conclude anything, Mao Mao asks if Gaoshan can gather more information, watching as Gaoshan leaves. Mao Mao notes how it's common to have food sit in the trash for a few days, meaning the cooks don't seem to be lying. But just then Jinshur appears, scaring Mao Mao. Jinshur asks what Mao Mao is thinking of, all while Surian dries Jinshur's hair, but needing space to think Mao Mao leaves. The next morning, Gaoshan hands Mao Mao one of the chef's recipe books, confirming that the instructions seem to be relatively normal. Gaoshan mentions how the dish containing fish and vegetables have different vinegar mixtures, but Mao Mao reasons the vinegar mixture changes depending on the type of fish and vegetable. Unable to figure out a solution, Mao Mao suddenly spots Jinshur curious about the case as well, forced to allow Jinshur to sit in on their conversation. Mao Mao learns that the bureaucrat poisoning happened a week ago, believing the vegetables used must have been radish or carrots, but upon hearing that the vegetable used was seaweed, Mao Mao smirks, asking to inspect the kitchen. Quietly walking through the palace, Mao Mao greets Basin, quietly following Basin into the carriage. Basin states that once they arrive at the kitchen, the servants will show Mao Mao around, impressing Mao Mao as Gaoshan was able to arrange a visit so quickly. Glancing at Basin, Mao Mao notes that Basin looks familiar but brushes it aside. Upon arriving into the kitchen, Mao Mao gets to work inspecting the area, but just then an angry man marches into the kitchen, demanding that everyone leave. Intervening, Basin states that they've been granted permission to inspect the kitchen, calming down the man, who is revealed to be the poisoned bureaucrat's younger brother. Getting back to work, Mao Mao notices that the cooks washed all the tools and kept their kitchen clean, but spots several vases on the shelf. Upon opening a vase, Mao Mao smirks, learning that the vase stores seaweed that is the bureaucrat's favorite food item. With the younger brother nagging everyone to leave, Mao Mao gives in, heading back into the carriage with Basin. Basin asks why Mao Mao left so easily, but Mao Mao reveals she stole some of the seaweed, finding it weird that the seaweed is able to be preserved for so long. Mao Mao hints at the fact that the seaweed must be imported from somewhere south, asking Basin to investigate where the seaweed came from. A couple hours later, Basin reports to Jinshi and Mao Mao that the seaweed was indeed not the chef's regular seaweed, but the chef still used the imported seaweed, believing it isn't poisonous. Mao Mao reveals that poisonous foods can initially start out poisonous, but after some process can become edible. An example is that eels are originally poisonous, but after draining their blood or cooking them, they become edible. Same case is true for this imported seaweed, as it needs to be soaked in lime water first. Having one pure batch of seaweed and one batch soaked in lime water, Mao Mao munches on the pure batch first, but Gao Shun and Jinshi feed Mao Mao the emetic agent to force Mao Mao to throw up. Moving on, Mao Mao states that the issue is the person that imported an irregular food item that no one is used to, meaning the poisonous seaweed was the culprit. But so is the person who imported the seaweed. Several hours later, Gao Shun reveals to Mao Mao that the younger brother of the bureaucrat was the one that imported the poisonous seaweed, revealed to have hated his older brother for getting all the attention. Mao Mao finds it weird that a man would have stumbled onto something so dangerous, but learns that the younger brother learnt of the poisonous food through a mysterious man at a tavern. Back to house chores. Mao Mao is sad that she didn't get to try the poisonous seaweed, but is reminded of the insect mushrooms Jinshi had gifted her, wondering if she should make an alcohol or a pill. Just happy to have access to such rare items, Mao Mao gleefully greets Jinshi, but Jinshi is clearly weirded out, hitting his head on a pillar to calm down. Sitting down, Jinshi reveals that he is quite busy, but worst of all there is a man annoying him. Jinshi states that that man is a high-ranking military official that comes from a wealthy family, but is past his 40s and hasn't married yet. Jinshi states that the man is only interested in go, shogi, and stepping in on other people's business. But hearing all of this, Mao Mao realizes something, choosing to suppress her thoughts for now. The next day, Mao Mao is seen pondering on the strange man Jinshi told her about. But following Jinshi, we see that Locken is the man giving Jinshi issues. Jinshi deduces that Locken is wondering why Jinshi bought a courtesan like Mao Mao. But Locken begins rambling on about a verdigris girl that he used to play go and shogi with. Curious as to who the girl was, Locken ignores Jinshi's question, stating that he was tempted to purchase the verdigris courtesan, but other men outbid him. Locken states that the courtesan treated everyone equally, revealing that he could never forget about her, uttering that he used a dirty trick to devalue the expensive courtesan. Before Locken reveals what he did, Locken asks about Mao Mao, having heard that Mao Mao is quite smart. Locken mentions how he had a metalworker friend that passed away recently, adding that the metalworker had 3 kids, but wasn't able to teach the kids their trade secrets before they passed away. Instead, the metalworker left behind a confusing will, asking if Mao Mao could help him solve the metalworker's secrets. With no other choice, Jinshi asks for more details, all whilst Mao Mao notices a storm is brewing. Later that day, Mao Mao sits before Jinshi, noting that Jinshi looks more bothered than usual. Apologizing for the inconvenience, Jinshi tells Mao Mao about a metalworker that had passed away without telling his sons his techniques that only the metalworker would know. Intrigued, Mao Mao continues listening, prompting Jinshi to reveal that the metalworker had 3 sons that were all the metalworker's apprentices as well. Apparently, the metalworker had assigned a shack to the oldest son, the furniture to the second son, and a fishbowl to the youngest. Additionally, there was a final note, asking all 3 sons to have a tea party, which both Mao Mao and Jinshi acknowledge is very strange. Jinshi mentions how the sons don't know what it means either, which makes Mao Mao try to find a link between the shack, furniture, and fishbowl. Seeing as the value of item goes in descending order, Mao Mao asks more details on each item, but Jinshi admits that he has no idea, instead handing Mao Mao the address Locken had provided, weirding Mao Mao out as it's like Jinshi read her mind. Asking for some time off, Mao Mao meets Basin, who once again instructs Mao Mao to behave and not step out of place. With Mao Mao and Basin keeping the chatting to a minimum, they head to the address, greeting a man who shows Mao Mao and Basin around the home, telling Mao Mao that the owner used to collect strange materials. The man takes Mao Mao and Basin to the main house, revealing that the shack is used as a tea house for the craftsmen. Upon entering the main house, Mao Mao greets the 2 older brothers, realizing the man showing them around was the youngest brother, but both Mao Mao and Basin notice the room's furniture is arranged weirdly. Seeing everything placed in the middle of the room, Mao Mao notes how the table strangely brings everything together, but spots a nicely crafted chest of drawers. Inspecting the drawer, Mao Mao sees fancy metal work around the corners, 3 rows on the top drawer, a keyhole in the second row with a different metal, but also notices that the drawer is bolted onto the ground. Just then, the second son warns Mao Mao to not touch his furniture, prompting Mao Mao to promise not to touch anything. Upon seeing the calm expression on the eldest son, Mao Mao wonders why a window is placed so high up in the room, completely ruined by the chestnut tree obstructing the sun from getting in. Suddenly, Mao Mao realizes that there is an imprint on the furniture, wondering what is missing. Just then, the eldest son demands to know if Basin and Mao Mao can truly figure out what their father left behind, but Mao Mao signals to Basin to ask for more information from the three brothers. The eldest son reiterates that he was left behind the shack. The second eldest was left the chest of drawers, and the youngest was given a glass fishbowl, an item that Mao Mao knows is quite expensive, having expected it to be made of ceramic or wood. Speaking up, the second son berates his father for also leaving him a useless key that doesn't work on the keyhole in the second row, nor any other keyholes on the drawer. Agreeing, the eldest son is annoyed he can't get the second son's chest out of his shack, but hearing his two older brothers talk bad about their father, the youngest son tries to interject. Sadly, the two older brothers talk over the youngest son, stating that the youngest is lucky to even be given an item that he can sell, but hearing all of this, Mao Mao can't help but feel sad for the youngest son. Suddenly, their mother appears, ordering the oldest sons to stop being negative, apologizing to Basin and Mao Mao, only to serve everyone some tea. Mao Mao realizes that the brothers have a set position in the room, perfectly allowing the sun to hit the chest in a few minutes, but Mao Mao notices that there is no sun damage on the chest. Realizing something, Mao Mao gets up and heads over to the drawer, noticing something is stuck in the drawer's keyhole. Seeing Basin following her around, Mao Mao realizes Basin looks like Gao Shan, but turns to the second brother, learning that the drawer used to open and that there is only one key. The second son also mentions that their father said whatever is inside will break if the sons force the lock open, giving Mao Mao enough pieces to begin thinking. Reevaluating all the information the brothers had given her, Mao Mao stumbles onto a possible solution, asking the youngest if the fishbowl was originally placed near the window. The youngest son confirms that the fishbowl did indeed sit in front of the window, and even had a fish, as during winter the fish would be placed in front of the window to keep warm. Mao Mao rushes off to fetch some water, filling the fishbowl with some liquids, only to turn the markings on the fishbowl inwards. Just then, a concentrated beam of light shines across the room, perfectly burning whatever is clogging the keyhole of the drawer. With the sun now retreating behind the chestnut tree, the beam of light disappears. Smelling something strange from the drawer keyhole, Mao Mao asks the second son to open the chest drawer, confirming that the metalworker suffered from persistent anemia, stomach aches, nausea, and depression. Taking out the middle drawer, Mao Mao spots a key, realizing that the beam of light must have melted a piece of metal and reshaped it into a usable key. Using the key to open the remaining drawers, Mao Mao recognizes the material from when the youngest son gave her a tour, but the second and oldest son are complaining that they don't know what is happening. Mao Mao sees that the youngest knows what one of the metals are, being a mixture of lead and tin, reminding Mao Mao of a time when she tried to copy her father's medicine, but ended up poisoning herself. Mao Mao wonders if the youngest son knows what his father was truly trying to convey, knowing that solder will melt faster than other metals, noticing that 2 of the 3 pieces of metal are lead and tin. Mao Mao wonders if they need to mix the 3 metals together, wondering if the metal's melting points are quite low, also realizing if the shape of the drawers represent the ratio of each metal to be melted together. Annoyed at these random items, the second and oldest brother begin to storm off, but the youngest brother speaks up, stating that he believes their father wants the 3 of them to work together. The oldest brother reminds the youngest that their father only cared about the youngest, but the youngest reveals that their father always believed the eldest son to be reliable and accurate, whilst the second son was always good with people. With nothing else to do, Mao Mao and Basin take their leave. But before Mao Mao leaves, Mao Mao tells the youngest son to visit her father if he ever gets ill. Several days later, Locken thanks Jinshi for the intel, but Jinshi knows that Locken already figured out what the metalworker wanted for their sons. Apparently, the youngest son will take over their father's craftsmanship, whilst the oldest will focus on bookkeeping and the second son will focus on getting more clients. Jinshi wonders what Mao Mao did to convince the brothers to begin working together, but can't help but wonder what Locken is planning, as Locken utters that talent shouldn't be hidden away. Jinshi actually agrees with Locken's statement, noting how Locken was able to find talent and climb the ranks. Changing topics, Jinshi asks to know the remaining part of the courtesan story, but Locken utters that he should find out for himself. As Locken leaves, Gao Shun personally asks Jinshi something, but as we cut to later that night, Jinshi is seen asking Mao Mao to apply makeup on him. With Swearin leaving Mao Mao and Jinshi alone, Mao Mao notes how Jinshi doesn't need makeup to appear more beautiful, joking that Jinshi would topple a nation and seduce everyone if he were any more beautiful. Stating that he's serious, Jinshi asks Mao Mao to make him less beautiful, asking Mao Mao to give him freckles. Happy to help, Mao Mao reveals that she mixes dried clay with oil, but as Jinshi tries mixing a mixture for his face, he learns that the lacquer chemical can permanently change his looks. Hearing that Jinshi wants to become a commoner, Mao Mao says that she can help out, staying up late and creating multiple mixtures that can help with Jinshi's disguise. The next morning, Mao Mao visits Jinshi, jealous to see that Jinshi is gorgeous. asking Jinshi once again if he wants to disguise his beauty. With Jinshi reiterating that he wants a disguise, Mao Mao leans in close, sniffing Jinshi's hands, surprising Jinshi, Gaoshun, and Swearin. Mao Mao states that Jinshi smells like expensive incense, and his outfit still imply that Jinshi is a noble of some sort. Surprised that Mao Mao can detect his faint incense, Mao Mao reveals that she is capable of detecting smells from medicinal and poisonous herbs. Additionally, Mao Mao adds that at the brothel, customers are defined through their scents, with rich people being covered in multiple scents, but usually very sexually active. Whereas on the other hand, those with more potent smells are poor as they usually can't afford showers. Therefore, most new visitors are told to leave. Turning to Gaoshun, Mao Mao asks Gaoshun for some clothes that haven't been washed yet. Next, Mao Mao mixes oil and salt to help roughen up Jinshi's luscious hair. As Mao Mao applies the oil and salt to Jinshi's hair, Mao Mao follows up by tying Jinshi's hair with a piece of throwaway cloth, reasoning that commoners use whatever they can. With Gaoshun returning with some dirty clothes, Mao Mao nonchalantly confirms that the clothes will work, asking Jinshi to take off his clothes. As Jinshi unveils his muscular body, Mao Mao is impressed at Jinshi's well-proportioned body, asking Swearin and Gaoshun to wrap Jinshi with some towels to make Jinshi's body less perfect. Having finished stuffing Jinshi's body, Mao Mao moves on to changing Jinshi's face, beginning to apply several dye mixtures to darken Jinshi's complexion. Inspecting Jinshi's face, Mao Mao is jealous at Jinshi's hairless and poreless face, wondering what Jinshi would look like with feminine makeup. Taking out the lipstick that Mimi gifted her, Mao Mao gives Jinshi some makeup, but seeing Jinshi's expression, everyone is glad that Jinshi's beauty is hidden from most people. Back on track, Mao Mao adds random blotches to Jinshi's face, along with eye bags and various moles. Additional blotches are added around Jinshi's body and under Jinshi's fingernails, but seeing Jinshi's masculine hands, Mao Mao realizes Jinshi has calloused hands, most likely from wielding a sword. Next, Mao Mao unveils a potent mixture, asking Jinshi to drink it in order to change his voice, as the drink is made from several irritants. Finally, Mao Mao asks Jinshi to stuff his cheeks with cotton to change his face structure, revealing Jinshi's new look, but Mao Mao is still amazed that Jinshi is quite good looking, even after all of her hard work. Cleaning up all her tools, Mao Mao mentions how she's heading home to visit her family, but gets scared seeing Gaoshun smiling. Gaoshun reveals that Jinshi will be accompanying her home, but utters that having Gaoshun or Swearin accompany Jinshi would make Jinshi stand out, asking Mao Mao to accompany Jinshi. Trying to come up with any excuse she can, Mao Mao is cornered by Swearin, offering to disguise Mao Mao herself. With no other choice, Jinshi and Mao Mao travel by carriage, with Mao Mao occasionally giving Jinshi pointers on how to look more common. With Mao Mao so gracefully dressed, Jinshi asks Mao Mao to call him Jinka, and Jinshi will address Mao Mao as lady, seeing as Swearin lent Mao Mao her daughter's prestigious dresses. With Gaoshun dropping the two off with a map, they both begin exploring the town, all whilst Mao Mao wonders if Jinshi could have blended with a woman's disguise. Asking where they're heading, Mao Mao learns that Jinshi wants to meet up with a colleague outside the Pleasure District, but at the same time we see that Basin has been instructed to secretly watch over the two, but Jinshi has already found out Basin is following them. As Mao Mao and Jinshi continue through town, Mao Mao gets distracted by some lovely-looking vegetables, wondering if she can boil the vegetables with some chicken, but is reminded by Jinshi to keep up the disguise. Sad that she can't make a meal for her dad, Mao Mao notes how sad that a genius like her father doesn't care about money, probably able to earn a good living with his skills, but chooses to live in a shack. With Mao Mao deep in thought, Jinshi grows agitated, asking Mao Mao why she is so quiet. Mao Mao wonders if they should chat for a bit, but gets distracted by a familiar smell, running off to buy some chicken skewers. With Mao Mao graciously offering Jinshi a skewer, they both head into an alley, where Mao Mao begins savoring the nostalgic taste. With Jinshi joining in, he remarks that the skewers remind him of his time in camp, something Mao Mao knows only soldiers go through, wondering what Jinshi was like in the past. With Jinshi thoroughly enjoying the skewers and Basin jealously watching nearby, we cut back to Gaoshun, who has returned back to the palace, greeting Swearin, who is on the floor. Swearin asks Gaoshun to not touch a suitcase, having covered it with a persimmon smell, which Gaoshun knows is filled with toys Jinshi used to play with. Swearin reminisces on how Jinshi would always cling to a single toy, never wanting to let it go, but is impressed that Jinshi has now found a new toy to obsess over. Seeing the sun setting, Jinshi spots Mao Mao picking up the pace, accusing Mao Mao of wanting to leave him, which Mao Mao secretly admits, wanting to head back to buy some vegetables and chicken. Getting serious, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao is happy in the palace, prompting Mao Mao to mention how she is definitely grateful to be given an interesting job, but Mao Mao still worries about her father, saying that he adopted her. Jinshi wonders what's so impressive about Mao Mao's father, letting Mao Mao brag about how her father had studied both Eastern and Western medicine, shocking Jinshi as only talented people get to study abroad. Since only people acknowledged by the Empire get to study abroad, Jinshi wonders why Mao Mao's father works in the Pleasure District, shocked to hear that Mao Mao's father was unlucky and became an eunuch. Realizing something, Jinshur wonders where he had heard of a talented apothecary turned eunuch before, but at the same time, Mao Mao checks their map, realizing their destination is a restaurant just up ahead. Seeing several ladies clinging onto wealthy men nearby, Mao Mao realizes why Jinshur needed a disguise, uttering that Jinshur could have just come to the pleasure district instead. Seeing as Mao Mao has caught on, Jinshur asks if Mao Mao can tell him the names of the frequent customers at the verdigris house, but upon hearing that Mao Mao can't tell him due to customer privacy, Jinshur boldly asks Mao Mao how someone can devalue a courtesan. Insulted by Jinshur's question, Mao Mao gives in, mentioning that there are multiple ways, since all girls are trained even when they are still servants. Afterwards, the girls are split into beautiful and non-beautiful, with the less fortunate having to sell their bodies. The beautiful and talented are given more opportunities to learn and grow, ultimately skyrocketing their value as a lady, until the day they are bought. Mao Mao reveals that a courtesan's value is based on their purity, meaning the less pure drop in value in a pregnancy will completely devalue a courtesan. Having told Jinshur everything she can, Mao Mao leaves, only to be stopped by Jinshur, but Mao Mao utters that if she joins Jinshur into the restaurant, Jinshur's plan will be ruined. With Jinshur letting Mao Mao go, Mao Mao notes how she was able to hide her emotions, spotting Jinshur enter the restaurant. That night, Mao Mao has a nightmare of a disheveled lady, holding a child down, seemingly ready to slay the child. Waking up, Mao Mao wonders if the nightmare was when she was a child, but blames Jinshur for making her remember. As Mao Mao and her father have breakfast, Mao Mao's father asks Mao Mao to visit the verdigris house for him, prompting Mao Mao to head to the verdigris house, greeting some of the workers. Having not seen Mao Mao in a while, one of the male workers notes how he's impressed that Mao Mao is so busy, but just then Perrin is seen arguing with someone, only to rush towards Mao Mao, happy to see that Mao Mao has visiting. Seeing Granny storming after Perrin, Mao Mao states that Perrin seems busy as well, watching as Perrin and Granny argue. Quietly sneaking off, Mao Mao heads to a separate building nearby, worrying Granny and Perrin. Quietly heading into a building, Mao Mao greets the lady inside, revealing that the lady used to chase her off, but is now comfortable with Mao Mao bringing her medicine. Knowing that the lady is suffering from an illness, Mao Mao feeds the lady some of her dad's medicine, worried that the medicine won't even help relieve the lady's pain. Cutting to Granny, we see her worried that a customer has appeared again, asking for Mimi to keep the customer busy. At the same time, Mao Mao thinks about how popular the verdigris house is today, as the verdigris house used to be a place of shame with most courtesans catching syphilis due to unsafe practices. Apparently, Mao Mao's father had tried to warn and cure those affected by syphilis, but Granny and the courtesans didn't want a random eunuch to touch them, ultimately allowing rashes to grow on those affected by the disease. The lady in this room was one of the victims, locked away from society, which is better than being thrown away. As Mao Mao begins tidying up the room for some fresh air, Mao Mao is told by another servant girl that a man is currently visiting, and Mao Mao is to not leave this room. With Mao Mao understanding the situation, Mao Mao notes how that man is dangerous, but suddenly sees the lady sit up, only to begin placing random rocks in a sort of pattern. As Mao Mao sits in the room waiting for the man to leave, Mimi is seen entering the room, happy to report that the man is gone, but sadly tells Mao Mao that she is getting an offer again. With Mao Mao and Mimi heading back, Mao Mao wonders how Mimi can speak to such a strange man, but Mimi notes how as long as the man pays, she's happy to serve him. As Mimi and Mao Mao head to a nearby bathhouse, Mimi wonders if she should take retirement seriously, which Mao Mao notes that retirement age for courtesans is around 30, and Mimi is not even 30 yet. As the two relax in the bath, Mao Mao hears that Mimi plans to stay a courtesan for a little while longer, curious as to whether Mimi is in love or not. Mao Mao thinks to herself about the last time she felt love, but Mimi suddenly offers to scrub her back, followed by the other verdigris princesses joining them. Several days later, we see that Jinshur has returned home, shocked by the types of things offered to him in the pleasure district. Visiting Mao Mao, Jinshur hands Mao Mao a gift from Lakan, asking Mao Mao to share the gift with Swerin. Cutting their conversation short, Mao Mao heads to work, but Swerin notices that Jinshur and Mao Mao seem to be on bad terms. That evening, Swerin tells Mao Mao they will be having a vegetarian dinner, reminding Mao Mao to not eat any meat or fish. Seeing Mao Mao distracted, Swerin asks Mao Mao to stop hiding weird plants in the warehouse, wondering why she doesn't ask Jinshur for a place to store the plants. Mao Mao reiterates that she is a servant, which Swerin respects, as Mao Mao clearly knows where she stands, but reminds Mao Mao that at the end of the day, everyone is human, and if Mao Mao separates humans based on status, Mao Mao could miss opportunities in the future. Getting back to work, Swerin asks Mao Mao to pick up some things for her, prompting Mao Mao to head to the palace's pharmacy, a place that Mao Mao only dreamt of visiting. Seeing hundreds of cabinets, Mao Mao wonders if she could quickly snoop through each cabinet, but suddenly hears someone calling out to her. Realizing that it was the court lady from several days ago, Mao Mao says that she's here to pick up some stuff, but suddenly a man calls out to the lady Swerin. Swerin reveals that she's here to restock the medicine in the guardhouse, which Mao Mao realizes explains why she smelt like medicine when they met near the guardhouse, since she works there. Seeing Suere glare at her, Mao Mao simply waits for Suere to leave, overhearing the man utter that he feels bad for a court lady to be running errands, but rushes back to fetch Mao Mao's items. As Mao Mao heads back with the items Sueren requested, Mao Mao wonders who Jinshi truly is, seeing that he is always busy, constantly taking long baths and burning incense, along with eating vegetarian food. Mao Mao wonders if Jinshi is associated with some sort of ritual, even though he's a eunuch, making Mao Mao wonder if Jinshi was made a eunuch like her father. At the same time, we see Jinshi stating that it makes sense that Mao Mao is so knowledgeable due to her father being a doctor, but Gaoshun states that he's never heard of such a skilled doctor-turned-eunuch that used to work in the palace. Just then, Lakan barges in, offering to continue their conversation from before, glaring at Jinshi. Jinshi reveals that he knows Lakan's dirty tricks, but Lakan fires back stating that Jinshi stole what he was after, having spent a lot of time and is willing to pay whatever to get his prize back. Glaring back, Jinshi states that he refuses, shocked to hear that Lakan also knows who Jinshi truly is, but Jinshi is pissed knowing that Lakan is Mao Mao's true father by blood. With a smirk, Lakan leaves, asking Jinshi to tell Mao Mao he'll be visiting sometime. That evening, Jinshi runs into Mao Mao, telling Mao Mao that Lakan wants to meet Mao Mao, but seeing Mao Mao glare at him, Jinshi says he'll turn down Lakan's offer. With Mao Mao sad to see that Jinshi knows she is related to Lakan, Mao Mao heads for the flower hill near the guardhouse, distracted as there are so many herbs on the hill. Suddenly, Suere appears with a scythe, demanding to know what Mao Mao is doing here. Defusing the situation, Mao Mao says she's here to visit, prompting Suere to kneel down beside Mao Mao, telling Mao Mao to be careful to not visit this hill too often. Seeing Suere quietly pull out weeds, Mao Mao wonders what Suere is planting. But upon hearing that Suere has a herb that can bring back the dead, Mao Mao rushes towards Suere, demanding to know what this magical herb is. Sadly, Suere apologizes for lying, revealing that she knows Mao Mao is an apothecary, curious as to how smart Mao Mao truly is. With the mood tense, Suere says she'll be planting some morning glories soon, heading off without saying another word. The next day, Gaoshun reminds Jinshi that he has to attend another ceremony, but notices Jinshi is clearly distracted. Following Mao Mao, she is seen cleaning up the garden, only to see Lahaku frantically rush towards her, revealing that on the day of the storage room burning down, someone had used the chaos to steal things nearby. Wondering what was stolen, Lahaku and Mao Mao head somewhere more private, prompting Lahaku to reveal that several ceremonial tools were stolen. Lahaku utters that the managers in charge of said ceremonial tools are all gone, with one passing away the previous year and one recently falling ill due to some seaweed. With Mao Mao recognizing the manager that fell ill to seaweed, Mao Mao remarks that having a house burned down and the manager falling ill at the same time is too suspicious, asking who was the manager that passed away the previous year. Upon hearing that the manager had a sweet tooth, Mao Mao instantly knew the manager was Conan, surprising Lahaku. Seeing as these two managers are related to Jinshi somehow, Mao Mao racks her brain for a motive, but first asks Lahaku for what he needs. Pulling out the metal pipe that Mao Mao found, Lahaku says he tried to return the item to the owner, but the owner refused to accept the item, having obtained it from a random court lady. Lahaku heard that on the night of the explosion, a guard had helped escort a court lady out of the palace, only to receive the valuable metal pipe as a gift. Wondering if the court lady had planted the pipe on the guard, knowing the guard would use it, Mao Mao asks if Lahaku knows anything about the mysterious court lady, but reports state that the court lady covered her face. Luckily, Lahaku does mention that the court lady was tall and smelt like medicine, but this makes Mao Mao suspect someone, but Mao Mao holds back her suspicions until she's 100% sure, just like how her father would. With Mao Mao asking if anything else occurred during the night of the explosion, Mao Mao points out that 2 or 3 things happening at once isn't too abnormal, but Mao Mao hints at the fact that Lahaku should search for this tall court lady, fearing that she may cause more issues. Happy to hear Mao Mao's advice, Lahaku gets too close, spotting Jinshi spying on them, prompting Lahaku to leave for now. Back in Jinshi's office, Jinshi notes how close Mao Mao is to Lahaku, but Mao Mao simply says Lahaku was asking for some advice. Wondering if Jinshi knows anything, Mao Mao chooses to explain everything she spoke about with Lahaku, telling Jinshi that it's almost like someone had laid out several traps, hoping for a certain outcome. Hearing this, Jinshi and Mao Mao both agree that these incidents could still be coincidences, but Jinshi notices that Mao Mao is not excited about this mystery, stating that she doesn't want to step out of line. Getting an idea, Jinshi reveals that he had received some ox bezoar recently, completely catching Mao Mao's attention, being a very important item to obtain. With Mao Mao completely captivated, Mao Mao asks if she can have the item, which Jinshi promises to give to her, as long as Mao Mao continues to work hard. Heading to work, Mao Mao learns that the manager that was food poisoned originated from the Board of Rights, a division that Mao Mao doesn't recognize. As a man helps bring Mao Mao studying material, Mao Mao asks the man if he knows what the Board of Rites is, shocked to hear that the division deals with ceremonies. Realizing that Jinshi and the two managers are connected by ceremonies. This means that the theft that stole the ceremonial tools weren't a coincidence as well, prompting Mao Mao to begin digging deeper into the ceremonies that take place in the palace. Seeing Mao Mao focused, the man provides Mao Mao a picture of a ceremonial building near the west end of the outer court, deemed the altar of the sapphire sky. The man points out that there is a pillar in the middle of the building, along with several banners that are hung during ceremonies, which makes Mao Mao wonder why the man knows so much about the ceremonies. The man embarrassingly reveals that he also used to work in the Board of Rites, having been demoted for stepping out of line once, but comments that he's happy that the building is holding up fine. Elaborating, the man says that the central pillar in the building always seemed sketchy, as it seemed as if it would break and collapse on whoever was underneath. But when the man brought up the issue, he was demoted. Hearing this, Mao Mao realizes someone very important could be killed if things went wrong, suddenly realizing something horrible will happen. Demanding to know when the next ceremony will take place, Mao Mao is shocked to hear that a ceremony is occurring as they speak, instantly rushing out the door, believing that this is the work of an evil genius. As we see a man walking towards the middle of the ceremonial building, Mao Mao realizes that the several traps laid out will eventually cause something catastrophic to happen today, finally reaching the ceremony building. As Mao Mao dashes past some guards, Mao Mao ultimately gets stopped and questioned, but Mao Mao cries that the guards need to stop the ceremony or else something terrible will occur. With the guard reminding Mao Mao that she is a slave, Mao Mao realizes she's a hypocrite, but seeing as someone's life is at stake, Mao Mao once again asks the guards to stop the ceremony. Coming up with an idea, Mao Mao smirks, accusing the guard to be working with the perpetrator and praying for the downfall of the person inside. But this only causes the man to whack Mao Mao to the ground. Barely able to stay awake, Mao Mao is seen badly bruised. But seeing as everything is going according to plan, Mao Mao reveals that she knows who the important person is inside, begging the guard to allow her through, and in exchange Mao Mao will personally take all the blame if the ceremony is ruined. With the guard still refusing Mao Mao's offer, a man suddenly speaks up, shocking everyone, as Locken scolds the guard for injuring Mao Mao. With Locken personally granting Mao Mao permission, Mao Mao has no time to think about what Locken is planning, rushing through the ceremony building, only to stop in front of the ceremony room. Knowing that she has to avoid being beheaded, Mao Mao steals her resolve, rushing directly at the person in the middle of the ceremony, tackling right as the massive pillar above them collapses. With the important person revealed to be Jinshi, Mao Mao notes how she has injured her leg, asking if she can be rewarded with the ox bezoar now. Before Mao Mao can explain everything, Jinshi begins tearing up, realizing how beaten up Mao Mao is crying as Mao Mao falls unconscious. With a serious glare, Jinshi carries Mao Mao out of the building, passing by Locken, but upon seeing Jinshi appear, every single person in the vicinity bows their head to Jinshi, shocking Locken, as Jinshi is clearly a very important person. Suddenly waking up, Mao Mao recognizes Jinshi's incense smells, wondering how she got here. Happy to see Mao Mao awake, Swearin tells Mao Mao that Jinshi brought her here, handing Mao Mao a drink and apologizing as Mao Mao needs to get dressed to explain the situation. With Basin, Gaoshan, and Jinshi meeting with Mao Mao, Jinshi asks to know how Mao Mao found him and knew that the pillar would fall. Mao Mao begins going over all the coincidences that ultimately allowed her to figure out what the perpetrator had bet on. First was Conan's death, a member of the board right and had passed 1 year ago. Next was the fire at the warehouse along with the ceremonial tools being stolen. Finally was the manager that was poisoned. Hearing this, Jinshi learns that these incidents were probably staged, with the ceremonial tool being stolen, done on purpose to increase the likelihood of failure of the screws that held the pillar in the ceremony room. Not able to believe what Mao Mao is saying, Basin states that the stolen items would have been easily replaced without issue, but Mao Mao reveals that the metal worker that passed away was most likely tasked with rebuilding said screws. But seeing as the metal worker isn't alive anymore, the likelihood of tampering during the building process is quite likely. Hearing this, Basin realizes that a metal that would melt easily under low temperatures could have been used to sabotage. Jinshi wonders if the metal workers are working with the perpetrator, but Mao Mao reassures Jinshi that the metal workers are innocent, as the metal worker probably only listened to the orders given to him. Mao Mao suspects that the perpetrator most likely requested the dodgy replacement material prior, and only afterwards would kill off the metal worker to ensure that the perpetrator's identity would be kept a secret. Jinshi asks if Mao Mao knows who the perpetrator is, but Mao Mao simply says she knows the perpetrator is aware of the techniques and metals needed to falsify the ceremony replacement tools. As Jinshi is deep in thought, Mao Mao notes how she was shocked to see that Jinshi was the important person at the ceremony, wondering who Jinshi truly is, especially to be targeted by such a convoluted scheme. Knowing that Swearay is also somehow involved, Mao Mao simply suppresses all her thoughts, cutting to several days later, where Mao Mao has recovered substantially, only to be called by Lahaku. Having a private chat, Lahaku reveals that Swearay was involved with the crimes, but Mao Mao is shocked to hear that Swearay was found dead, having drunk poison by the time she was found. With Mau Mau learning that Suere had worked alone, Mau Mau spends the rest of the day wondering if Suere knew all along that she had no future, suddenly realizing something, rushing to ask Jinshi if she can meet the doctor that examined Suerai's corpse. The next day, Gaoshun and Jinshi accompany Mau Mau to inspect Suerai's corpse, but upon seeing the doctor, Mau Mau recognizes him as the doctor that seemed close with Suere. Getting straight to the point, Mau Mau asks if the poison Suere ingested includes any thorn apple, a type of poison that can also act as an anesthesia and appears like the white morning glory plant. With the doctor stuttering over his words and dancing around Mau Mau's questions, Mau Mau chooses to confirm herself, breaking open the coffin that houses Suerai's body. Upon opening it, Mau Mau states that Suere isn't inside, but the doctor cries that he personally checked Suerai's pulse before she was sealed away. Glaring at the doctor, Mau Mau states that the doctor had been used by Suere, prompting Gaoshun to stop the doctor from attacking Mau Mau. Continuing, Mau Mau says that they need to find what type of concoction Suere used as her poison, but Jinshi wonders how Suerai's corpse was so easily transferred. Mau Mau reveals that Suerai simply walked out of the coffin herself, shocking everyone, as Mau Mau states that there is a certain drug that can make someone appear dead, suspecting it to be a mix of pufferfish and thorn apples. Asking Gaoshun to check the other coffins, Gaoshun manages to spot fingernail markings on a particular coffin, confirming that coffin to be Suerai's coffin. Mau Mau believes that several men had brought a replacement coffin and corpse, allowing Suere to disguise as a vendor, easily blending in with the crowd. Hearing something so absurd, Jinshi is amazed that Suere would go so far, but Mau Mau utters that it was either a high-risk bet or death itself. Mau Mau states that Suere would have escaped but smirks as she was able to figure out Suerai's genius plan, hoping to one day reunite with the genius that would willingly bet their own life to pull off such a devious scheme. As Mau Mau gets giddy at the thought of learning the poison Suere used, Mau Mau realizes that her wounds have opened up, asking if she could get patched up. That night, we cut to Lady Lulan receiving a message, but at the same time, we see Jinshi uttering that they took care of Suerai's incident in secret. Jinshi reveals that the doctor that was friends with Suere had apparently been recommended by his master. Therefore, the doctor doesn't know anything about where Suere came from. Just then, Gaoshun appears, reporting that Mau Mau made it home safe, which reminds Jinshi of the issue of Locken being Mau Mau's real father. With Gaoshun pouring out a drink for Jinshi, Gaoshun confirms the drink is safe, prompting Jinshi to reluctantly scoff down the drink. 5 years ago, Jinshi had to take on the role of a eunuch in the rear palace, changing his age to 24, but had been drinking a special medicine to suppress his manhood. As Jinshi and Gaoshun chat, Gaoshun mentions how his children are becoming adults, meaning Gaoshun will soon have another grandchild. Jinshi notes how Basin is actually Gaoshun's son, which Gaoshun remarks is 19 years old, the same age as Jinshi's real age. The next day, Jinshi is seen visiting one of Lulan's helpers, learning that the current emperor isn't too fond of Lulan, as Lulan experiments with unorthodox dresses. With the emperor visiting Lulan every 10 days, Jinshi notes how Lulan's father is a high-ranking official, someone Jinshi knows is quite powerful. As Gaoshun and Jinshi leave, Jinshi utters how the current emperor doesn't like younger women, but Jinshi begins thinking about the past. Jinshi confirms that he is a duo and the current emperor's son, having been swapped at birth with the current emperor's younger brother. As Jinshi visits Gyokyu, Jinshi wonders why Gyokyu seems off, heading to speak with Mau Mau, only to reveal that Gyokyu may be pregnant. With Jinshi asking Mau Mau to start working under Gyokyu, Mau Mau understands why Jinshi isn't taking care of her, as men aren't allowed in the rear palace, especially Locken. Seeing Mau Mau getting distracted, Swearin warns Mau Mau to focus, but several days later, we see Mau Mau is perfectly integrated back into working under Gyokyu. Happy to see that Gyokyu, her daughter, and the emperor seem harmonious, but Mau Mau notes how the emperor is definitely more capable than he seems. As Mau Mau thinks about the things that may arise in the future with Gyokyu giving birth, we cut to Lahaka, who overhears several girls gossiping about one of the verdigris princesses being bought out. Back at the palace, Lahaku is seen more distracted than normal during training, but at the same time we see Mau Mau reunited with the quack doctor, convincing him to not be lazy. When Mau Mau tells the quack doctor of a doctor that received pay cuts due to their laziness, the quack doctor gives in, assisting Mau Mau in tidying up their building. As the two sit for a break, Mau Mau notes how excited the quack doctor is, wondering if the doctor is from a rich family, having used very expensive paper as a plate. The quack doctor reveals that his family back home specialized in making paper, being able to generate infinite wealth for a period of time. But after the previous emperor's mother banned the cutting down of trees, his family spiraled into financial hardships. Eventually, the quack doctor's older sister had to work in the rear palace. And to prevent his younger sister from going, the quack doctor offered to work in the rear palace as well, happy as he got paid a decent amount becoming a eunuch, but hasn't been able to see his older sister since. The next morning, Lahaka can't help but continue to daydream about Perrin. Cutting to Mau Mau, who has returned to continue cleaning the quack doctor's store. Mau Mau spots the quack doctor reading something, learning that the quack doctor's little sister had written the doctor a note, informing him that their family may be on bad terms with the palace. Mao Mao also reads that the doctor's family has come up with a new way to produce paper, but the quack doctor simply reveals that everything is relatively the same, except now they started using oxes for manual labor. Hearing this, Mao Mao notes how amazing the paper feels, as the paper has no impurities and is quite thick, but suddenly realizes the paper is quite weak. Mao Mao asks about the doctor's process for making paper, but the doctor reiterates that it's similar to how others would make. But the quack doctor does state his family has a secret way of crushing and gluing the paper. Chatting for a bit, Mao Mao gets the doctor to reveal that they make use of stored spring water, but when the doctor refuses to elaborate further, Mao Mao suddenly gets an idea. Rushing to retrieve some ingredients, the quack doctor accidentally reveals that they used wheat flour, but Mao Mao promises to keep what she heard a secret. Mixing ingredients together, Mao Mao serves the quack doctor a flour-based drink, but the quack doctor states that Mao Mao got the ratios all wrong. Apologizing, Mao Mao instructs the quack doctor to lick and stir the mixture, shocking the quack doctor as the drink is now evenly mixed. The quack doctor concludes that saliva mixed with glue makes the glue less sticky, but annoys Mao Mao when the quack doctor doesn't understand what Mao Mao is trying to teach him, forcing Mao Mao to reveal that the oxes may be contaminating the fresh spring water, making the paper glue less sticky. With the quack doctor rushing to report his findings to his family, Mao Mao returns to Gyokyu's pavilion, but is told by Hong Yang that she has been summoned. Upon arriving at the requested location, Mao Mao is disappointed to see Lahako acting childish, demanding to know how much a courtesan costs, having heard that one of the verdigris princesses has been bought, and is simply worried that it may have been Perrin. Running through various calculations, Mao Mao reveals that there are only two candidates that come to mind that can afford to purchase a high-ranking courtesan, and these include a wealthy older merchant, whilst the other is a high-ranking official in his 30s. Mao Mao also reveals that Perrin gained the nickname of Warlord in the bed, being very lustful, but does note how before she was adopted, it was the three princesses and Granny that took care of her, thankful for Perrin as Perrin breastfed Mao Mao, even though Perrin never gave birth. Mao Mao also begins factoring Lahaku as a candidate, noting how although Lahaku isn't the smartest, he definitely is a hard worker and has sufficient stamina to satisfy Perrin. Getting straight to the point, Mao Mao asks how much Lahaka makes in a year, deducing that it's around 1,000 silver, sadly revealing that one of the three verdigris princesses are worth a minimum 10,000 silver in cash, whereas more basic courtesans are worth 400. Completely at a loss for words, Lahaku wonders if Perrin will accept him if he manages to scrape together the amount, but seeing Lahaku so desperate, Mao Mao offers to help. With Mao Mao asking Lahaku to strip, Mao Mao begins inspecting Lahaku's muscles, impressed as Perrin does prefer a manly body. With most of Lahaku's body perfect, Mao Mao asks to inspect Lahaku's private area, but just then Jinshur enters, demanding to know what is happening. With Jinshur speaking to Mao Mao privately, Jinshur gets frightened, hearing that Mao Mao was summoned to inspect Lahaka's body, but fails to mention that she was inspecting Lahaka's body to see if he would match Perrin's taste. With Jinshur misunderstanding the situation, Jinshur asks what Mao Mao thinks about Lahaku, prompting Mao Mao to reveal that Lahaku is quite above average in terms of looks and physical features. Jinshur wonders how Mao Mao could discern so much simply looking at Lahaka's body, but Mao Mao reveals that back at the verdigris house, the girls had to learn how to quickly discern the capabilities of clients, simply by glancing at the clients' bodies. Getting jealous, Jinshur asks if Mao Mao could inspect his body as well, but Mao Mao refuses, stating that Perrin wouldn't be interested in Jinshur's body, shocking Jinshur. Following Lahaku, Lahaku continues to train his body, sad to know that Perrin is slowly slipping out of his grasp, but is suddenly summoned. Now sitting before Jinshur, Lahaku is clearly intimidated, knowing very little about Jinshur, except that Jinshur is loved by the Emperor. Seeing Jinshur's grin, Lahaka hears Jinshur mention that he heard Lahaka plans to buy a courtesan, annoyed as Lahaka believes Jinshur is mocking him. Out of nowhere, Jinshur offers to pay Lahaka 20,000 in cash, shocking Lahaku. But Jinshur reassures Lahaku that Mao Mao believes Lahaku is a reasonable candidate for her big sister. Lahaku asks if Mao Mao is comfortable around him, but tenses up, seeing Jinshur glare at him for thinking such things. Jinshur reveals that he is very aware that Lahaku came from a good family, but failed at becoming a military officer, having made it so far with his sharp-eyed strategies. Hearing Jinshur's praise, Lahaku reveals that he was simply lucky, but Jinshur continues to beckon Lahaku to accept his offer. Seeing Jinshur's cold glare, Lahaku reasons that he doesn't need the full 20,000 in cash, thanking Jinshur for the offer, but refuses the money, declaring that Perrin is the love of his life, and he wouldn't be a man if he bought her with someone else's money. Impressed, Jinshur wishes to speak with him soon, heading off as he confirms that he was worried for nothing. Now with a goal in mind, Lahaku continues to work hard, ultimately deciding to send a letter to Perrin, only to cut to Mao Mao, who had received a letter from Perrin, stating that she will be waiting for her prince to come for her. Mao Mao reveals that Lahaku won't need the full 10,000 if Perrin likes him, but gets distracted learning that a certain person recently offered to buy several people out. Mao Mao can't help but think about that man, but just then we cut to Locken, being called to a meeting, but he seems to be distracted by blue roses. With spring arriving, Gyokyu began to show obvious signs of pregnancy, something that Lingli began to take notice of as well. As Lingli cuddled with Gyokyu, Mao Mao and the other ladies can't help but adore Lingli, making Hongyang consider getting married and birthing a child of her own, but Mao Mao notes how the other ladies would never let that happen. With several minutes of the girls adoring Lingli, Mao Mao thinks about how boring it was to have spent 2 months with Jinshi, but suddenly Lingli approaches Mao Mao with a piece of paper. Happy to play with her, Mao Mao begins drawing a poisonous mushroom, but gets scolded by Hongyang, asking Mao Mao to draw Lingli some flowers instead. At the same time, we cut to Locken and Jinshi chatting, with Locken uttering that he loves the gorgeous blue roses that used to appear around the palace. Smiling back, Jinshi states that he's never heard of such a rose, but Locken reassures Jinshi that they exist, asking if Jinshi can look into them. As Jinshi agrees to search for these blue roses, Locken leaves, asking Jinshi to prepare the roses by next month's garden party. With Locken gone, Gaoshan scolds Jinshi for taking requests even though he's very busy, but Jinshi asks Gaoshan to ask around. Sadly, after visiting every florist nearby, Gaoshan reports that roses aren't in season, forcing Jinshi to turn to Mao Mao for help. Jinshi asks if Mao Mao knows anything about blue roses, shocking Mao Mao, as she remembers a time when she had sold fake blue roses for some quick cash. Mao Mao jokingly asks Jinshi if the people who saw the rose were hallucinating, but upon seeing Jinshi's serious expression, Mao Mao asks what Jinshi needs. When Jinshi asks if Mao Mao can gather some blue roses by next month's garden party, Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that roses will only start to bloom in 2 months. Knowing that it's impossible, Jinshi states that he'll turn down the person who requested the roses, but Mao Mao deduces that the man requesting the impossible is Locken. As Jinshi confirms this, Mao Mao changes her mind, stating that she'll figure something out, as she knows she can't run away from Locken forever. As Mao Mao asks Jinshi for several things, we cut to Mao Mao visiting Li Hua, thanking Li Hua for allowing Mao Mao to use the steam room. In exchange for access to the steam room, Mao Mao sneaks a naughty book to Li Hua, only to head outside, running into Jinshi and Gaoshan who have relocated the steam room. When Jinshi asks what Mao Mao is planning, Mao Mao reveals that she plans to make the roses go mad, making use of the abundant sunlight and steam. Mao Mao hopes to simulate the correct environment to allow roses to bloom, but can't guarantee any results getting to work. As Mao Mao helps move several plants into the steam room, Mao Mao suddenly realizes her leg's wound has reopened, happy to see that Jinshi and Gaoshan have summoned Xiaolan to help out. With an energetic Xiaolan by Mao Mao's side, Mao Mao begins instructing the eunuchs to place over 100 unbloomed roses in the steam room, happy that preparations are done. That night, Mao Mao mans the steam room, being the only one who knows how to regulate the steam room's temperatures so as to not kill all the roses. On sunny days, Mao Mao takes the roses out of the room, completely exposing them to the sun and lightly feeding the plants water. Just then Gaoshan checks up on the girls, gifting them a light snack, something Xiaolan is grateful for, being able to skip work and hang out with Mao Mao. At the same time, Mao Mao and Xiaolan spot some of Li Hua's ladies in waiting, spying on them, only to run away. With several days passing, Mao Mao instructs Xiaolan and the eunuchs to trim down the number of sprouts in each plant pot to allow even distribution of nutrients for the plant. Seeing as it's beginning to rain, everyone rushes the roses inside the steam room. But as night falls, Mao Mao begins to worry that the roses aren't growing fast enough, staying up all night to regulate the steam room's temperature. With the next day arriving, Xiaolan is shocked to hear Mao Mao get no sleep, offering to watch the roses as Mao Mao sleeps, but Mao Mao can't help but notice Li Hua's ladies in waiting are watching them again. Mao Mao comes up with something to distract them, giving Xiaolan a manicure, something that spreads among the ladies within the rear palace, and even Lady Li Hua. As Mao Mao heads back to Gyokyu's pavilion to taste for poison, Mao Mao learns that Gyokyu won't be attending the upcoming garden party, which Mao Mao knows is to give Lady Lulan a chance to shine along with hiding Gyokyu's pregnancy. Before Mao Mao leaves, the other ladies get worried, seeing Mao Mao exhausted. As Mao Mao heads to her room to sleep, she musters up the strength to continue looking after the roses. But as she approaches the steam room, Xiaolan reveals that a single bud has finally grown, relieving Mao Mao as they may make it in time for the garden festival. With the day of the garden festival finally arriving, Jinshi asks Gaoshan if there are any updates on the roses, both admitting that they aren't sure, having both been very busy. Just then Mao Mao appears, greeting Jinshi, but Jinshi can't help but notice Mao Mao's tired expression. As the garden party begins, various nobles and eunuchs watch as Lady Lulan makes her appearance, the daughter of Master Shishou. As Lulan catches the attention of all the men, Lulan stands before the emperor, prompting her father Shishou to ask if there is anything Lulan needs to improve on. At the same time, Jinshi appears, carrying various roses, presenting said roses to the emperor, impressing the emperor. Jinshi notes how he's receiving glares of envy, something he's very used to. But when Jinshi spots Shursho's blank expression, he remembers that Shursho is very cold and calculative, refusing to let his smile drop. As Jinshi leaves, he wonders what Lakin thinks of the roses, but Lakin is annoyed that Jinshi managed to pull it off. Following Mao Mao, she's seen resting on Inghua's lap, but as Jinshi arrives, Inghua leaves Mao Mao and Jinshi alone. Sitting next to each other, Mao Mao apologizes for not getting them to fully bloom, but Jinshi brushes that aside, asking Mao Mao how she changed the colors of the roses. Mao Mao reveals that the roses were originally white-colored, so all she had to do was mix various colored dyes and allow the roses to suck up the dye through some cotton wrapped around the base of the roses. Mao Mao had anticipated that some officials may quarrel about the roses, so Mao Mao had intentionally revealed the secret to the Emperor prior to the garden party, something the Emperor was pleased to learn. Jinshi wonders if the blue roses Lakin saw involved someone feeding blue water to the palace's roses, but Mao Mao can't confirm or deny. Changing topics, Jinshi spots Mao Mao had painted her fingers, but Mao Mao notes how she could have mixed balsam and wood sorrel to guarantee a more vibrant red color. Getting up, Mao Mao asks if Gao Shan had prepared the item she had requested, stating that she plans to catch Lakin off guard. Cutting to Lakin, we see him bored with the garden festival, revealing that he sees everyone as ghost stones, with men being black stones and women being white stones. Lakin states that by viewing his subordinates as pieces in his game and his ability to maneuver and place said subordinates that gained him such a high rank in the art of war. Glancing around, Lakin gets a headache from seeing all the ladies having red manicures, a color he knows resembles balsam, but out of nowhere, Lakin spots Mao Mao appear alongside two other men. As Mimi is seen taking care of the sick lady, we cut to Mao Mao offering to play Lakin in some games, exciting Lakin as he gets to play with his daughter. As Gao Shun and Jinshi watches, Mao Mao offers to play a best-of-5 match, prompting Lakin to offer to give Mao Mao a handicap, but Mao Mao refuses the offer. Getting right to the point, Mao Mao states that she wants a prize for winning, which Lakin accepts, stating that Mao Mao must come live with him if he wins. Hearing this, Gao Shun is forced to stop Jinshi from interfering, with Mao Mao reassuring Jinshi that she's fine with the punishment. Mao Mao states that if she wins, Lakin must purchase a courtesan of her choosing, but refuses to elaborate further. With Lakin having a general idea of Mao Mao's scheme, Mao Mao adds 2 more rules, pulling out several ingredients. Pouring liquor into 5 cups, Mao Mao takes out an additional ingredient, a poison that becomes lethal after 3 or more sips. By dissolving the poison in 3 cups, Mao Mao begins mixing up the cups, stating that the winner after every match will force the loser to drink from 1 cup. Secondly, Mao Mao states that if her or Lakin leave their match, they are automatically deemed the loser. With Lakin agreeing to all of Mao Mao's scary conditions, Jinshi is shocked to see Lakin unfazed, wondering what Mao Mao is planning. As their first match of Chinese chess begins, Lakin manages to defeat Mao Mao, selecting the first cup for Mao Mao to drink from. After some more back and forth, Lakin once again defeats Mao Mao, worrying Jinshi as he watches Mao Mao drink from another cup. With Gao Shun and Jinshi skeptical of Mao Mao's capabilities, Mao Mao makes the first move for her 3rd game. But with every move Mao Mao makes, Jinshi wonders what Lakin and Mao Mao are thinking. Out of nowhere, Mao Mao is declared the winner, as Lakin had purposely lost, asking Mao Mao if the cups with poison stand out from the non-poisoned. Mao Mao states that she believes it should taste awful, but at the same time, Jinshi knows that Lakin doesn't want to risk having his daughter Mao Mao take the poison 3 times. So Lakin plans on drinking at least one of the 3 poison cups to ensure Mao Mao is alive after being defeated. Upon downing his first cup, Lakin admits that the drink tastes awful, scaring Jinshi, as he's not sure if Lakin managed to find one of the poison cups. As Jinshi begins thinking about Mao Mao having to live with Lakin, Lakin suddenly gets flushed in the face, suddenly collapsing, unable to handle his alcohol. Jinshi demands to know what Mao Mao has done, but Mao Mao simply states that all the cups were filled with alcohol and the poison she added was simply more concentrated alcohol. When Gao Shun confirms that Lakin is only drunk, Mao Mao reveals that Lakin isn't able to handle his alcohol well, making Jinshi realize that Lakin only drank fruit juice when they were together. Since Mao Mao is the victor, she states that they should head out to cash in on her reward, but at the same time we flash back through Lakin's memories. Lakin narrates how he had always had trouble discerning humans apart, even forced to watch his father abandon his mother at such a young age. Being the oldest in his family, Lakin spent a lot of time playing Go and chess, learning how to discern people based on their voices and body, but thanks to his uncle, Lakin learned how to use Chinese chess pieces to discern people. After some time, Lakin was forced onto a high-ranking role, but was easily able to take on such a role, since Lakin used his love for chess to control other humans. One night, Lakin and some colleagues had visited a brothel to face a famous skilled courtesan, Feng Xian, someone Lakin challenged to play Go, happy that an undefeated man like him is facing off against another undefeated player. Out of nowhere, Lakin ended up suffering defeat for the first time, laughing out of joy as he finally saw the first human in his life. Admiring Feng Xian's foxy eyes and crimson red appeal, Locken and Fengxian ended up spending several years together playing chess and Go. One night, as Locken and Fengxian chat, Fengxian revealed that she never knew her mother, having grown up in the pleasure district, and even revealing that it is forbidden for a courtesan to get pregnant. Sadly, as time went by, Locken watched as Fengxian's popularity skyrocketed, restricting Locken to only be able to afford to visit Fengxian every 3 months. Seeing Fengxian up to something, Locken spots Fengxian messing with balsam and woodwhirl, a medicine that treats basic poisons. As Locken admires the woodwhirl, Fengxian asks when Locken can visit her again. Sad to hear Locken can only afford her in 3 months' time. As more days passed, Locken had heard of Fengxian being bought, sad to see that her value had outgrown his reach, even as a military officer. On one of the last days, Fengxian had asked that the winner can do whatever they wanted with the loser, but as their match of Go began, they wound up embracing each other. As they both whispered how much they wanted to play more together, Locken awoke in the middle of the night to Fengxian muttering some cryptic words about a baby, brushing them off as he slept. As 3 months passed, Locken found out his uncle had lost his job in the rear palace, forced to watch his father scold his uncle for losing his role as doctor in the rear palace. Out of anger, Locken's father ordered Locken to go study abroad, but around the same time, Locken had learned that Fengxian's buyout was canceled, and Locken had expected to return within 6 months. Sadly, with 3 years passing, Locken finally returned from abroad, shocked to see so many unread letters from Fengxian, spotting a peculiar bag as well. Upon opening the bag, Locken is confused by the 2 pieces of branch, one long and one small, but suddenly Locken realizes something. Rushing towards the verdigris house, Locken recounts a popular way to curse someone involving one's fingers being severed. When Locken made it to the front of the verdigris house, Locken demanded to know where Fengxian was, but was beaten up by one of the servants, learning that Fengxian was pregnant because of Locken, and was forced to take any job she could to make money. Back in the present, Locken awakens in one of the beds in the verdigris house, greeting Mimi, who used to be Fengxian's servant and someone he often played games with. Handing Locken some disgusting medicine, Locken gets giddy when he learns Mao Mao made it for him. But Locken also receives a box from Mao Mao, opening it only to see a withered blue rose. When Locken asks to know what Mao Mao is thinking, Mimi utters that the withered rose was able to retain its shape even after all this time. But at the same time, we cut to Mao Mao heading somewhere with Basin, pulling out the head of an unblossomed rose. As Locken sits in bed, he reveals that he only wanted to take care of Mao Mao, but he also doesn't blame Mao Mao for hating him after what he did to her mother Fengxian. Striving to bond with Mao Mao next time, Locken curses at Jinshi for being so close with Mao Mao. But just then Granny enters, informing Locken that he must now select the courtesan he'll be buying. With Locken happy to spend a few thousand on any courtesan, he heads downstairs, amazed at the lineup of courtesans, but is surprised to see one of the verdigris princess being sold as well. Seeing as they all still appear as stones to him, Locken reasons that he should pick Mimi, being the most comfortable with her. As Locken approaches Mimi, Mimi stiffens up, admitting that she prefers to work at the verdigris house, only to head to some nearby doors, opening them. With Granny scolding Mimi for disobeying her, Locken suddenly hears a familiar voice. As the voice overwhelms Locken's senses, Locken trips and falls whilst rushing towards the source, completely disregarding his own well-being, all whilst remembering Mao Mao's words regarding a withered rose that retains its shape. As Locken rushes into the sick lady's room, completely speechless upon spotting Fengxian, but upon hearing Fengxian utter such familiar words, Locken sheds tears. Having chased after Locken, Granny reveals that Fengxian is very contagious, demanding Locken leave and pick a courtesan. Ignoring Granny's words, Locken kneels before Fengxian, stating that he'll choose the courtesan in front of him, and offers to pay whatever amount Granny wants. As Mimi holds Granny back from interfering, Locken sits in front of Fengxian, placing a black and white go piece in Fengxian's hand, completely ignoring Fengxian's scars, and instead choosing to treasure this nostalgic feeling. Playing Go, Locken compliments Fengxian, believing she taught Mao Mao how to play Go too, something that makes Mimi cry, knowing how significant it was for Locken and Fengxian to reunite. Following Mao Mao and Basin, they both head back to the palace, only to spot Lulan and her wicked father. Seeing Basin bad-mouthing Lulan's father, Mao Mao attempts to leave, but learns that Jinshi wants to speak with her. As Mao Mao greets Jinshi, Swearin quickly whips up a meal for Mao Mao, shocked to see Mao Mao so skinny. Sitting beside Mao Mao, Jinshi wonders why Mao Mao doesn't hate Locken, but Mao Mao states that she believes her mother didn't actually hate Locken either, as she willingly allowed Locken to impregnate her. Mao Mao reiterates there would have been all sorts of ways to get rid of Mao Mao during the earliest stages of pregnancy, but still Fengxian chose to keep Mao Mao, leading Mao Mao to speculate that her mother was taking advantage of Locken. Mao Mao states that Fengxian was able to estimate when she could get pregnant, and had timed it correctly when she spent a night with Locken, but sadly Fengxian could have never anticipated Locken leaving abroad for so long, even resorting to self-harm to get Locken's attention. Mao Mao also reveals that the reason Locken only speaks with Jinshi when Jinshi is in his office is because Locken can't recognize human faces and can only roughly match people with voices in their body. Mao Mao says she learned everything from her adopted father, and for some reason Locken is only able to see Mao Mao and her adopted father, Lawman's face. Mao Mao mentions how she still is stressed that Locken is pursuing her, but she doesn't like nor hate Locken, wondering if Locken was able to decipher her message behind the withered rose. Jinshi states he thought Mao Mao despised Locken, but Mao Mao reveals that Locken actually assisted Mao Mao to save Jinshi from the falling pillar during the ceremony, revealing that Locken doesn't deduce based off evidence, and instead works off gut feelings. But surprisingly, Locken has been very accurate. Mao Mao begins thinking about how talented Locken is, jealous to see such talent be wasted by such a lazy man, but warns Jinshi to never ally nor make enemies of Locken. As Gaoshun asks Mao Mao to not be so harsh to her real father, we cut to a few days later, where Mao Mao has received a package from Mimi, reminded that she promised Mimi to dance for her if Mimi was ever bought out. That night, Mao Mao stands atop the walls of the palace, unveiling her dress, only to dance flawlessly as promised to Mimi. As Mao Mao impresses herself by remembering all the moves, Mao Mao is suddenly caught off guard, realizing Jinshi is beside her. As Mao Mao accidentally trips over her dress, Jinshi is forced to catch Mao Mao before she falls off the wall, only to scold Mao Mao for being reckless. Mao Mao wonders why Jinshi is here, but Jinshi reveals that he had received a report of a strange lady climbing the walls again. Lucky that the guard knew who Mao Mao was and reported her to Jinshi. Firing back, Jinshi asks what Mao Mao is doing up on the walls, prompting Mao Mao to reveal that it's customary for courtesans to dance in celebration when one of their fellow courtesans are bought out. Jinshi adds that he heard Locken had purchased a courtesan recently, mentioning that Locken is going on vacation for 10 days, while Mao Mao states that Granny is throwing a 7-day celebration. Mao Mao admits she doesn't know how much Locken spent on the courtesan, uttering that the courtesan won't be revealed to the world, but that is what Granny planned in order to grow her business. Curious, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao knows the courtesan Locken bought, but cheekily, Mao Mao says she doesn't know, annoying Jinshi, but Mao Mao does mention that the courtesan Locken bought won't live long. Mao Mao notes how she was never told about her mother or father growing up, having heard everything secretly from other slaves and courtesans, but doesn't blame her mother for wanting to keep her pride. Thinking about the recurring nightmares she occasionally gets, Mao Mao states that her mother has no memories of Mao Mao growing up, but is fine with her mother only remembering Mao Mao through the finger she cut off as a baby to send to Locken. Changing topics, Mao Mao suddenly realizes that her leg wounds have opened up again, wondering if she should stitch herself up, but this freaks out Jinshi. Choosing to pick Mao Mao up, Jinshi leaps from the palace walls, all whilst protecting Mao Mao. As Jinshi carries Mao Mao across the palace, Mao Mao gets embarrassed, learning Jinshi carried her the same way when she was passed out after the ceremony. Suddenly remembering something, Mao Mao leans in close, teasing Jinshi, only to ask for the ox Bezoar Jinshi promised, prompting Jinshi to headbutt Mao Mao. The season ends as we cut to several days later, where Jinshi is visiting Mao Mao at the Jade Pavilion, asking Mao Mao for some more advice. Picking back up from the previous season, we see that the red light district is as popular as ever, following Mimi, who cleans up Fengxian's old room, reminiscing on her moments working under Fengxian. At the same time, Perrin and Joko wonder why they suddenly have a massive order, learning from Granny that Mao Mao asked them to deliver it to her, and it will be a new source of income for them. Back at the rear palace, Jinshi does his routine check-ins, first visiting Li Hua and Li Shu, only to stop by to visit Lulan. Upon entering Lulan's pavilion, Jinshi and Gaoshou note how Shishou had asked for more ladies in waiting for Lulan, but they're surprised by how many Lulan has now. Finally stopping by to visit Gyokyu, Jinshi is caught looking for Mao Mao, learning she is currently at the clinic, all whilst Gyokyu remarks it's already spring. Cutting to Mao Mao, we see her and the quack doctor steaming up the clinic, confusing Jinshi when he arrives as Mao Mao reveals she is creating scented oils using leftover roses, but sadly the scent could be stronger. Jinshi wonders why Mao Mao is doing her experiments in the clinic and not in the Jade Pavilion, but Mao Mao whispers that some scented oils can cause miscarriages, but this shouldn't require a ban on scented oils overall. Mao Mao thinks about how Gyokyu's pregnancy still needs to be kept a secret from everyone, including the quack doctor, who can't keep secrets, but Jinshi asks what Mao Mao is cooking. Mao Mao says she is simply distilling alcohol to make it more concentrated, a concoction she plans to clean with especially since Lingli is still a child. With Mao Mao demonstrating the sanitizer, Jinshi is impressed by Mao Mao's vast knowledge, reminded that her adopted father studied medicine from the West as well. At that moment, Mao Mao's package arrives, intriguing Jinshi as Mao Mao silences the quack doctor from revealing anything. When Jinshi gets more intrigued, Mao Mao blurts out that the package contains pieces of her clothing from back home, but Gaoshun points out that clothes shouldn't be this large or heavy. Backed into a corner, Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that women in the rear palace are lacking experience and knowledge in bed. making it unfavorable for when the emperor finds someone to their liking, as the women aren't able to meet the emperor's expectations. Jinshi wonders why Mao Mao bought a huge amount of books, realizing they're the same books Mao Mao gave to the concubines. But Mao Mao thinks about how the emperor had originally wanted to read them, but now she plans on starting a business by selling these books to others. Spotting Gao Shun indulging in the books, Mao Mao gets weirded out, but realizes Gao Shun was admiring the paper quality and craftsmanship. Mao Mao points out brides are normally gifted these books and can interpret the books based on pictures alone, but Jinshi is intrigued to hear the printing method doesn't use woodblocks and instead metal plates. Seeing Jinshi sifting through the books, Gao Shun whispers that Jinshi can keep some for himself, but Jinshi cries he would never. Clearing his throat, Jinshi says Mao Mao can keep her books, but must tell him which shop made the books, reassuring Mao Mao he has good intentions. With Mao Mao divulging the shop details, Gao Shun mentions how some books are too explicit and should be censored, confiscating them as both men leave. Later that day, Xiaolan recites a novel she had heard about, asking Mao Mao what she thinks about the novel. Mao Mao is more amazed Xiaolan can read, but Xiaolan corrects Mao Mao, stating that a girl earlier was reading it, and the novel itself has spread throughout the rear palace. As Mao Mao heads to the Jade Pavilion, she spots the other girls indulging in a book, hearing that the emperor personally handed them out and wants all the girls to read it. Inspecting the book, Mao Mao notes the stamp shows it's from the same store she received her naughty books, believing Jinshi must have asked the emperor to circulate 100 copies. Mao Mao wonders why novels are considered low class, and why now of all times are the concubines receiving such an item. Given some time to think, Mao Mao deduces it to be due to politics, overhearing Yinghua report that Gao Shun will hand out the next volume as soon as they're ready. Ailin wonders if they should be keeping such a marvelous gift to just themselves, suddenly stopped by the others as they fear other girls may lose the novels. Mao Mao advises that they make copies, pointing out how Ailin's penmanship is quite exquisite, flustering Ailin. With Yinghua wondering how long it'll take, Mao Mao believes this is what Jinshi had intended all along, a plan where Jinshi has the girls improve their literacy and reading in order to read a popular novel. The next day, Xiaolan begs Mao Mao to teach her how to read, mentioning that the girl that would normally read for her lost her voice and instead handed out copies for everyone else to read. When Mao Mao offers to read for Xiaolan, Xiaolan refuses, stating that she must make her friend proud, impressing Mao Mao. Starting with some writing, Xiaolan is surprised her own name is quite complicated, failing to write out her name, but refuses to give up so easily. Hearing Xiaolan already planning on using reading and writing for her future job, Mao Mao praises Xiaolan's resilience, choosing to start with the very basics. That night, we see a lady strolling through the palace, suddenly attacked by something. The next morning, Mao Mao visits Gyokyu, amazed to see Lingli is already running. Hearing that Lingli tends to run around the pavilion and should start exploring the wider palace. Gyokyu says 2 eunuchs will escort Lingli, asking for Hongyang and Mao Mao to accompany them, but Mao Mao notes the increased amount of security for a simple walk. Gyokyu asks if Mao Mao can teach Lingli about flowers and creatures outside, but Hongyang fears Mao Mao will teach the princess weird things, knowing that foreigners would have a hard time living in a foreign land. As the gang head out, Lingli draws the eyes of onlookers, both admiring and shunning the little girl, prompting Mao Mao to stop and show Lingli some primrose. Suddenly hearing something, Lingli runs off somewhere, attempting to crawl into a small alleyway, but is stopped by Hongyang. Instead, Mao Mao volunteers, creeping down said alleyway, suddenly spotting a small kitten that sprints out the alleyway and into a nearby forest. Seeing no other choice, Mao Mao and the others follow it, preparing to capture it, but the kitten easily outmaneuvers Mao Mao. Out of nowhere, another girl intercepts the cat, catching it and handing it over to Mao Mao, remarking that the kitten may be hungry only to run off. Seeing Lingli admiring the cat, Mao Mao says Lingli shouldn't touch the kitten since it's dirty, making Lingli cry. Heading over to the clinic, the quack doctor is surprised to see a kitten, rushing to boil some water to warm it up. Mao Mao says owning animals in the rear palace requires permits, and all animals need to be castrated, curious as to where the kitten was born. Wrapping up some hot water in a cloth and placing it under some bedding, the quack doctor asks for Mao Mao to place the cat on the bedding, revealing he too had found a calico cat in the past. Mao Mao asks if the quack doctor has milk and intestines, freaking out the doctor, but Mao Mao says the intestines are a substitute for the mother's breast. Seeing as a bath would harm the kitten, Mao Mao chooses to manually wipe off any dirt only to clean any bacteria with oils. As Mao Mao nurses the kitten, she's called by the emperor later that night, happy to hear the emperor plans to keep the kitten, exciting Lingli. As time passed, the kitten grew stronger to have baths and eat chicken, but Mao Mao got to work trimming the kitten's claws to ensure no harm to the princess. With Jinshi visiting as well, Mao Mao spots Gao Shun acting weird, getting distracted by Jinshi, who admires the kitten. Sitting down and serving Jinshi some snacks, Mao Mao spots Gao Shun and the quack doctor gleefully bonding over their love for cats, something Jinshi will never understand. But upon realizing that Mao Mao herself acts like a cat, Jinshi embraces the kitten with open arms. A few days later, the kitten had been given the title of Admonisher of Thieves, tasked with chasing down rats scurrying around the clinic, but Mau Mau wondered why the kitten had been given her name of Mau Mau as well. Later that day, Mau Mau and the other ladies rushed to tidy things up, hearing that a caravan is soon to arrive. Following Jinshi, we see him receive reports of a foreign envoy arriving, asking Gaoshan to ensure everything runs smoothly during their stay. Back with Mau Mau, Hongyang says they'll be changing wardrobe since it's getting humid, asking Ge Yuan to tend to Lingli whilst the others search for alternative clothing. Seeing Inghua sifting through old clothing, Mau Mau asks where the old clothing goes, learning that most of Gyokyu's old clothes are handed out to Gyokyu's home region in the west. Aelin takes the chance to tell Mau Mau another lady in waiting is coming to help now that Gyokyu is pregnant. Something Inghua adds is because of Lulan, seeing as Lulan had recently totaled 50 ladies in waiting. Although Gyokyu is the emperor's favorite, she only has 4 ladies, whereas Lihua has 30 and Li Shu has 60. Additionally, Inghua mentions how a caravan filled with goods visits the palace every so often, but suddenly Hongyang appears ushering the girls back to work. Cutting to Lihua, she is seen petting her belly only to summon Shin, her new head lady in waiting, asking Shin to do some shopping for her. Heading out, Shin suddenly receives a message from the clinic, putting on a sour face. Near the entrance of the rear palace, the caravan has officially set up shop and plans to stay for 5 days, making Xiaolan envious as she wants to buy and try on new clothing as well. Mau Mau notes how strangely peaceful the rear palace is even though there are no stores or doctors except the quack doctor, wondering what a disease outbreak would cause. Mau Mau thinks about the amazing underground waterway that carries waste into the Great River, coupled with the water technology from the west, making most diseases would fail to be contracted. Suddenly hearing Xiaolan mention how she might be free on her last day, Mau Mau says she is glad she has Xiaolan as a friend. That evening, Gyokyu's ladies help display the items Gyokyu bought, worrying Gyokyu as she fears she bought too much, but Mau Mau knows the other ladies definitely didn't hold back either. Seeing as there will be another day of shopping tomorrow, Mau Mau helps clean up the dresses, suddenly spotting something. Seeing all the dresses with belts tied around the chest, Mau Mau states Gyokyu's pregnancy shouldn't be known to the outside, as normal dresses have belts around the waist, and only when pregnant will dresses with belts around the chest be needed. Suppressing her suspicions, Mau Mau hints at Hongyang and Gyokyu to buy more varied dresses to conceal Gyokyu's pregnancy. Before the stores closed on the last day, Mau Mau and Xiaolan explore what is left, exciting Xiaolan as she admires a small drinking cup, prompting Mau Mau to give Xiaolan some hair ties. Graciously hugging Mau Mau, Mau Mau notes Xiaolan could pass off as her little sister, both continuing to explore the stores as Mau Mau is dead set on getting discounts. After several purchases, Mau Mau sets her sights on some jasmine tea, running into the girl from earlier who intends to buy the tea as well. With Xiaolan calling out to Shui, Mau Mau deduces that Shui must be a court lady using the same laundry area. As the three head back to the clinic, the quack doctor is surprised Mau Mau has friends, but the girls are more excited seeing the kitten alive and well. Making jasmine tea with the bud, Mau Mau mentions how it's a special day, watching as Xiaolan indulges in some mooncakes. As the quack doctor mentions how a special envoy from a foreign land is arriving soon, Shui utters that she smells something weird towards the north of the palace, making the others wonder if the waterway got clogged. Xiaolan wonders if Shui works near the north often, but Shui reveals that she often visits the north side to sketch bugs, remarking insects and their eggs can be used for medicine and aphrodisiacs. Since the south is well kept, only the north contains intriguing bugs, exciting Mau Mau as they both grow close due to their strange addiction. That night, a mysterious figure heads to unveil several bottles, cutting to a few days later where the caravan has left. Since then, scented oils became popular in the rear palace, disgusting Mau Mau as intertwined scents are unbearable. But suddenly a dress is accidentally dropped onto Mau Mau. Upon smelling a rose-scented smell, Mau Mau regrets not selling her own rose-scented oils, but suddenly uncovers something. Sniffing other dirty dresses, Mau Mau rushes to the Crystal Pavilion, sniffing Lihua's lady's scents, only to run into Shin. Having received a complaint, Jinshi warns Mau Mau to not go overboard, but Mau Mau promises to get consent next time. Changing topics, Mau Mau has Jinshi read out the list of scents she smelled on the court ladies, stating that scents can have harmful effects on pregnant women. Additionally, Mau Mau unveils the spices and herbs sold at the festival, stating that they all increase the possibility of a miscarriage. Mau Mau asks if Jinshi can ask which merchants sold such harmful goods, but Jinshi says it'll be hard tracking down the source, prompting Mau Mau to state that this incident is very similar to the toxic white powder craze. Jinshi is surprised someone would try to bring poison into the palace, but Mau Mau says all the items can be consumed in moderation without issues, but asks Jinshi to warn the other concubines just in case. With Jinshi sending Gaoshan off, Gyokyu also has her ladies check their scented oils along with items they purchased, all whilst Mau Mau wonders who the mastermind behind Suiri Eye's disappearance and Jinshi's attempted assassination could be. Heading back to the kitchen, Mao Mao fears she must be blowing everything out of proportion, noting how everything that caught her attention was coincidental. As Mao Mao indulges in some more jasmine tea, Jinshi visits, asking Mao Mao why she is drinking tea that could be poisoned, but Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that all poison can be medicine in small amounts. As Jinshi sits down, she learns Gaoshan is off delivering messages, prompting Mao Mao to prepare some tea for Jinshi. Hearing Jinshi curious as to what jasmine tea could do, Mao Mao utters that the tea can help calm someone and improve their sleep, but can harm pregnant ladies, but overall is more beneficial than harmful. Seeing Mao Mao serve him a different drink, Jinshi slurps up Mao Mao's cup of tea, heading outside only to discover that concubine Jin of middle rank had passed away due to poison. The next day, Jinshi and Gaoshan decide to head to the Jade Pavilion, all whilst Gyokyu is notified of concubine Jin's passing due to poisoning. Gyokyu mentions how she heard Jin was sick for a year prior, greeting Jinshi only to cut to Mao Mao, who is proud seeing Xiaolan practicing her writing. Later that day, Mao Mao learns of a court lady by the name of Tao going missing. Sad to hear she was scheduled to be married, having been given a hairpin by a high-ranking bureaucrat at a garden party, but was heard the matron didn't want her to leave. With the quack doctor reminding Mao Mao that such incidents are quite normal in the rear palace, Mao Mao heads out only to spot Jinshi and Gyokyu having some tea. Mao Mao praises Gyokyu for hiding her pregnancy so well, suddenly called over by Gyokyu, who asks Mao Mao to assist Jinshi out, leaving them with Jinshi, as Lingli can be heard crying. Now alone, Jinshi asks what Mao Mao thinks about the books being spread by the emperor, something Mao Mao thinks highly of, as the novels are encouraging the girls to read and write, prompting Jinshi to unveil the next step in his grand scheme. Jinshi shows off some blueprints of a penmanship school, a school for servant girls, and an idea Mao Mao fully supports, but this shocks Jinshi and Gaoshan. Mao Mao gets weirded out realizing Jinshi wanted Mao Mao to glare at him, but tells Jinshi the penmanship school will not only help the slave girls, but also help other high-ranking girls find jobs. Mao Mao does wonder why the southern courtyard is so close to the main gate, advising Jinshi to move the courtyard elsewhere, as lots of prideful concubines gather near the location and wouldn't be too pleased seeing servants begin to be educated. Mao Mao mentions how moving the courtyard north and renovating some rundown buildings would be more suitable, asking Jinshi to call the school service vocational training to attract those seeking a job, and that snacks should be occasionally rewarded to lure girls back for more. Mao Mao notes how Jinshi hasn't even thought about his plan all the way, happy to hear he is seeking her personally for advice, but Jinshi also takes the chance to ask Mao Mao about her mushroom expertise. Mao Mao reiterates that she makes food and medicine with mushrooms, hearing that court ladies frequently get food poisoning when they hunt for mushrooms they aren't too sure about. Jinshi points out how he knows Mao Mao secretly digs up and devours matsutake mushrooms herself, something Mao Mao can't refute. Jinshi asks Mao Mao to solely focus on removing and noting down the poison mushrooms she uncovers, having Mao Mao sit out on all her duties except tasting to ensure things run smoothly. But Mao Mao wonders why he hasn't told Gyokyu any of this. Immediately getting to work, Mao Mao recognizes the locations the court ladies frequent and the entirety of the south side to be already been surveyed, choosing to head north, only for Mao Mao to begin uncovering various mushrooms. Suddenly smelling something tingling her nose, Mao Mao remembers what Shui said about the leaking sewage, wondering if the leak is causing the various mushrooms to suddenly grow. After a long days of scavenging, Inghua asks what Mao Mao has been up to, prompting Mao Mao to mention how she's gathered a bucket load of interesting mushrooms. Rushing to get changed, Mao Mao greets Gyokyu, spotting Gyokyu and Hongyang tying black strings around their wrist, only to be instructed to follow Hongyang after dinner. Heading out, Mao Mao learns that Jin, the upper middle rank concubine and daughter of a high-ranking noble, had passed, having been sick for the past year and was only seen in her room. Hongyang mentions how it was food poisoning that got her, annoyed that she was forced to remain in the palace, even though the emperor refused to visit her. Mao Mao wonders why Hongyang is so passionate when talking about Jin, hearing Jin was quite rude, always lashing out at lower-class girls, and even was suspected for the poisoning done to Lihua and Gyokyu involving the white powder. Jinshi was sent to investigate, but with no evidence Jin was left unpunished, something that didn't stick right with everyone, as Hongyang expressed how relieved she is for Jin to have finally passed away. Mao Mao suddenly realizes a link between Jin's poisoning and the reason Jinshi didn't talk about the mushrooms in front of Gyokyu, lining up with Hongyang to pay homage to Jin. Mao Mao realizes Jinshi suspected someone in the Jade Pavilion must have poisoned Jin, ruling out Gyokyu and the other ladies in waiting, only to realize Jinshi had suspected Mao Mao herself. Mao Mao is impressed. Jinshi was observing her reaction when the topic of poisonous mushrooms were brought up, but suddenly is handed a rose by one of Jin's ladies in waiting, curious as to how the lady received a rash on her hand. Heading to Jin's basket, Mao Mao suppressed her urge to inspect Jin's covered body, heading off only to spot concubine Sun rushing to Jin's corpse. As Sun pulls off the cover concealing Jin's face, Sun smirks at Jin's damaged body, unwrapping her own bandages only to gleefully cry Jin got what she deserved. Seeing Sun's inflamed face, the rash on Jin's lady-in-waiting, and Jinsher's words involving poisonous mushrooms, Mao Mao finally realizes what is happening. The next morning, Mao Mao continues her scavenger hunt, having heard that concubine Sun was a low-ranking concubine from a merchant family. Sun had apparently attracted the attention of the emperor. But 2 years ago, Sun was afflicted with an illness, choosing to stay at the palace, seeing as she wouldn't have a life outside due to her weakened body. Mao Mao suspects that Sun believed Jin to be the one who targeted her, heading through the forest with some protective mask only to run into the red mushroom she was searching for. Back at the clinic, Mao Mao asks Jinshi and Gaoshan to be careful, unveiling a red mushroom she found, a mushroom that is extremely dangerous. Before Jinshi can lean in for a close look, Mao Mao stops Jinshi, revealing her own markings from a similar mushroom she encountered in the past. Mao Mao states that she had merely touched the mushroom and rushed to rinse it off, but even still it left a scar, something that horrified Jinshi. Mao Mao utters that Jin had similar rashes and lost a lot of hair, asking Jinshi if he's looking for the poison that caused such illness, forcing Jinshi to admit that he has been trying to figure out the illness that afflicted Sun 2 years ago. With everyone believing it to be the work of Jin, it was a surprise when 1 year later Jin herself was afflicted by the same illness, becoming depressed and even refused to speak to Jinshi when he visited. Jinshi states that Jin was proud till the very end, having chosen to take poison to end her own life, something the ladies serving Jin had reported. Thinking for a bit, Mao Mao states that the red mushroom before them only causes stomach ache, vomiting, and paralysis, with inflammation being spread inside the mouth, but not onto the face. Mao Mao suspects that since the symptoms don't match up, it must mean someone spread the red mushroom onto Jin's face afterwards, and it can't be Jin herself, seeing as her hands were clean. Seeing Mao Mao hesitate to continue her suspicions, Jinshi tugs Mao Mao close, ordering Mao Mao to let all her suspicions out. Backing off, Mao Mao asks for a few days, requesting that Jinshi let her borrow some eunuchs to help with physical labor and can work in secret. With Jinshi and Gaoshan leaving, Jinshi is excited to hear what Mao Mao comes up with, cutting to the next couple of days where Mao Mao performs her usual routine. Only for a particular day where Gaoshan and 2 other eunuchs accompany Mao Mao into the forest, weirded out seeing Mao Mao using her nose to sniff the surrounding area, stopping only to ask Gaoshan and the others to begin digging. In mere moments, everyone is shocked seeing a decayed corpse, surprising even Mao Mao. Later that day, Jinshi reported that the body belonged to the real concubine Jin, having passed away a year ago when she first received the illness. As for the imposter, Mao Mao suspects the lady to be concubine Tao, holding up a sketch of Tao that closely resembles Jin's face. Mao Mao utters that with the added bandages around Tao's face, only the most observant would realize the discrepancy, meaning Tao conspired with Jin's ladies-in-waiting. With Mao Mao stating she doesn't know any more than that, Mao Mao secretly believes that Jin had gotten jealous that Tao had found love before she could. Mao Mao suspects that Jin would normally abuse Tao, leading to an altercation that led to Jin's passing, forcing Tao to work with Jin's ladies-in-waiting and cover up the incident. When things got too stressful for Tao to keep up the act, Jin's ladies disposed of Tao, but Jinshi wonders how Mao Mao found Jin's real body. Mao Mao proudly declares that she simply looked for an abundance of mushrooms growing nearby, having known that mushrooms tend to grow around animal feces or carcasses. Jinshi calls out Mao Mao for fiending over mushrooms grown around a human corpse, something Mao Mao realizes is quite weird, but before Mao Mao can defend herself, Jinshi has Gaoshan confiscate Mao Mao's mushrooms. Now left alone, Mao Mao spots a mushroom that had fallen out of her basket, wondering what a mushroom grown from a corpse would truly look and taste like. That night, we see the emperor greet some visitors, cutting to the next day, where Mao Mao is shown a massive mirror. The mirror amazes all the girls, as it's a Western invention, making it hard to obtain, especially the one before them, as it would easily be worth another's life. Mao Mao learns that Gyokyu had owned a smaller mirror in the past, but Inghua broke it, intriguing Mao Mao as to how mirrors are made and how they can mass-produce them. Gyokyu tells Mao Mao the mirror is a gift from a foreign envoy, reminding Mao Mao that the foreign stores were in preparation for a special envoy arriving. But Mao Mao also hears that each concubine received an equally expensive mirror, wondering what business this envoy has with their nation. That evening, Gaoshan visits Mao Mao and Hong Yang, asked by Gaoshan to borrow one of their rooms, but Hong Yang is disappointed to hear that Gaoshan is married and has a child. As Mao Mao serves the two some tea, she hears Gaoshan asking for some advice, explaining a story involving a rich family with 2 daughters. Since the daughters were close in age, they were both loved dearly by their overprotective parents, forcing the girls to remain inside. When a lady-in-waiting was assigned to the girls, the lady would occasionally sneak them out, but when the father found out, he locked the girls inside permanently, stationing men to guard and watch over them. Although the girls grew up introverts and spent their youths embroidering, the father soon discovered his younger daughter was pregnant with the child of a wizard, a story that confuses Mao Mao, as she simply believes the lady had continued to sneak the girls out. Gaoshun corrects Mao Mao as the lady in waiting had been fired to warn future ladies in waiting from getting too comfortable. But when Hongyang wonders if the men watching the girls pulled any moves, Gaoshun states the men would monitor each other as well, forbidden from approaching the daughters. Unfortunately, Mao Mao doesn't know what to make of Gaoshun's story, stating that she knows that people can trick themselves into thinking they're pregnant, having once seen a young courtesan claim she was pregnant with the man she loved. The courtesan had reported skipping her periods and her skin began to grow tender. But this was all in her head, making Mao Mao ask Gaoshun if he's sure the younger daughter was pregnant. Acting strange, Gaoshun states he knows for sure, asking Mao Mao if she can figure out ways the daughters could have snuck out given the surveillance they were under. Showing Mao Mao a map of the daughter's home, Gaoshun points to a separated house where the daughters were kept and only a corridor connected the daughters to the main house, with a built-in washroom included in the separated house. Gaoshun adds that there are windows opposite of the corridor, with two men at different levels watching each window, but Mao Mao points out how limited the men's vision must have been. Gaoshun utters that the girls would normally be seen near the windows embroidery, a hobby Gaoshun admits is unorthodox. But Mao Mao knows that Gaoshun seems to be hiding something from them. Knowing that the daughters also had separate bedrooms, Mao Mao deduces that the separated house must have been originally for guests, something Gaoshun confirms as he reiterates only two men were ever watching through the windows. Mao Mao begins to squirm, holding back her speculations. But just then Gaoshun remembers to give Mao Mao the ox bezoar Jinshi promised her. Mao Mao wonders why it took so long, learning that the demand for it suddenly rose, but Jinshi has been recently receiving all sorts of medicine from different people. With Mao Mao ecstatic to finally be receiving her reward, Hongyang learns that an ox bezoar is a dried bear's gallbladder used as medicine for the digestive system. Getting back to Gaoshun's story, Mao Mao heads off to retrieve some tools, using two nuts to represent the daughters, placing them by the windows on the map. Next, Mao Mao takes out a mirror, declaring that the daughters must have used a mirror to reflect the older daughter in place of the younger daughter, making it seem like nothing was happening from a distance. Gaoshun points out that the girls were stitching different animals at the time, but Mao Mao states that images can be made with two results in mind, showing off a face that can be flipped to show a completely new face. This explains how the daughters were seen stitching a bird and rabbit, but in reality the oldest was doing all the work whilst the youngest fled through the exit. Mao Mao thinks about a story her dad told her about, having heard needlework was common amongst high-class daughters, suspecting that Gaoshun had twisted the story a bit, believing the daughters may have been hiding a bigger secret than a mere child. Not wanting to question things further, Mao Mao watches as Gaoshun leaves, wondering what she should do with her new gift. That evening, Jinshi is seen stressed, having received another mystery regarding a beauty that sheds pearls as tears from a high-ranking official. But Gaoshun reminds Jinshi he doesn't need to solve everything. With Jinshi wondering what the envoy is scheming with the mirrors, we see Jinshi visiting Gyokyu, only to ask Mao Mao about the mysterious beauty shedding tears. Mao Mao is completely confused by Jinshi's cryptic question, learning that a beautiful lady, given the name Moon Fairy, was capable of creating pearls with her tears, having once been a courtesan from the Pleasure District. Seeing as Mao Mao still doesn't recognize her, Jinshi reveals that this mystery is a request from the special envoy that has arrived from the West. Apparently, the envoy had heard of the Moon Fairy from their grandfather when they were younger, and now wants Jinshi to seek out the fairy. But Mao Mao points out this story must have existed for many years now. Jinshi states he would like to do the best he can, seeing as the request is from a diplomatic partner. But as Mao Mao thinks back of possible candidates that fit the Moon Fairy description, she realizes that only one fits the criteria. Surprisingly, Mao Mao utters that Jinshi had already met the candidate, revealing it to be the granny of the Verdigris house. Mao Mao says she can convince the granny to visit if he pays, but wonders why Jinshi doesn't just lie about the fairy he finds. But Jinshi reveals he already tried to present other beautiful ladies, but the envoys refuse to accept them as worthy of being a moon fairy. Hearing that the envoys are females, Mao Mao fears what they may do to Jinshi if he were to ever seduce them, instead asking how important these envoys are. Jinshi says the envoys control all western and northern trading points, making Mao Mao curious as to how gorgeous Granny was to have captivated the eyes of westerners who are already conventionally good-looking. Seeing Jinshi distraught, Mao Mao gets to work inviting Granny to the palace, sitting down with her only to ask Granny if she welcomed an envoy 50 years ago. Granny confirms she did, remembering that the city was originally an ancient ruin that accepted tourists, but seeing as there was no grand palace at the time, a ceremonial site near a pond and orchards was used to welcome guests. Mao Mao recognizes the description as a ruined orchid on the north side of the rear palace. But Granny continues by stating she herself was selected as the main dancer to perform, being the highest class courtesan at the time out of the dozen that were chosen. Granny admits her build at the time was tall and curvy, something that would naturally draw others' attention. But the overall event was mostly improvised and planned to suit the guests. Granny says that bugs needed to be removed from the nearby orchids, and before the event her dress was sabotaged, but like the pros she was, Granny still outshined all expectations, smacking Mao Mao when she seemed bored. Taking out a painting, Mao Mao is amazed to see Granny in her prime. learning that the envoy had personally sent Granny the painting after seeing her perform. Granny proudly claims that the envoy never set foot on their land again, but Mau Mau wonders why Granny drew the envoy's attention so much, disappointed to see Granny doesn't know. With Mau Mau curious as to what garnered Granny the title of a goddess, Mau Mau shows Jinshi what he needs to find, all baffled as they wonder where they can find a 175-centimeter tall lady with natural curves, long limbs, and is skilled at dancing. Gaoshan mentions how the envoys are tall themselves, being cousins with the same grandfather, intriguing Mau Mau as to how pretty these envoys are. Seeing as they need someone pretty enough to even stun the envoys, Mau Mau identifies someone that could satisfy their needs, glaring at Jinshi. That night, we see the Emperor meeting with Lulan, all while Shui spends time hunting for items near a pond and orchards. At night, Mau Mau sits with Granny's painting, wondering how much the rumors had twisted Granny's legacy. But heading out the next day, Mau Mau heads towards the north orchards in the rear palace, spotting a shrine-like building and a pond as well. Noting how the location used to belong to a different ethnic group, but out of nowhere a pair of hands covers Mau Mau's eyes. Recognizing the voice to be Shui's, Mau Mau asks why Shui's here, hinted a leaf sandwiching a cute caterpillar. Weirded out herself, Mau Mau hears that Shui is uncovering many bugs near the orchids that can only be found in books. Something Mau Mau realizes is due to the orchards being a common trading hub for foreigners, so it's natural for insects to have flocked to the area. Mau Mau wonders what type of butterfly the caterpillars will evolve into, but Shui corrects Mau Mau, uttering that the bugs will actually become gorgeous moths, nocturnal creatures that light up the night sky. Shui invites Mau Mau to see the moths at night, emphasizing that the moths will sparkle at night, something that catches Mau Mau's attention. Mau Mau asks if the moths mate after evolving, but Shui says they have to since they can't eat and perish soon after maturing. With Mau Mau confirming the Shui can decipher the gender of the caterpillars, Mau Mau gets to work, updating Jinshi on her findings as they all make preparations for the upcoming banquet. In a few days, the envoys are invited to said banquet, marking the 50th year since the Moon Fairy had graced them. As men and high-ranking concubines are invited to view the show from their carriages, Mau Mau spies on the blue-eyed ladies, admitting that their beauty truly is unorthodox. Seeing as the two ladies are also showing their full faces, Mau Mau sees they're quite bold with Eileen acting timid and quiet whilst Isla seems more confident. As the music and performance begin, Mau Mau sees the ladies are not impressed whatsoever, wondering if the girls are twins, having only heard they were cousins that shared the same grandfather. At that moment, Isla exits her carriage, bowing before the Emperor only to ask to be closer with the Emperor. Isla also asks where the Emperor's brother may be, upsetting several people, as they know Isla and Eileen seem to be after the Emperor and his brother. Before Isla can say anything else, Eileen appears, asking Isla to stop, both bowing as they return to their carriage. Off to the side, Mau Mau wonders if the cousins truly believe there is no one more beautiful than themselves and that the mirrors weren't a gift but a declaration of their beauty. But nonetheless, Mau Mau heads to show them a new Moon Fairy, heading into a shack, only to ask Gaoshan how preparations are going. With no time left, Mau Mau helps escort Jinshi, all whilst Isla praises the banquet's colorful music, but even still the overall performance is subpar. With the cousins moved elsewhere, they begin to grow skeptical of the Moon Fairy their grandfather told them about. But as the carriage comes to a halt, Mau Mau is seen standing off to the side. In an instant, Mau Mau unveils Jinshi as the Moon Fairy, catching the cousins' attention as Jinshi works his magic. With elegant movements and the night breeze working in his favor, Jinshi puts on a show, dazzling the girls only to disappear. Having not had enough, Isla demands to know who the lady before them was, but Mau Mau merely utters the name Diana, the name Westerners give to the moon goddess. Returning to Jinshi, Mau Mau reports that the performance was a success, revealing that Jinshi appearing out of nowhere was due to a black cloth placed and removed over him. As for the bright lights in Granny's painting, Mau Mau says they were simply mature moths, having remembered that Granny was sabotaged when other ladies rubbed insect carcasses on her dress. But surprisingly, the carcasses drew in other moths, giving Granny the effect of lights dancing beside her at night. Mau Mau adds that Jinshi's cross-dressing was only for the eyes of the cousins, having placed Gaoshan and few other eunuchs to deal with any intruders. As for Jinshi, he had to leap into the lake to avoid any others from noticing. Seeing Jinshi annoyed, Mau Mau helps to dry Jinshi's wet hair, cutting to later that night where Isla is seen scheming something. The next day, Mau Mau runs into Xiaolan, happy to hear that Jinshi's school for servants has actually been put in place, wishing Xiaolan and several others the best whilst Mau Mau herself sits under a tree. Mau Mau mentions how she's bored, seeing as the quack doctor is busy with scented oil stuff, seeing as scented oils in bulk can become poisonous. Even Jinshi admitted he wasn't able to track down the buyer of the scented oils, seeing as ladies from across the rear palace purchased them, meaning the envoys can't be blamed. Mau Mau does utter that she fears the envoys could care less about being a concubine, reassessing the situation as Mau Mau sketches out the 4 current concubines. Starting with Lulan, Mau Mau knows she's the most powerful, being backed by her father Shursho, a retainer that existed during the previous emperor's reign. Next is Li Hua, being quite favorable having given the emperor a baby boy, but sadly, he passed shortly after birth. Then there is Li Shu herself, who is also quite powerful, coming from a persistent family, willing to hand over Li Shu for power, but luckily the emperor favors voluptuous women. Finally is Gyokyu, the emperor's favorite, having given the emperor a princess and soon another child, even having support from her western nation. Mao Mao reiterates that there have been 2 attempts on Gyokyu's life, one being at the garden party, but that turned out to be Ah Duo's lady in waiting targeting Li Shu, but misfiring onto Gyokyu. As for the second one, Mao Mao remembers that someone had tried to poison Gyokyu around the time Lingli was born, something Hongyan believes to be the work of Jin, but the question is how Jin learned about the poison in the first place. Mao Mao also remembers that Suire has still not been found, wondering why Suire had tried to assassinate Jinshi as well, but seeing as things are getting complicated, Mao Mao goes on a walk. Running into the ladies from the Crystal Pavilion, 3 of the ladies immediately avoid Mao Mao, leaving Shin, who takes her time passing Mao Mao. But Mao Mao realizes that she doesn't smell any scented oils on her, unlike the other ladies in waiting. That evening, Mao Mao learns that Ailin has a fever, offering to give her some medicine, whilst Inghua suggests Mao Mao take her to the clinic. Following Ailin, Mao Mao is amazed to discover a new section in the north side of the rear palace, a location Ailin says is near a wash house for dirty clothes. Speaking to Shinlu, an older-looking court lady, Shinlu reassures Ailin that her fever will subside over the next few days, offering Ailin a place to stay as to not infect anyone else. Mao Mao is impressed by Shinlu's efficiency, even amazed that they're heading through a location that has been sanitized with alcohol and nicely ventilated. With Ailin assigned a room for the night, Mao Mao is asked to leave, rushing back home only to notice an abundance of older court ladies. Mao Mao deduces that once a lady has reached a certain age, they're removed from the rear palace, but they also get offered to work behind the scenes, explaining the abundance of older ladies. Just then, Mao Mao bumps into Jinshi, who asks Mao Mao to pay more attention to her surroundings, but this only annoys Mao Mao. Jinshi asks what Mao Mao was doing just now, hearing that Mao Mao only recently learned of their current location, but Mao Mao admits she didn't listen when she was given a tour after being sold off. Seeing Jinshi saddened, Mao Mao asks why the clinic can't be the official medical office, but Gaoshun states that only men can be doctors, as anyone can treat small wounds, but only doctors can make medicine and treat major injuries. Mao Mao realizes why she didn't smell any medicine in the clinic, wondering why she is allowed to make medicine, only to hear that Jinshi is making a special exception for Mao Mao. Seeing as things are quite complicated, Jinshi wishes he could allow non-eunuchs to create medicine, reminding Mao Mao that the current emperor had banned the surgery that created eunuchs, wondering how long it'll take to be understaffed. As Jinshi leaves, he advises Mao Mao to keep her medicine practices a secret, cutting to later that night where Ailin is taking the medicine she received from Mao Mao, but at that moment Shinlu appears, asking if Mao Mao was the one who created the medicine. The next day, Gyokyu tells Mao Mao that court lady Shinlu would like to speak with Mao Mao, something Ailin apologizes for as Shinlu found out Mao Mao had given her some medicine. Seeing Gyokyu worried, Ailin reveals that Shinlu wants to borrow Mao Mao, prompting Inghua to help escort Mao Mao, only to formally greet Shinlu. Seeing Shinlu's green-tinted eyes, Mao Mao wonders if Shinlu is foreign, admiring how intimidating Shinlu appears at the moment. Shinlu apologizes for shooing Mao Mao away yesterday, having only learned recently that Mao Mao serves the precious consort Gyokyu, but seeing as this is the perfect time, Shinlu asks if Mao Mao can make medicine for one of Lady Li Hua's servants. Immediately, Inghua reminds Shinlu that Mao Mao's medical practices are to be kept a secret, but Mao Mao calms Inghua down, asking Shinlu to further elaborate. Shinlu reveals that she came to know a servant girl, Susu, that would frequently use the laundry area, but around the time the caravan arrived, Susu began to grow ill. Soon after, Susu went missing, but Mao Mao speculates Susu simply uses another laundry area, hearing that it's been half a month and Susu has yet to receive any medicine for her coughs. Mao Mao knows that a servant must receive permission from the head lady in waiting before receiving medicine. Feeling bad for the girl as she leaves for now, Mao Mao fears that an uncontrolled cough could be contagious, but Inghua advises Mao Mao to get the proper permissions first before believing everything Shinlu is saying. Seeing as she'll need to speak with Jinshi, Mao Mao suddenly leaps into some nearby grass, retrieving the tail of a lizard, but this scares Inghua to death. That night, we see Susu coughing uncontrollably, even spewing out some blood. The next day, Shin is seen towering over the servant girls, only to spot a servant, Yu, running off with some resources. Shin orders Yu to not intrude on their little secret, forcing Yu to apologize only to hear that a doctor is visiting them. With the quack doctor and Mao Mao appearing, the quack doctor asks to see Li Hua, handing over a letter from Jinshi that convinces Shin to let them in. As Shin escorts the two, she states that all who work in the Crystal Pavilion are nobles, suddenly remembering back to a time when herself and Li Hua were told to earn the love of the emperor no matter what. Passing through the building, Mao Mao suddenly hears a cough, learning that the Crystal Pavilion has a storage shed for gardening equipment, but there hasn't been any gardening done recently. When the quack doctor asks why there are newly placed bushes near the storage shed, Mao Mao suddenly points out Shin's use of perfume, scaring Shin as she recognizes Mao Mao as the girl from earlier. As the quack doctor rushes towards the shed, Mao Mao holds Shin back from interfering, allowing the quack doctor to open the shack, suddenly crying for Mao Mao to come have a look. Upon seeing Susu malnourished and on the brink of death, Mao Mao orders for some boiling water, all while Shin enters the shed as well. Whilst Mao Mao feeds Susu some medicine, she demands to know why Shin is treating Susu like this. But Shin boldly states that she was simply isolating the sick girl to not spread her illness. Mao Mao reveals that the blood stains imply Susu is on the brink of death, pointing out that in the past Shin had burned incense to cover up Li Hua's sickness, but today Shin seems to be using the sickness to cover up some incense. Inspecting the storage room, Mao Mao is disappointed to see so many scented oils, even after they've been banned. Stealing her resolve, Mao Mao turns to Shin, demanding to know why Shin is trying to make an abortion drug. Washing away her makeup, Mao Mao is escorted into a room with Shin, Li Hua, Jinshi, and Gaoshan, all confronting Shin for hiding away banned goods. Seeing as Shin is refusing to answer, Mao Mao utters that Shin is actually Li Hua's cousin, both sharing amazing features. Speaking up, Jinshi asks what Shin was doing with the banned goods, but Shin simply utters she was quarantining a sick girl in the storage shed and that she had no idea the banned goods were in there as well. Mao Mao is disgusted knowing that the servant girl had been used to conceal the banned goods, but Shin continues by adding that it was inappropriate for Mao Mao to enter their shack without permission, plus multiple people have access to the shed, not only herself. Jinshi asks what would happen if they questioned the servant girl, but Shin states they can't trust the girl since she has a fever, something that makes Mao Mao speak up as she mentions how Shin knew the servant had a fever. Mao Mao also adds that Shin has the smell of incense on her, whereas the other day, she smelt of nothing, choosing to retrieve a scented oil that best suits Shin's current smell. Mao Mao says that the oil Shin used is quite strong, rushing to confirm her suspicions. But before Mao Mao can investigate, Shin slaps Mao Mao, accidentally scratching Mao Mao in the process. Seeing as Shin won't let her through, Li Hua offers to check Shin's smell, asking what would happen to Shin if she were guilty. Jinshi reluctantly states that an attempt on the Emperor's child would mean death, prompting Li Hua to reveal that she fears Shin was after her child, something Mao Mao realizes seeing as Li Hua's dress is similar to Gyokyu's dress. Mao Mao utters that Li Hua had purposely been surrounded by incompetent women, but it seems that Shin was the one who gathered the incompetent ladies. Li Hua states that she knows Shin never considered Li Hua to be worthy of being the Emperor's concubine, uttering that it was a last-minute decision between the two of them, but seeing Li Hua looking down on her, Shin loses it. Shin cries that it wasn't fair Li Hua was selected over her, even though Shin excelled in so many more things than Li Hua, both given the names Pear and Apricot for Li Hua and Shin. Mao Mao knows that even the brightest of people will succumb to their emotions, something both Shin and Li Hua have experienced. Shin yells that Li Hua was made the Emperor's concubine simply because she was the daughter of the head family, whereas herself she worked her entire life to surpass Li Hua to no avail. With Jinshi hearing Shin's confession, Shin rushes over to the scented oils, preparing to douse Li Hua in the poison, all whilst cursing Li Hua's child. Luckily, Gaoshan intervenes, restraining Shin only for Mao Mao to lean in close, stating that she knows Shin values the title Empress, compared to Li Hua, who truly loves the Emperor. With Shin defeated, Li Hua walks towards Shin, choosing to slap Shin, something that surprises everyone. Li Hua apologizes, seeing as she was infuriated, but when Jinshi asks Li Hua what she's doing, Li Hua prepares to discipline Shin further. As Jinshi rushes to stop Li Hua, Mao Mao giggles seeing how much Li Hua has grown, hearing that Li Hua wants Shin banned from the rear palace, an elegant punishment for the prideful Shin, even better than death. That evening, Jinshi hands Mao Mao a cloth to wipe off the blood from her scratch, only to ask how Mao Mao knew Susu was in the shed. Mao Mao admits she wasn't 100% sure, hence she went in with a disguise, but when she saw the white bushes planted near the shed, she knew the servant's location. Apparently, the white flower was meant to be red, having been abruptly plucked up and moved to help give off a positive feng shui. Ironically, the seeds in the white bush can be used for an abortion, making Jinshi ask if there may be someone spreading methods to ensure an abortion, but Mao Mao admits she is still unsure who the culprits may be. As Jinshi leaves, Mao Mao spots you holding some flowers, asking how Susu is doing, relieved to hear that Susu is getting the proper treatment she needs. That night, the Emperor is seen visiting Li Hua, having heard that Mao Mao once again saved Li Hua, staring off into his glass of wine as he thinks of something. Flashing back, we see a younger Jinshi playing with a ball, only to be greeted by an older man who reaches out to Jinshi, but Jinshi's mother appears, stopping the man from touching Jinshi. When an older lady appears, Jinshi and his mother immediately bow, but Jinshi wonders why his mother is glaring at the others, all watching as the older lady has several eunuchs drag the man away. But as the man leaves, he drops a strange object. Before Jinshi can remember what happened, he suddenly awakens, choosing to squeeze in some nightly training to relax his mind. Jinshi reveals that the older man in his dream was his father and the older lady was his grandmother, combined with the fact that the current emperor is his brother. Something Jinshi wonders if Mao Mao has figured out, but having trained all morning, Jinshi heads back to bed. Later that day, Jinshi goes on his usual stroll, spotting Mao Mao peeping in on the other slave girl's history lesson, all learning about how their land was formed when a distant noble woman got pregnant and gave birth to the first emperor Li. Scholars assert that the woman who gave birth to the first emperor was known as a Mother Royal, a sorcerer that could see in the dark, but out of nowhere, Jinshi flirtatiously asks what Mao Mao is doing. Annoyed, Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that the girls will get distracted if they knew he was here, but Mao Mao hears that the number of students is around 20, lower than expected. Mao Mao thinks about how things are going as expected, impressed that Xiaolan is already able to read simple stories. But as Jinshi and Gaoshun depart, Mao Mao chooses to remain behind a little longer. Having been waiting for Xiaolan, Xiaolan utters that she needs to ask questions to the teacher, dragging Mao Mao along as she reveals their male teacher lives next door to their class. Passing by an old shrine, Mao Mao greets Xiaolan's teacher, but as she sits and waits for Xiaolan, she notices the shrine opposite of her has an abundance of pillars. Strange as this would mean, it has many rooms stacked next to each other. Seeing Mao Mao curious, the teacher mentions how the shrine was originally built for the Mother Royal, and it's said that only those who can pass through the shrine can become the emperor, something so monumental that the capital city was ultimately moved to their area due to the shrine. Sadly, the teacher says the shrine hasn't been used in a while, seeing as the previous emperor's brothers all passed away, meaning the previous emperor was the only one to inherit the throne. The teacher also mentions how a quirky doctor in the past shared the same interest as Mao Mao, someone Mao Mao confirms was Luo Min, surprising the teacher as he smirks hearing that Mao Mao is Luo Min's adopted daughter. Before Mao Mao can ask how close her father and the teacher were, Xiaolan shows off her new writing, cutting to later that night, where Mao Mao finishes testing for poison in Gyoki's food. Before Mao Mao can leave, the emperor asks Mao Mao to follow him, declaring that they'll be visiting the Shrine of Choosing, with Jinshi and Gaoshun tagging along. Mao Mao realizes the shrine from earlier is the Shrine of Choosing, surprised to see the teacher has been waiting for them. When the emperor asks to try the shrine once more, the teacher reminds the emperor that he has already failed in the past, surprising Mao Mao as the teacher's tone is more serious than before. Regardless, the teacher allows the emperor through, having chosen to bring Jinshi and Mao Mao along, only for all four to enter into the first room. With 3 colored doors in front of them, a sign asks the visitors to not enter the red door, but seeing as the only options are red, green, and blue, Mao Mao wonders if they should enter green or blue. Hearing that the emperor chose green last time, he'll enter the blue door, all guided by the teacher through a long passage that leads to 3 other doors. Seeing a green, brown, and light blue door, a sign instructs the visitors to not enter the brown door, prompting the emperor to choose the green door immediately. As several minutes pass, the emperor is prompted with the same puzzle multiple times, leading the gang in circles, all whilst Mao Mao wonders why she was brought with them. Seeing as they've reached the final door, a sign tells the visitors to not pick the blue door out of the blue, yellow, and purple doors. Mao Mao notes how another set of doors opens into the room, intrigued to see another path converges into their room. But as the emperor decides on the yellow door, the gang open the door into an empty room. Strung on the wall, a message declares that the visitor has failed and is not the son of the Mother Royal. Mao Mao hears the emperor admit to failing again, wondering why Jinshi is so serious as well. But as the emperor begins to despair, the teacher reassures the emperor that he'll continue to look over the shrine until a suited candidate passes by. Mao Mao realizes that the teacher must have been the shrine's guardian even before the rear palace was built, all guided outside. But Mao Mao is so curious as to where the emperor went wrong. Using a stick, Mao Mao sketches out the shrine's layout, wondering why there were so many rooms and colored doors. But suddenly the teacher utters that Luo Min would have been able to figure out the shrine's meaning. Hearing that the teacher holds her father to such a high regard, Mao Mao states she doesn't compare to the medical genius that is her father, but getting annoyed that the teacher is underestimating her, Mao Mao begins to rack her brain. As Mao Mao brushes through the rooms, colored doors, and the final message, the emperor chooses to ask about the final message as well, reminding Mao Mao that stories about the birthing of the emperor only mentions the Mother Royal and no father figure. Ironic seeing as their nation runs on men governing most of their infrastructure. Remembering that all the siblings of the previous emperor had passed away before anyone needed to enter the shrine, Mao Mao asks if the previous emperor's siblings all shared the same mother. Hearing that the previous emperor and his siblings were all birthed by the same mother or her sisters. Having realized something, Mao Mao asks if the previous emperor's siblings have poor eyesight, something that makes the teacher tremble, all whilst the emperor confirms Mao Mao's suspicions. With Mao Mao asking to re-enter the shrine, the teacher calms himself, stating that Mao Mao can't willingly enter seeing as she is not a concubine. Jokingly, the emperor offers to take Mao Mao as a concubine, laughing as he wonders what Locken will think. As an alternative, Jinshi enters with Mao Mao and the Emperor tagging along, all listening to Mao Mao as she chooses to pick the same blue door as the Emperor. When greeted by the green, brown, and light blue door, Mao Mao opts to choose the blue door over the green one, all following Mao Mao as she states that the colors of the doors will be the deciding factor. Reaching their 10th room, they're greeted by a white, purple, and green door, all whilst the sign asks the visitors to choose the red door. Seeing as there is no red door, Mao Mao immediately picks the green door, surprising everyone as the door opens up to a balcony overlooking the palace. The teacher congratulates the gang for picking the right path, hearing that in the past the Mother Royal would choose who would become king, even making use of concubines to help them solve the shrine's puzzle. The teacher remarks that it's the first time an outsider like Mao Mao solved the shrine's puzzle, annoying Mao Mao as the teacher asks Mao Mao to explain her thought process. Mao Mao utters that the stories wrote that the royal mother could see in the darkest of nights, meaning that those who carried the Mother Royal's bloodline would share her genetic eyes and not be able to discern colors. Going through the first room, Mao Mao states that both green and blue doors are correct, but with the color genetic defect, true descendants would only be able to recognize the blue door as the correct option. Mao Mao says that the color genetic defect makes men unable to discern red and green colors, with only 1 in 10 Western men affected, something Mao Mao learned from her father. As for the next room, brown and green would have appeared the same, leaving the blue door. Finally, the 10th room reversed the trick, meaning purple and white were visible, but the green door would have been blank for those afflicted by the genetic defect, meaning the green door was the only option. The Emperor wonders how such an illness was never noticed, but Mao Mao says those who grow up with it live normally with said illness, and in exchange those afflicted can see well in the dark, just like the tales of the Mother Royal's brilliant eyesight. Mao Mao adds that although people may have been chosen from lucky guesses, the abundance of runes and doors whittles down the chances of a non-descendant passing. Plus, the Mother Royal had supposedly arrived from the west with many servants. Jinshi points out how the Mother Royal apparently didn't have a husband to pass down the genetic trait, but Mao Mao says this was all part of the Mother Royal's plan. Seeing as the genetic trait is so rare, the Mother Royal needed to keep such a trait in the family, allowing concubines with such a Western trait to take the shrine test, ensuring that royals would marry someone with the genetic trait. The Emperor wonders if he is a descendant of the Mother Royal, but Mao Mao reassures the Emperor that not all descendants carry the genetic defect, impressing the teacher as he suggests that the Emperor marry Mao Mao, seeing as she is quite intellectual. Sadly, the Emperor doesn't want to anger Locken, nor is he interested in Mao Mao's childish body. But as the gang leave the shrine, Mao Mao suspects that Jinshi is more than the Emperor's favorite eunuch, choosing to suppress her suspicions as she doesn't want to pry too much. Several days later, Hongyang assigns Mao Mao a storage shed, reminding Mao Mao of her antics, cutting back to when Mao Mao scared Yinghua and made her faint. When Yinghua woke up, she warned Mao Mao to conserve her weirdness, afraid Hongyang would move her room to a storage room. But Mao Mao said a storage room would be more beneficial for her, rushing off to personally ask Hongyang for a room change. In the present, Mao Mao gleefully thanks Hongyang for her new room, rushing to assign spots for her medicine making. But later that evening, Guiyuan and Ailin are surprised to learn that Mao Mao is now living out of a storage room, hearing that Mao Mao has stopped collecting insects and now collects lizard tails. Yinghua points out a strange rumor of a girl running around catching bugs, but Mao Mao realizes such a rumor may be about Shui. That evening, Mao Mao asks Xiaolan if she knows where Shui is, prompting Xiaolan to ask other servant girls. Seeing the girls hesitate around Mao Mao, someone who directly serves a concubine, Mao Mao eases the tension by offering up Jinshi's handkerchief. Having been pointed to the north side of the palace, Mao Mao gets bitten by a mosquito only to notice some white blossoms, having collected the plant's seeds with fellow courtesans when she was younger. Mao Mao reveals the seeds can be used to make an abortion drug, reminded of Shin, who was after Li Hua's concubine position. But Mao Mao points out how the lantern plant, peony, balsam, and mercury would also be needed to create the abortion drug. Although all the plants can be found in the rear palace, Mao Mao still wonders how Shin learned of the drug, believing Shin acquired the ingredients from the caravan, but the question is who and where is the person feeding Shin the information. At that moment, a bush rustling can be heard nearby, only for Shui to leap out of said bush, having been hunting down bugs. When Shui tries catching a bug that landed on Mao Mao's head, she accidentally smashes it, forcing Mao Mao to rinse off nearby. When Mao Mao asks about the bug Shui caught, Shui gleefully drags Mao Mao elsewhere, crying that the bugs she's caught are unique in the east, but that moment loud noises can be heard in the distance. Rushing to check out the noise, Mao Mao spots the Empress Dowager passing by, amazed that such a youthful lady could be the current emperor's mother. Shui mentions that there is a clinic solely run by court ladies, and that it was the Empress herself who founded the clinic. Shui reveals that the Empress Dowager is very kind, being the one that banned slaves and eunuchs. Sadly, courtesans still offer up their bodies in exchange for money and goods, a loophole that bypasses the slave ban. Before the girls leave, Mao Mao wonders if the Empress Dowager visiting the clinic is connected to what happened with Shin, holding back from digging further, not wanting to be scolded by the other girls. That evening, Mao Mao notes how serious Hong Yang is, having ordered the girls to clean the pavilion until it's spotless. It's revealed that the Empress Dowager was personally visiting them, formerly known as Lady Ungshi, as Ungshi, someone who knows of Gyoku's pregnancy. As Ungshi plays with Lingli, Mao Mao notes how close Ungshi and Gyokuyu are, only for Ungshi to personally greet Mao Mao. Ungshi says she's heard of Mao Mao through Swearin, surprised that Swearin used to be Ungshi's lady-in-waiting, but as Ungshi gives Gyokuyu a stare, Gyokuyu requests to put Lingli in her bed. With everyone leaving the room, Mao Mao is left alone with Ungshi, asked to sit down only for Ungshi to voice the rumors she's heard of Mao Mao solving mysteries throughout the palace. Staying humble, Mao Mao says she simply advises people with her limited knowledge, intriguing Ungshi as she personally asks Mao Mao to look into something for her, asking Mao Mao to see if Ungshi herself had placed a curse on the late emperor. That night, Mao Mao gets to work, rehashing the horrible rumors she heard of the late emperor, hearing he was a fool and a puppet to the empress, but worst of all, he favored younger women. The late emperor had chosen to go after younger women, resulting in Ungshi giving birth to the current emperor at such a young age. But luckily, Luo Min had ensured a safe delivery. Not long after, the emperor's younger brother was born, someone Mao Mao knows should be 1 year older than her, meaning the Empress Dowager should be reaching 30 years old by now. Mao Mao notes how strange the ages of the emperor's current brother and the late emperor's age is, stopping herself from speaking nonsense, only to cut to several days later, where Ungshi is holding a tea party with the 4 high-ranking concubines. Before the tea party starts, Hongyang escorts Gyokyu to a room where she can rest, a symptom of early pregnancy. As Mao Mao and the girls make preparations, they voice how scared they're seeing as the tea party is outside the rear palace and is in the inner court where the emperor lives. The girls fear that Gyokyu's pregnancy will be obvious when people see her, but Mao Mao notes how Li Hua probably won't probe too much, seeing as she is pregnant as well. As for Li Shu, Mao Mao doubts Li Shu or her head lady in waiting will step out of line, but gets worried seeing as Lulan may be unpredictable. Just then, Hongyang asks to speak with Myomoa privately, pulling her aside only to remind Mao Mao the significance of not having Mao Mao taste for poison. Mao Mao knows that they're showing their respect to Ungshi by not having poison tasters, but Hongyang asks what Ungshi had asked Mao Mao to solve. Seeing as Mao Mao can't divulge what she spoke about with Ungshi, Hongyang lunges forward only to warn Mao Mao to never betray Gyokyu, something that terrifies Mao Mao as she promises she would never do such a thing. With Hongyang reverting back to her calm demeanor, Mao Mao admits that Hongyang is well suited to be head lady in waiting, but as we cut to later that day, Mao Mao is seen being summoned by Ungshi. Believing that Ungshi wants an answer to the possible curse placed on the late emperor, Mao Mao is guided through the rear palace by Ungshi's lady-in-waiting, amazed that their current location is spotless. Seeing as the landscape has also been perfected, Mao Mao suddenly stops before some doors, learning that not even cleaners are permitted to enter the room before them. As the lady escorting Mao Mao opens the room's doors, Mao Mao is suddenly hit with a strange smell, hearing that the room belongs to a court lady turned low-ranking concubine that lived during the reign for the current emperor's grandfather. Mao Mao also learns that the room before them is where the empress lived with the late emperor and is also where the late emperor was raised and passed away. Taking Mao Mao elsewhere, the lady enters a different room where all the high-ranking concubines can be seen having their tea party with Ungshi, hearing that the late emperor and his mother, the empress, had spent the remainder of their years in the forbidden room, both passing away around the same time. Mao Mao asks if the emperor was young when he passed, but the lady utters the late emperor was old enough to pass away for natural causes. But Mao Mao is confused as to how Ungshi would think she cursed the late emperor. Although the lady agrees with Mao Mao, she states that Ungshi had confessed to cursing and wishing for the death of the late emperor. But Mao Mao says that's not enough to be the reason for the emperor's passing. Mao Mao hears that the late emperor's body was placed in a mausoleum for a year due to customs. But when the current emperor and Ungshi went to check on the late emperor's corpse, they were mortified to see the late emperor's corpse had yet to decay. Seeing as this is abnormal, Mao Mao utters that corpses are meant to rot and decay unless they've been preserved in ice. Hearing the lady requesting Mao Mao figure out what this curse is before the mausoleum is torn down, but Mao Mao replies that she has one request. That evening, Mao Mao passes through the palace, remembering that she must investigate this so-called curse on the late emperor who passed 6 years back, curious to inspect the preserved body for herself. Having returned to the outer palace, Swearin had gifted Mao Mao a nice room, seeing as it has been a while since Mao Mao lived there, but Mao Mao stresses about how Hongyang is doing. Mao Mao knows that it's awkward for herself to be serving multiple concubines, wondering what her actual position in the palace is. But as Swearin dims the lights in the room, Mao Mao spots Swearin reading a book by candlelight. Swearin suggests Mao Mao pick out a book of her own to read, heading into the back room only to notice that Swearin has such young taste with the abundance of romance novels. Before Mao Mao can inspect other items, Swearin catches Mao Mao, but Mao Mao rushes to explain she was only looking around. Opening a basket, Swearin shows off some toys Jinshur used to play with, asking what Mao Mao thinks of Jinshur, but Mao Mao simply utters Jinshur is a great boss as long as he gives her rare materials. Swearin mentions how she always took away Jinshur's favorite toys, something that made Jinshur cry often even when Gaoshan would try and show off other toys Jinshur could play with. Mao Mao wonders why Swearin took away his favorite toys, hearing that Swearin was simply training Jinshur to not hone in on one thing at a time, something especially important for Jinshur's position. Mao Mao feels sorry for Jinshur, learning that Jinshur was forced to mature at such a young age. But Mao Mao is relieved to know Jinshur is okay with acting vulnerable around her. Seeing a piece of paper, Mao Mao picks it up and opens it, but Swearin quickly snatches it away from Mao Mao, uttering that she was supposed to throw the paper away, but forgot, seeing another item in the basket. Mao Mao picks up a shiny object, but Swearin said she had to confiscate the object, seeing as it looked like a dirty pebble Jinshur was playing with. Mao Mao declares that it was the right call, seeing as the so-called pebble is poison. Racking her brain, Mao Mao asks if Jinshur would often visit the inner court, confirming that Jinshur did. Having come up with a hypothesis, Mao Mao promises to explain why Jinshur was in possession of the poisonous pebble tomorrow once she solved the curse on the late emperor. The next day, Mao Mao is escorted by Ungshi and Jinshur to the late emperor's room, covering her nose, seeing as there is a horrible stench, but when she kneels down to inspect a paintbrush, she sees the end has been trimmed for a straighter finish. Mao Mao asks if the late emperor loved to paint, prompting Ungshi to explain that the late emperor only ever painted one painting for Ungshi, having hid the painting so as to not get in trouble. Mao Mao notices Jinshur getting more restless, but seeing as she needs more information, Mao Mao hears that the late emperor only had one servant before he passed, asking to speak to this mysterious man. As Ungshi's lady-in-waiting heads to retrieve the servant, Mao Mao notes a strange odor on the brush along with various shards of colors on the floor, all mixing and growing more frequent as it approaches the nearby wall. Touching the wall, Mao Mao feels several pieces of paper layered along the wall along with paint coatings, something Mao Mao is saddened to discover. Having brought the late emperor's servant, Ungshi recognizes the man, but before Mao Mao can ask the man questions, Ungshi reports that the man is sadly unable to speak. Mao Mao knows it's common practice to have servants unable to speak in fear of private information leaking, but as a compromise, Mao Mao asks the man to nod or shake his head, starting off by asking the man if the late emperor's room was once filled with paintings. Seeing the man not replying, Mao Mao wonders if the man is refusing to answer, but when Mao Mao states she knows something is on the wall beside them, the man begins to behave strangely. With Mao Mao getting permission to tear down the paper plastered on the wall, she notices the servant glaring at her, but taking the time to delicately remove the layer covering the wall, Mao Mao reveals a painting the late emperor was working on. With Jinshur demanding to know what this painting is, Mao Mao thinks about how unfortunate it was for the late emperor to have passed before he could show off his hidden talent as a painter. Seeing the yellow color used to paint, Mao Mao knows a mineral known as orpiment, a material similar to arsenic that prevents decay of living things. Mao Mao had initially believed that the wallpapers had contained orpiment when made, but it turns out the late emperor had used orpiment to paint, and unknowingly the chemical was absorbed by the late emperor's body, explaining how the late emperor's body didn't decay even after death. Thinking about the late emperor's life, Mao Mao deduces that the emperor had spent the remainder of his years confined in a room to indulge in painting, explaining the mute servant that would keep such a look down upon a hobby secret from the outside world. Pushing against the painting, Mao Mao knows that there are multiple layers of paintings behind their current one, but seeing the lady in the yellow dress, Mao Mao realizes that the lady must be the late emperor's mother. Mao Mao wonders how the empress felt when she found out her son was not fit to be the emperor, suspecting that the empress took over the role of ruling to protect her son, only to give the late emperor a room filled with paint where he could express his deepest desires. Sadly, the empress's gift to the late emperor was ironically poison, but regardless, Mao Mao declares this is the secret curse Ungshi was looking for. Satisfied, Ungshi takes a moment to appreciate her husband's painting, something that makes Mao Mao tear up. That evening, it's revealed that Ungshi actually despises the late emperor's painting, pissed to see the empress had been painted, but not herself. Ungshi reveals that her giving birth at such a young age was due to her family pressuring her to give herself to the despicable emperor in order to give her family political advantage. Flashing back, Ungshi was working as a lady-in-waiting in the rear palace for a mid-ranking concubine, her half-sister. That night, Ungshi and her sister had met up with the late emperor, but when Ungshi's sister had tried to touch the late emperor, he threw her away, quaking in fear. Seeing the late emperor in such a pathetic state, Ungshi had taken the chance to check on the late emperor, immediately captivating his eyes. As several years passed, Ungshi grew pregnant with the late emperor's child, even dodging several assassination attempts, but luckily gave birth to a son that was accepted by the empress at the time. Ungshi had heard of a case where a lady had claimed her daughter to be the child of the late emperor, but the late emperor had refuted such a claim, instead assigning a random doctor to be the true father of the baby girl. Ungshi knows that all doctors have to be castrated in order to enter the rear palace, feeling bad for the doctor that helped her give birth, but even more sad for the lady that was forcibly separated from her baby girl. With more time passing, the late emperor no longer visited Ungshi, but one day whilst Ungshi was touring the palace, she noticed the late emperor passing by. Seeing his head hung low, Ungshi despised the late emperor who wouldn't even look at her, growing more infuriated when she sees the late emperor prioritizing younger women over her. One night, Ungshi had confronted the late emperor, taking out all her frustrations on him for the scar on her belly along with the lack of attention he had shown her over the years, and not long after that the late emperor shut himself away from the outside world. Thinking back, Ungshi admits that the late emperor truly had no ambitions except painting, remembering the only time when the late emperor had painted her, but Ungshi reveals she had swearin, her lady-in-waiting at the time, throw it out. As Ungshi leaves the room, she notices Jinshi waiting for her, uttering that the late emperor did visit him in the past. Taking out the pebble he had as a kid, Ungshi feels sad for Jinshi, seeing as Jinshi was born out of mistake, but still Ungshi values Jinshi. Jinshi reveals that he had seen the painting of Ungshi the late emperor had painted for her, reminding Ungshi that her favorite dress color was yellow, something that makes Ungshi wonder if the painting was truly about her and not the empress. Brushing that fact off as a coincidence, Jinshi wonders what the late emperor was trying to tell him in the past, but Ungshi admits she doesn't know, nor does she want to know. Ungshi takes the chance to ask what Jinshi thinks about Mao Mao. Noticing Jinshi acting shy as he utters Mao Mao is a useful asset to him, but having raised Jinshi from birth, Ungshi reminds Jinshi to hide his favorite toys, or else someone will take them from him. A few days later, we see Gyokyu introducing Mao Mao to her 3 new ladies-in-waiting, Haku, Koku, and Saiku, 3 sisters. Mao Mao notices the sisters are actually quite close with the other girls, hearing that they're all from the same hometown, and Haku is the eldest seeing, as she is the same age as Gyokyu. Mao Mao respects the decision to only hire people Gyokyu knows, but when Mao Mao introduces herself to the sisters, she accidentally gets the girls' names wrong. The sisters agree to wear headbands to distinguish themselves moving forward. But later that day, we see Yinghua wrestling Mao Mao as she wants Mao Mao to leave the storage and go back to living in a normal room. Mao Mao sadly refuses, holding strong against Yinghua, all whilst the 3 sisters watch. But out of nowhere, Hongyang appears, dragging Mao Mao and Yinghua back to work. That evening, Gyokyu agrees to give Mao Mao both the storage room and her original room, asking Mao Mao to rest up in her room when she sleeps, something that excites Mao Mao. As Mao Mao works on cleaning the pavilion as usual, she realizes that the amount of work has decreased since the sisters joined them. But the sisters ensure Gyokyu's pregnancy goes well along with evening out the head count due to Lolan's increase in servants. Wrapping up work, Mao Mao sprints off to her shed, worrying the sisters as they wonder if Mao Mao truly sleeps in a shed even though she is a lady-in-waiting. Working on some medicine, Mao Mao notices Yinghua spying on her, but Mao Mao knows that Yinghua is only looking out for her along with Gyokyu. Hence why Yinghua doesn't want Mao Mao to spend too much time in a shed and instead get to know the sisters. Heading to apologize to Yinghua for earlier, Yinghua asks if Mao Mao is free tonight, declaring Mao Mao will accompany her tonight to make up for what happened earlier. Heading to the north side of the rear palace at night, Mao Mao wonders what could possibly be out there, but suddenly Yinghua instructs Mao Mao to place a cloth over her head. Stopping in front of an old building, Yinghua knocks on the door, only to be greeted by a mysterious lady. Mao Mao notes the beautiful old court lady, but as the trio head through the house, the lady utters that the number of court ladies have plummeted in the past years. Entering a room filled with other ladies, they all sit around a fireplace, but Mao Mao thinks about how strange it is for 12 people to gather in a closed room on such a hot day. Starting their gathering, the lady states that they'll begin telling 13 scary stories, starting off with a tale of a lady being pushed into a moat. As the story reaches its climax, Yinghua is seen clinging onto Mao Mao, only for the one telling the story to blow out their candle. Seeing as the stories are basically scary rumors, Mao Mao gets bored as she wants something more scary. But suddenly Mao Mao notices Shui is amongst them, gifted a snack to munch on. Up next is a lady talking about a story from her hometown, uttering that her village was near a forest filled with demons that would curse whoever entered. But one day a child had wandered into the forest in search of food when their village was low on crops. When the boy had returned to his mother, they both tried keeping a secret, but when the town found out, the mother and boy were ostracized and cut off from the town. As the child and mother grew weak and pale from the lack of food, a villager one night saw a beam of light enter their home. But when the villagers checked on the pair the next day, they were horrified to see the boy had passed. Checking on the mother was barely alive, managing to let out some cryptic words only to pass soon after with a demented smile on her face. As the girl telling the tale blows out her candle, Mao Mao yawns, seeing as she has figured out something, promising to tell Sure Sui about it later. But seeing as it's Sure Sui's turn, she starts by telling a story from the Far East. The story follows a monk that performs funeral ceremonies frequently, but having finished late, the monk hurried home through some tall grass late at night. Hearing wild dogs in the distance, the monk hurried to a nearby home, greeted by a wife and husband only to ask them for a place to rest for the night. Luckily, the wife warmly welcomed the monk, feeding him and giving him a place to stay, and in exchange the monk prayed for the wife and husband's safety. As the monk prayed, he heard the husband and wife arguing about something, but before he could intervene, his senses told him to continue praying. Out of nowhere, a monster enters his room, searching for the monk, but the monk seemed to have been protected as long as he remained to pray. Having prayed for a long time, the monk noticed the monster had disappeared, heading out to search for the husband and wife, but they had disappeared with only insect wings left behind. As Sure Sui wraps up her tale, Mao Mao is surprised at how serious Sure Sui looks, wondering who Sure Sui reminds her of. Stepping up to the table, Mao Mao begins telling a tale her adopted father told her about, mentioning it's about spirits that float near graveyards. Mao Mao utters that men had gone to investigate said spirits at night, but realized it was simply a grave robber with a twisted interest with strange curses. But before Mao Mao can continue, Inghua silences Mao Mao with a headbutt. Moving on to Inghua herself, she stutters through her tale, leaving only the older court lady, but Mao Mao wonders why she said there will be 13 stories told when there are only 12 ladies in the room. The lady tells a tale from the late emperor's reign, lamenting how the rear palace expanded rapidly, adding that the late emperor's mother had sought out young girls for the late emperor to indulge in. With Mao Mao realizing something, we hear the lady mention that the ladies impregnated by the late emperor was forced to remain in the rear palace while separated from their children. But suddenly Mao Mao begins to feel dizzy, slowly falling unconscious. As the lady wraps up her tale, Mao Mao suddenly forces herself awake, rushing towards a nearby window only to gasp for fresh air. Ordering Inghua and Sure Sui to help the other unconscious ladies get some fresh air, Mao Mao checks on the girls. She suddenly hears the older court lady curse Mao Mao for ruining her plan. Heading back home, Inghua wonders where the older court lady went, but just then Sure Sui calls out to Mao Mao, asking about what Mao Mao had figured out regarding the tale with the demons in the forest. Mao Mao reveals that forbidden tales normally have an explanation to them. As for the demonic forest tale, Mao Mao says that forests normally have an abundance of food, but most of them aren't edible. Mao Mao suspects that the mother and son were forced to enter the forest and search for food once they were cut off from the village and needed food. As for the light that entered the mother and son's home, Mao Mao believes it to be due to a glow in the dark mushrooms that are highly poisonous, resulting in the starving mother and son passing due to its poison. Finally, the last words the mother had uttered must have been her spite for the villages abandoning them, something that impresses Sure Sui as she runs off, thanking Mao Mao for the explanation. With Mao Mao and Inghua heading home, they report back to Hongyang about their gathering, but Hongyang mentions how the organizer was replaced, seeing as last year's organizer had mysteriously passed away. Hearing all of this, Mao Mao and Inghua realize the older court lady must have been the girl trapped in the rear palace after the late emperor impregnated her. Calming herself, Mao Mao realizes that the 13th story must have been their deaths if the ghost of the older court lady succeeded with her plans, but Mao Mao also knows everything could also be a misunderstanding. As Inghua begs to spend the night with Mao Mao, they're both seen cuddled up in Mao Mao's bed, all whilst Jinshi indulges in a late-night drink, pondering something. The next morning, we see Jinshi thinking about Mao Mao, but as Gaoshun greets Jinshi, he reports that preparations for the upcoming expedition are ready. Jinshi states he wants to take Mao Mao with them, but Gaoshun fears that Jinshi's true identity will be revealed, something Jinshi isn't too concerned about, seeing as he'll tell Mao Mao who he truly is on the expedition. Following Mao Mao, we see her being summoned suddenly, greeting Gyokyu only to hear that Jinshi is the one who summoned her. Jinshi asks for Gyokyu to give Mao Mao back, seeing as he'll need her for a few days, but when Gyokyu wonders who'll be tasting her food for poison, Jinshi offers up his own servants as replacement. Gyokyu wonders where Jinshi will be going, hearing that Jinshi has been invited by Shursho to go on a trip. As Gyokyu and Jinshi continue to argue over if Mao Mao should accompany Jinshi or stay to help with Gyokyu's pregnancy, we see the room growing tense. Suddenly, Gyokyu points out that Jinshi doesn't refer to Mao Mao by her name, something that makes Jinshi embarrassed, but ultimately Gyokyu gives Mao Mao back to Jinshi. The next day, we see several carriages passing by some wheat farms. Apparently, Li is used to denote the name of the nation we're currently in, and the term 3 swords under grass represent the Mother Royal and the 3 warriors that assisted her. Of the 3 swords, the largest one represents Shihokashu, the northern lands, where wheat and sorghum is abundant, and further north are mountainous areas. Basin is seen explaining these facts to Mao Mao, but sadly Mao Mao is barely listening, only to hear that Shursho's clan controls the northern lands and has invited Jinshur to hunt. Mao Mao hears that the emperor couldn't come, but seeing Basin annoyed at her, Mao Mao remembers that Gao Shan had been invited as a guest, so Basin will be serving Jinshur as his replacement. With Mao Mao still impressed that Basin is Gao Shuan's son, but as the carriages stop, Mao Mao notes the chilly air due to their high altitude. The area apparently was the late emperor's favorite summer resort that he would frequent yearly, but the current emperor has yet to visit the resort whilst under Shursho's reign. Stopping at their inn, Mao Mao wonders why the room is so warm, but gets annoyed seeing Jinshur resting and looking exhausted for no reason. Seeing a mask, Mao Mao wonders if Jinshur was hiding his face, but Basin suddenly asks how he should address Jinshur. Jinshur states that whilst alone use his name, but in public he likes to be called Kaozan. Mao Mao is weirded out by these rules, watching as Jinshur stumbles over his words attempting to explain things, but Mao Mao suddenly hears that Gao Shan is staying at the same place as Jinshur. Mao Mao wonders what the relationship between Gao Shan and Jinshur truly is, but Basin suddenly cries that Gao Shan and himself are from the Ma clan and that it's obvious that they're quite highly ranked. With Mao Mao grateful for the information, we see Gao Shan reminding Basin to keep his lips tight, seeing as Mao Mao doesn't know anything yet, plus Jinshur will be the one to break the news to Mao Mao. As Gao Shan disciplines Basin, Mao Mao heads to help unpack things. We cut to later that night, where a party is held at the inn. Sadly, Mao Mao notes how Jinshur has locked himself away from the others. But when Mao Mao asks if they can open a window, Jinshur asks Mao Mao to focus on testing the food for poison. As Mao Mao is presented with the foods she needs to taste, she makes note of the soft shell turtle only to take a sip of the alcohol, making note of the strong flavor with hints of fruity aftertaste. Looking at the other food items, Mao Mao states that all the foods are fatty and packed with calories. But suddenly Mao Mao sees Gao Shan bringing some preserved food for Jinshur. Mao Mao hears Jinshur utter that he can't eat any of the delicious food. But as Mao Mao herself takes a bite of the soft shell turtle, she asks if Jinshur is truly holding back from eating. Seeing Jinshur about to change his mind, Gao Shan reminds Jinshur he can't eat, prompting Jinshur to order Basin to eat the food in his place. Sitting down, Basin downs the alcoholic beverage, but instantly Basin gets drunk, rushing off to his room, seeing as he has a nosebleed. With Basin collapsing, Gao Shan helps carry him away, cutting to later that night, where Gao Shan shows Mao Mao her room. Choosing to clean off for the night, Mao Mao is amazed at the luxurious room she's been given, wishing for a good hunt tomorrow. Cutting to some hooded figures in a forest, we see them unveiling a newly crafted pistol designed to be fired in a forest, something they plan to use tomorrow. The next day, we see the gang heading up a mountain to the hunting location half an hour away, where they'll eventually need to walk another hour by foot. Having made it to the location, Mao Mao hears that the nobles want to cook the game they catch at camp, but seeing as there is nothing to do, Mao Mao goes on a walk into the nearby forest. Admiring the greenery around her, Mao Mao suddenly wonders if a waterfall is nearby, but upon turning around spots Lihaku adoring a dog. As Mao Mao greets Lihaku, she finds out that Lihaku had been assigned as one of the guards, but Mao Mao is impressed that Lihaku had been recently climbing the ranks quite quickly. Mao Mao takes the chance to point out Lihaku's horrible whistling skills, but luckily Lihaku has brought a dog whistle, stating that such a talented dog can be summoned from miles away. That evening, we see everyone gathered for a feast, but Mao Mao says that summer resorts are meant to be cool, but for their current room, it is quite toasty. Turning to face Jinshur, Mao Mao notes how Jinshur is still wearing his mask even through the heat. Nor will he eat food, something that draws the attention of others as Jinshur is clearly a very important person. Seeing Jinshur speaking to Shursho, the leader of the Shihokushu clan and the organizer of the hunt, Mao Mao notices Jinshur acting flustered. Mao Mao realizes Jinshur is being affected by the heat, but before Mao Mao can say or do anything, Gao Shan signals to Mao Mao to remain still. Having had enough, Jinshur excuses himself from the gathering, prompting Mao Mao to quickly retrieve a bottle of water, filling it with salts. Chasing after Jinshur, Mao Mao tries removing Jinshur's mask, but fearing that someone may see him, Mao Mao escorts Jinshur to a nearby waterfall. Mao Mao starts by wiping down Jinshur's face, wondering how she can feed him water without removing the mask, but Jinshur asks if he can tell her the secret he's been hiding. Before Jinshur can utter another word, a bullet strikes the ground where our duo are sitting, revealed to be bandits holding a FIFA gun. With another shot being fired, Jinshur tackles Mao Mao out of the way, but Mao Mao can smell some sulfur. Seeing no other way out, Jinshur carries Mao Mao towards the tip of the waterfall, both leaping off the cliff into the water. As the bandits rush after them, they reason that Jinshur and Mao Mao have no chance of surviving such a fall, instead rushing to hide their gun. Deep in a cave behind the waterfall, Jinshur gets to work giving Mao Mao mouth-to-mouth CPR, followed by chest compressions that bring Mao Mao back to life. Mao Mao is pissed that Jinshur would even jump off a 50-meter waterfall, but Jinshur states that the water below softened their fall, and luckily Jinshur could swim to save them. Seeing her soaking wet, Mao Mao apologizes as she disrobes, only to wring out the water from her clothes, leaving only her undergarment. As Mao Mao offers to help squeeze out the water from Jinshi's wet clothes, Jinshi gets embarrassed, declaring that he'll do it himself. Mao Mao is glad Jinshi doesn't look as exhausted as earlier, but as Mao Mao checks her pockets for items she needs to worry about, she suddenly offers up the little butterbur food she has. Mao Mao states that Jinshi is lacking salt at the moment, having forgotten her water and sugar at the top of the waterfall. But seeing as Jinshi went hunting without food or water, Mao Mao knows Jinshi is starving. As Mao Mao leans in to check Jinshi's temperature, Jinshi can't help but get flustered, but heeding Mao Mao's advice, Jinshi snacks on the butterbur. Jinshi also offers Mao Mao some of the food as well, but Mao Mao asks what that weapon earlier was, something Jinshi recognized as a FIFA. Luckily, such a weapon is powered by gunpowder and needs to be reloaded after each shot, but Jinshi had seen 2 consecutive shots. Mao Mao realizes that there must have been 2 guns and multiple attackers after Jinshi, but looking around the cave, Mao Mao asks if Jinshi knows how to get out. Jinshi states that there's a hole deeper in the cave, something that Basin should know about, but not Gaoshan. As the duo suit up, they wound up standing below a hole out of their reach. But Jinshi fears that yelling will be their best bet at rescue. Mao Mao starts off by whistling to get someone's attention, but when that doesn't work, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao can step on him to reach the hole. Although Mao Mao fears what Swearin will say when she hears Mao Mao stepped on Jinshi, Mao Mao gives in after Jinshi orders her to, choosing to kneel on Jinshi's shoulders. Feeling the slimy walls, Mao Mao begins to stand on Jinshi's back, but having almost reached the surface, a frog suddenly jumps onto Mao Mao. Although unfazed, Mao Mao suddenly loses her grip, fighting to stay balanced but sadly collapses onto Jinshi. Luckily, Jinshi had softened Mao Mao's fall, but as Mao Mao tries getting up, Jinshi simply pulls Mao Mao close, holding on her tightly. Back with Basin, we see that several high-ranking officials have begun to search for Jinshi, but Basin gets annoyed seeing the officials joking about Jinshi running off with a servant girl. With 2 hours passing, Basin gets worried seeing as he's responsible for Jinshi, but Basin can't ask Gaoshan for help, instead wondering what Shisho is thinking as he has yet to stop the gathering. As Mao Mao and Jinshi stare off into each other's eyes, Mao Mao is caught in a kinky situation, having landed directly on Jinshi's reproductive organ, something that makes Jinshi squirm. Jinshi politely asks Mao Mao to move off said organ, but Mao Mao wonders why a eunuch still has such a thing even after entering the rear palace. Mao Mao realizes that Jinshi's looks are above the normal eunuchs, but suddenly Jinshi states that at least he'll have a better time explaining who he is to Mao Mao. As they both sit up straight, Jinshi prepares his confession, but Mao Mao thinks about how she shouldn't hear such top-secret information as this may cause her issues down the line. Before Jinshi can say anything, Mao Mao cuts Jinshi off, stating that the thing she felt must have been a frog, something that annoys Jinshi. Jinshi refuses to call his private part a frog, but Mao Mao reassures Jinshi that the frog was a decent size, saving herself from having to take a dangerous secret to the grave. Mao Mao knows that a servant like herself shouldn't be privy to high-tier information, but Jinshi suddenly pins Mao Mao down, asking if Mao Mao is curious about who he is. Jinshi decides to raise one of Mao Mao's legs, stopping her from running away, only to begin creeping ever so close to her lips. Mao Mao quickly racked her brain for an escape, but having been charmed by Jinshi, Mao Mao can't help but let things transpire. Luckily, some barking can be heard nearby, prompting Mao Mao to begin whistling, signaling for the dog from earlier to leap onto Jinshi. Relieved to have been saved, Lahaku suddenly peeps into the hole, hearing that Mao Mao and Jinshi need to be rescued. Having dragged everyone out of the hole, Lahaku is caught up on the assassination attempt on Jinshi's life, but Jinshi asks if Lahaku is aware of anyone purchasing FIFAs for the hunt. Sadly, Lahaku says such a weapon would be useless for hunts, so they must have been smuggled, making Jinshi wonder if they should inspect everyone's luggage. Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that all the suspects are high-ranking officials, plus the attackers could have easily hid the weapons elsewhere, but Mao Mao gets an idea. Mao Mao asks if the dog can do any other tricks, hearing that it's capable of sniffing out rabbit burrows. But when Mao Mao turns to Jinshi, she notices Jinshi is angry at her. Although she feels bad for purposely ignoring him earlier, Mao Mao states she may have a way to figure out the assailants. But as we cut back to Basin, we see he's been presented with a bloodied cloth supposedly belonging to Jinshi. Basin hears that the cloth was found near the top of a waterfall, but as the gathered high-ranking generals order for their men to join the search party, it's revealed that Lahaku is the one who announced Jinshi's disappearance to everyone, signaling to Basin to play along. With Basin allowed to search as well, we see him suddenly notice Lahaku's dog barking at an official, something Lahaku had planned. Heading to the waterfall, Basin receives another bloodied cloth from Jinshi's clothing, but seeing no footprints nearby, Basin's men deduce that no one climbed out from the base of the waterfall. Next, Basin's men show off a broken arrow, most likely used for hunting, but seeing as they'll need more clues, they decide to search everyone's luggage, stumbling onto the same arrows in Sir Lowen's belongings. Basin begins questioning Lowen, but Lowen states he's being framed. Basin doesn't see anything unusual from Lowen's reactions, nor his men, but Lahaku speaks up, hinting to Basin that they should have his men search the forest for more clues. Following Lahaku's advice, Basin sends his men off, but later that evening, we see the same man from earlier rushing to dig up a box in the forest. Suddenly speaking up, Mau Mau shows off the concealed weapon the man was trying to dig up, but as the man attempts to rush Mau Mau, Lahaku appears restraining the man. As Lahaku ties the man up, Mau Mau points out how the dog doesn't like the man, only for Jinshur to appear, glaring at the man. Mau Mau states that the dog has sharp senses, explaining why the dog was initially banned from joining the hunt. But as Mau Mau hands Jinshur the FIFA she's holding, she states that 3 FIFAs were found in total. Inspecting the FIFA, Jinshur wonders if it was imported from the West, having never seen such a build so small, but upon firing off a round, a massive smoke cloud appears. Mau Mau recognizes the gunpowder to be made of coal, saltpeter, and sulfur, and it was ultimately the strong smell from the sulfur that allowed the dog to hunt down the buried FIFAs along with the man himself. Mau Mau reveals that Sir Lowen was only used as bait, but out of nowhere Basin arrives, asking if Jinshur is hurt. Seeing as the man has various associates, Basin states that they're ready to apprehend them all, meaning Jinshur needs to ensure the men are brought to justice. As Jinshur returns to the gathering, it's revealed that the assassination attempt was covered up, with whispers of certain officials being dragged away for no reason. Gaoshun is relieved that Jinshur's attackers have been caught, but as for Basin, Gaoshun worries his son will need more experience. Suddenly, another official chats with Gaoshun, feeling bad for Gaoshun as he became a eunuch because he angered the Empress. Gaoshun states that although he discarded the Ma name, he's still considered a Ma by others. But as Gaoshun and the official chat, the official wonders why Jinshur wasn't able to join them today. Gaoshun utters that the masked figure is taking Jinshur's place this time, but the official states that it would be an insult for someone as good-looking as Jinshur to be emperor one day. Annoyed by that comment, Gaoshun suppresses his thoughts, but hearing the official asking if any of the emperor's concubines have gotten pregnant, Gaoshun chooses to excuse himself. Stepping outside, Gaoshun hears that everyone is checking to see if the emperor's younger brother could ever succeed the throne. But Gaoshun is more intrigued to hear if Jinshur told Mau Mau the secret he'd been hiding. Gaoshun states that Mau Mau needs to know Jinshur's secrets in order to assist them in the future, something Gaoshun admits is quite cold, but it can't be helped. Cutting to Mau Mau, she's seen speculating on all the mysteries she's encountered, like where the FIFAs were imported from along with the attackers' motives. Mau Mau remembers Jinshur mentioning the FIFAs were a Western design, reminding Mau Mau of the Envoy sisters and them sneaking out, making Mau Mau wonder if the sisters are somehow linked to the attack today. Stopping herself from speculating further, Mau Mau suddenly hears Jinshur outside her door, heading to greet him, but is ordered to keep the door shut as they speak. Jinshur starts off by apologizing for his actions earlier, but Mau Mau says she should apologize as well, noting how Mau Mau herself is actually pretty slow when it comes to picking up other people's emotions. Apparently, when she was a baby, Mau Mau would cry for attention, but being around busy courtesans, Mau Mau soon learned to stop crying, seeing as no one would care if she cried or not. Feeling an awkward tension between them, Mau Mau states that she won't tell anyone what she experienced with Jinshur, reassuring Jinshur that his secrets are safe with her. Building up the courage to face Mau Mau, Jinshur opens the door only to hand Mau Mau a gift. But as Mau Mau opens the gift, she begins quivering, seeing as she's finally in possession of the Ox Bezoar she had been promised. When Jinshur tries telling Mau Mau something else, Mau Mau once again ignores Jinshur, instead locking her doors only to leap on her bed admiring the Ox Bezoar. As Jinshur continues to pound on Mau Mau's door, we cut back to Gaoshun thinking about how, although the current emperor is the ruler of their nation, Jinshur the Moon Prince will eventually succeed the current emperor, especially since Jinshur is the emperor's younger brother, Ka Zajetsu. With several days passing, we see several men being gathered, but as the organizers call out to inspect the men, we notice a familiar-looking person is amongst the attendees with a limp in their leg. Following Mau Mau and Xiaolan, we see Xiaolan stressed about getting a job, seeing as her contract in the rear palace ends in 6 months. Xiaolan wished she could be rich, that way she can simply marry a merchant or noble and not have to worry about money. But Xiaolan asks if Mau Mau has any connections to help. Thinking back, Mau Mau notes how much Xiaolan has grown, having met Xiaolan as a gossipy girl, but now she works hard at the new school for servants and hopes to get a job. Mau Mau does wonder if Xiaolan would like to work at the Verdigris house, seeing as Xiaolan's cute face will surely draw in customers. But Mau Mau states she'll only resort to such things if Xiaolan is desperate. Seeing as she can't introduce Xiaolan to Jinshur in fear of Xiaolan being exposed to danger in the future, the girls suddenly spot Shui calling out to them, prompting Xiaolan to ask if Shui has any connections. Thinking for a bit, Shui says she can introduce Xiaolan to some people, cutting over to the baths in the rear palace. Mao Mao knows that the baths are massive pools of steamy water exclusive to the rear palace that can hold several hundred girls at once. But it's a known fact that high-ranking concubines have their own miniature bath in their pavilion. The current building they are in is sectioned off for mid-ranking concubines and servant girls. But out of nowhere, Shui gleefully leaps into the steaming bath, only to rush out seeing as it's quite hot. As Shui cools off, Xiaolan reminds Shui that the baths in the morning are quite hot and they cool down over time. But Mao Mao gets distracted seeing as Shui's outfit accentuates her assets. Xiaolan orders the girls to wash off first before they enter the bath, all heading over to a different section of the bath, only to begin rinsing themselves with water. Seeing Mao Mao apply some hair soap she got from the clinic, Shui copies Mao Mao and applies the soap, only for Mao Mao to help Xiaolan apply soap on her head. Seeing the soap stinging Xiaolan's eyes, Mao Mao quickly rinses off the soap, adoring Xiaolan only to be horrified of the soap monster Shui has become. As Mao Mao and Shui enter the warm bath, they hear that Xiaolan prefers to wipe herself down with water instead of bathing. Something Mao Mao learns is because Xiaolan is from the countryside and isn't used to indulging in hot baths. Mao Mao takes the chance to ask about the connection Shui was talking about, prompting Shui to guide the girls towards the concubine section of the bathhouse, scaring Xiaolan. Seeing Shui tie a towel around her head, the girls follow Shui into the open area of the bath, only to watch Shui get to work, applying some scented oil onto a mid-ranking concubine. Seeing the concubine's nonchalant nature, Mao Mao deduces that the emperor doesn't visit her often, but upon seeing the concubine's body, Mao Mao rushes off to retrieve a goodie bag. Returning, Mao Mao shows off some thread she can use to help pluck out hair instead of using a dull razor, demonstrating on another lady, first only to apply some scented oils to ease any pain. The concubine is intrigued by Mao Mao's method, asking when the girls can treat her next, only to hear from Shui that they can return in 2 days' time. Mao Mao is impressed at Shui for showing her a way to connect with concubines they would have never been able to talk to. Cutting to later that day, where the girls are exhausted, having massaged several concubines after drawing in too much attention. Shui points out that a previous court lady used to massage concubines, and in return the court lady gained favor from a concubine they served and ended up finding a job with the concubine's family, something that excites Xiaolan. Shui also reveals that concubines tend to hand out old tools like combs and necklaces that could sell for a good price, another feature of massaging concubines in the bathing area. But Mao Mao is impressed at Shui's thinking. Mao Mao knows that servants are allowed to use the bathhouse once every 2 days, and by staying behind and helping give out massages, any servant girl can gain favor from a mid-ranking concubine. That evening, Mao Mao reports her massaging job to Gyokyu, something Gyokyu finds fun, but Hongyang couldn't disagree more, reminding Gyokyu that the bath is where people let their guards down. Gyokyu asks Mao Mao to keep a lookout for any rumors flying around, something Mao Mao is impressed to hear Gyokyu even knew off. But as we cut to the following days, we see Mao Mao hard at work plucking out hairs for different concubines. Mao Mao makes note of rumors regarding Gyokyu's pregnancy, along with Li Hua's pregnancy as well. But most intriguing of all is the possibility that Lulan herself is pregnant, having not been seen outside, much plus she often wears loose clothing. Mao Mao knows that it's been 6 months since Lulan entered the rear palace, and it would make sense if Lulan is pregnant seeing as the emperor visits her often. But focusing up, Mao Mao and the girls get to work massaging the concubines in the bath. That evening, the girls discuss the rumor of a new handsome eunuch amongst the 30 new eunuchs that have been hired. Mao Mao remembers that the surgery to create eunuchs was removed, hearing from Shui that the new eunuchs were former slaves. But Mao Mao states that slaves are forbidden in their country. Shui utters that the hired eunuchs were once slaves from a foreign land that must have escaped into their country, and now is working in the rear palace, something Mao Mao finds strange, seeing as Shui is quite knowledgeable in a lot of things. Xiaolan says she heard the new eunuchs fill up the baths, exciting Xiaolan as she wants to run into them. But Xiaolan states Jinshi is still the most handsome eunuch of them all. Shui teases Mao Mao for spending a lot of time with Jinshi often, reminding her of the frog incident. But Mao Mao suddenly spots Li Shu and her head lady in waiting, Canon, visiting the bath. The next day, Mao Mao sits before the 3 sisters, stiffened by the awkward tension. But suddenly Haku asks how Mao Mao started working in the Jade Pavilion. Mao Mao says it was because Gyokyu needed a poison taster, but Haku demands to know if Mao Mao has any ulterior motives. Seeing Haku refer to Gyokyu by her first name, Mao Mao knows that the sisters are quite close with Gyokyu, but Mao Mao reassures them that she is merely a food taster. Haku accepts Mao Mao's response for now, but she does point out how suspicious it is that Mao Mao isn't spending time with them, especially with Saika, the youngest of the sisters, and also the same age as Mao Mao. Getting an idea, Mao Mao invites Saiku to visit the bath with her, something that makes Saika blush, but both Koku and Haku agree Saiku should accompany Mao Mao. At the bath, Xiaolan and Shui are intrigued at Mao Mao's new friend, weirding Saiku out. But Mao Mao hears that they have competition seeing as other girls have discovered the gifts they've been given and are now giving out massages. With Shui and Xiaolan helping the shy Saiku change, Shui asks why Saiku is so shy, hearing that Koku and Haku use the bath, but Saiku herself doesn't bathe in hot water, seeing as she originates from the hot western desert terrain. Outside, Mao Mao has Saiku help apply the scented oil, instructing Saiku to apply it nice and firmly to ease any pain from the hair plucking and massages. After a long day of massages and treatment, Mao Mao cools off, but once again notices Li Shu and Canon visit the baths, wondering why a high-ranking concubine is amongst them. Seeing the girls slip, Mao Mao finds it adorable that the 15-year-old girl is a high-ranking concubine, but as Mao Mao heads over to help the girls up, the girls get terrified seeing Mao Mao present. Noticing some razor marks on Li Shu's arm, Mao Mao offers up her own hair treatment, only to drag Li Shu towards her station. Seeing Li Shu, Xiaolan, and Saiku are shocked, but Mao Mao reassures everyone she has things under control. With Mao Mao taking the lead, Mao Mao, Saiku, and Xiaolan get to work beautifying Li Shu, finishing up only to ask if Li Shu is used to such massages and treatment. Sadly, Canon says at Li Shu's Diamond Pavilion, most people didn't care about Li Shu. And since Li Shu was originally the former emperor's concubine, she was placed in a monastery after the previous emperor had passed, ultimately locked away from the outside world. Most depressing of all, Li Shu was reinstated as a concubine once she grew up, explaining why Li Shu is not used to such privileges. With Canon refusing Mao Mao's treatment, Li Shu offers some juice to the girls, all watching as Canon fans down the exhausted Li Shu. Mao Mao takes the chance to ask why Li Shu isn't enjoying her own private bath in her pavilion. But Li Shu suddenly begins acting strange, only to quietly utter that her bath is haunted by a ghost. Back at the Jade Pavilion, Saiku and Mao Mao have returned to clean the pavilion, but Saiku voices how strange it is for Mao Mao to be helping another concubine when she already works for Gyoyu. Apparently, when Li Shu had told Mao Mao about the ghost in her bath, Mao Mao had suggested that Li Shu bring up the matter to Jinshi, something that Saiku found weird. As Mao Mao is summoned before Gyoyu, she gets annoyed seeing Jinshi with a smirk on his face, remembering that Jinshi is supposed to be a eunuch but still has his reproductive organ in place. Getting down to business, Gyokyu asks why they've gathered, but upon hearing Jinshi utter that another concubine wants him to investigate a ghost in their bath, Gyokyu gets excited, offering to visit them as well. Hongyang reminds Gyokyu that she can't go outside seeing as her pregnancy will be made obvious, but as a compromise Gyokyu asks if Hongyang could go in her place. But sadly Jinshi states that it's a private investigation and only Mao Mao can come along. When Jinshi asks for Mao Mao to be returned to her, Gyokyu says she can lend Mao Mao, but before things can heat up, Jinshi addresses Mao Mao as his belonging. With everyone surprised, Jinshi states he'll ensure Mao Mao keeps their investigation a secret, immediately heading out, but Gyokyu asks what happened during the hunting trip that changed Jinshi so much. Mao Mao utters it was because she discovered a strange frog, cursing at the fact that she now needs to keep Jinshi's secret until she passes, but nonetheless the gang head over to the Diamond Pavilion. Simply passing through the pavilion, Jinshi charms Li Shu's ladies-in-waiting, but Mao Mao wonders how much Gaoshan knows of Jinshi's secret, wondering if Gaoshan himself is even a eunuch at all. As Mao Mao suppresses her speculations, the gang all greet Li Shu, but as Jinshi asks to see the ghost-filled bath, Mao Mao takes note of Li Shu's ladies glaring at Li Shu. Canon first takes the gang to visit the changing room that'll lead into the bath, but Canon points out a window, in particular where Li Shu spotted the ghost. Jinshi asks Li Shu to elaborate on what she saw, but before Li Shu can muster up the courage to speak, we see the previous head lady in waiting scolding Li Shu for acting so childish. The lady begins pointing out that Canon is meant to be keeping Li Shu from spreading such childish tales of ghosts, prompting Canon to apologize. But Mao Mao can immediately tell the former head lady in waiting is still salty about Canon overtaking her role as head lady in waiting, seeing as Canon was previously Li Shu's poison taster. As Mao Mao spots a strange head pin on the previous head lady, Jinshi begins to charm her, reminding the girls that he needs to do his job regardless if the rumors are true or not. Jinshi suddenly mentions how his throat is quite dry, prompting the previous head lady along with her party to rush to make some tea, only for Jinshi to ask Li Shu to continue with what she was saying earlier. Mao Mao commends Jinshi for his honorable act, all listening in as Li Shu recounts the night of the incident when she had finished taking a bath. Li Shu points out that she prefers her bath to be cool, but her ladies intentionally go against her wishes and make the bath steaming hot, forcing Li Shu to wait longer than normal for the bath to cool to her liking. Li Shu utters that she knows her ladies don't think fondly of her, but luckily Canon does stay by her side, and on the night of the incident Li Shu had finished her bath only to head over to the window to get some fresh air. When Li Shu opened the window, she suddenly saw a white-faced figure laughing at her behind some fluttering curtains, something that freaked Li Shu out. When Mao Mao asks if it could have been a person, Li Shu states it had to have been a ghost, something Canon can confirm as she saw the figure and tried to confront it, but the figure disappeared and the curtains strangely stopped fluttering. Hearing that the windows of the room were all closed at the time, Mao Mao wonders how wind could have gotten in, choosing to open up the nearby window to inspect the room's layout. Mao Mao remarks how strange of a layout this is, seeing as the Crystal and Jade Pavilion both have separate buildings for their baths, but Li Shu's Diamond Pavilion has a warehouse room next to its bath. Mao Mao asks Canon why there is a warehouse room in the adjacent room, only to be escorted into the warehouse room, where Canon unearths some mold that makes the room uninhabitable. Mao Mao knows that any other pavilion could have prevented such mold from growing, but seeing as Li Shu's ladies aren't as attentive, they decided to conceal the mold by making the room a warehousing place instead. Inspecting the mold, Mao Mao sees it has begun to eat away at the room's foundation. Surprised to hear that Li Shu's pavilion is actually quite new, as it was built when Li Shu was reinstated as a concubine. Disgusted by the damage done to the pavilion in only a few years, Mao Mao is shown the curtain that was fluttering in the wind when Li Shu first saw the ghost, but having realized something, Mao Mao rushes to inspect the bathhouse. Upon seeing the drain in the bathhouse, Mao Mao asks if Li Shu had unplugged the drain on the day she saw the ghost, something that shocks Li Shu as she confirms she did. With all the pieces now in place, the gang head back into the warehouse room, where Mao Mao asks for Gao Xuan's help with moving aside a cabinet to reveal even more mold eating away at the room. Seeing as the floor has been warped, Mao Mao asks Gao Xuan to check if the waterway passes under their current location, prompting Gao Xuan to retrieve the Diamond Pavilion's blueprint. Upon looking at the pavilion's blueprint, Mao Mao explains that the bat's water does pass through a pipe that runs under their room's floor, and it's the vapors from the hot water that made the curtain flutter even though all the windows were shut, having passed through the gaps in the rotted floor. Li Shu still wonders what the ghost figure was, but as Mao Mao scans the room, she heads over to unveil a small copper mirror Li Shu used before she received the bigger mirror gifted by the envoys. Mao Mao sees that the copper mirror has been nicely kept, a gift Li Shu had received from her late mother. But seeing as things are almost figured out, Mao Mao asks Li Shu to hold onto the copper mirror. Heading over to a nearby window, Mao Mao opens the curtains to allow light into the room, only to angle Li Shu and the copper mirror in a certain way to have it project a face onto the wall. Mao Mao states the copper mirror is a magic mirror, a special type of mirror that can absorb light and reflect a unique image, an item that requires immense talent to create. Mao Mao states that the ghost sighting was a sequence of coincidences that ended up causing the nearby blinds to flutter, only for the moonlight to light up the mirror and project a face above the curtains to create the ghost Li Shu saw. Li Shu states that the image created by the mirror resembles her late mother, wondering if her mother has returned to scold her for not using the copper mirror, revealing that her mother loved to dance. But after Li Shu was born, her late mother's health deteriorated and passed soon after. Li Shu suddenly begins to break down, clinging on tight to her mother's gift, something Mao Mao could never empathize with, as her own mother never really cared for her. As Canon comforts Li Shu, the gang suddenly hear the previous head lady returning with some tea. But seeing Li Shu crying on the floor, the lady quickly orders Li Shu to not make a fool of herself. Mao Mao sees the previous head lady is as cold as ever, especially when the lady snatches the copper mirror from Li Shu's hands, reminding Li Shu that she has the bigger mirror gifted to her from the envoys. When a lady asks Li Shu to give the copper mirror to someone else, Li Shu cries for the lady to give it back, rushing towards her previous head lady only to retrieve and cling onto the copper mirror for dear life. The head lady orders Li Shu to be less childish, but Jinshi suddenly steps in, stating that Li Shu is entitled to keep the mirror if she pleases. With some quick hand movements, Jinshi swiftly plucks a hairpin from the lady's hair, glaring at her as he asks if Li Shu gave this to her. Jinshi states that the hairpin is engraved with a crest for high-ranking concubines, an item normal ladies in waiting shouldn't be parading around, something that frightens everyone. Mao Mao realizes that Jinshi was already aware of Li Shu's ladies taking advantage of Li Shu, but seeing as Jinshi didn't have concrete evidence of such a thing, Jinshi finally has a reason to remind the girls to not act out of place. That evening, we see the eunuchs hard at work, all while several servant girls admire the new handsome eunuch amongst them. The next day, the quack doctor is seen feeding their pet cat, reminding Mao Mao that the anesthesia she had asked for won't be needed, seeing as the palace no longer gives out surgeries to make eunuchs. Mao Mao does wonder how new eunuchs enter the palace, hearing that there used to be a document to authenticate new men as being eunuchs. But after these documents were forged, the palace now gives out physical exams to inspect the new eunuchs. Apparently, 3 officers inspect the new eunuchs to ensure their reproductive organ is gone, and it's an exam all eunuchs have to undergo, including the quack doctor, when they exit and return into the rear palace. But this does exclude the emperor and his kin. The quack doctor brings up the new eunuchs that were swarmed by the low-ranking concubines recently in the baths. But elsewhere we see Gao Xuan questioning Jinshi on when he'll officially reveal his secret to Mao Mao. Gaoshan reminds Jinshi he'd better bring Mao Mao to their side quickly. But Jinshi fears that Locken will intervene and stop Mao Mao from being tied up in such affairs involving Jinshi. Jinshi states that Grand Commander Locken is a genius that took over his family at such a young age, and is someone the Emperor highly respected, able to do whatever he wants, and is untamable. Seeing as Mao Mao is a valuable asset, Jinshi states they'll have to interact with Locken in the foreseeable future, but Jinshi still fears how Mao Mao will react when she learns the truth about him. Getting back to work, Jinshi points out half of his work revolves around the overabundance of Lolan's servants along with her flashy dresses. But suddenly Gaoshan shows off an interesting issue where a court lady is supposedly flirting with the new eunuchs. Gaoshan reminds Jinshi that the new eunuchs are former slaves, motivating Jinshi to double-check the eunuchs just to be safe. But the next day, Jinshi and Gaoshan watch over the eunuchs as they perform their usual task. Jinshi hones in on the handsome one in particular, hearing that the left side of their body is disabled due to abuse, and they have scars all over their body they like to keep concealed. Seeing the handsome eunuch attracting several servant girls, Jinshi chooses to greet the eunuchs personally, promising to assign tailored jobs to each eunuch. But out of nowhere, a large crash can be heard nearby. At the scene of the crime, we see a eunuch has dropped a large piece of ice mint for a high-ranking concubine, and the culprit seems to be Xiaolan, who desperately apologizes, all whilst clinging onto a hairpin. As Xiaolan trembles in fear, she sincerely apologizes, all whilst a crowd begins to form. Immediately, Mao Mao says it was an accident, but the eunuch says an apology won't cut it, especially since ice is quite expensive and the block broken has equal value to a slave. Tying up the broken ice, Mao Mao hears that Lulan herself had requested the ice in order to make some ice treats, horrifying Mao Mao seeing as she has no connections to Lulan. As Mao Mao racks her brain for a solution, she asks if she can take the ice and return in an hour with a replacement, something the eunuch welcomes as he doesn't believe Mao Mao can make up for Xiaolan's mistake. But when Mao Mao prepares to leave, she suddenly notices Jinshi watching everything transpire. Running low on time, both girls head to the medical office, only for the quack doctor to calm the grieving Xiaolan. Apparently, Xiaolan had finally received her first hairpin from a low-ranking concubine she was massaging, but having been too fixated on her future, Xiaolan had bumped into the carriage holding the ice. Mao Mao feels sorry for Xiaolan, seeing as her future may be sealed after this mistake, but seeing as Jinshi has arrived, Mao Mao asks if she can borrow a kitchen and some ingredients. Smirking, Jinshi asks what he'll get in return, annoying Mao Mao as she doesn't have time to mess around, boldly declaring that she has nothing to offer Jinshi. Jinshi reminds Mao Mao she wasn't the one that broke the ice, but Mao Mao reasons that helping a friend in need is something that just makes sense. Plus Mao Mao cries she won't be able to sleep well and it may affect her working abilities, something Jinshi finds adorable. Jinshi agrees to help, but choosing to lean in close, Jinshi orders Mao Mao to listen to him more intently when he's speaking. Mao Mao is confused by the request, prompting Jinshi to think of another request, making Mao Mao wonder if she should just ask Yokyu for help. Knowing that concubines shouldn't be involved with other concubines, Mao Mao's hair tie suddenly comes loose, forcing Jinshi to catch it only to return to Mao Mao, asking why Mao Mao doesn't use a stick to tie up her hair. Mao Mao says she doesn't have fancy accessories, but Jinshi is insulted seeing as he gave her a hairpin during the garden party, asking Mao Mao to wear it in exchange for his help. Jinshi whispers he'll also tell her his secret soon, heading to prepare the ingredients and kitchen Mao Mao had asked for. But as we move forward in time, Mao Mao is seen handling some fruits, sugar, and fresh cow milk. With Xiaolan doubting Mao Mao's skills, the girls get to work whilst the eunuch waits outside, prompting Mao Mao to begin mixing up the sugar into the milk only to smash apart the remaining ice. Mao Mao proceeds to sprinkle salt onto the ice, only to place the milk mixture atop the ice, slowly stirring the mixture as Xiaolan watches the liquid slowly solidify. Finally, the girls dice up the fruits and mix them into the mixture, ultimately creating ice cream, an icy sweet treat. Mao Mao calls for the eunuch to deliver the meal to Lulan, giving both Xiaolan and the eunuch a taste of the ice cream to prove the treat is worthy of a high-ranking concubine's taste. Mao Mao reveals that Jinshi had disclosed Lulan's likes and dislikes, confident that Lulan will at least give the ice cream a taste. But just then Shui appears, having rushed over when she heard Xiaolan was in trouble. Luckily, Shui has lightened up the mood, choosing to run away with the leftovers of the ice cream, teasing Xiaolan only to feed the adorable girl after a while. Elsewhere, we see Gyokyu feel her child beginning to move in her womb, cutting to the next day, where Mao Mao has brought the cat to play with Lingli, only to watch Lingli approach Gyokyu, both excited to meet their new family member. With everyone adoring the mother and daughter, Mao Mao hears Gyokyu mention how she feels downward kicks in her belly, alerting Mao Mao as she asks to touch to confirm. Getting serious, Mao Mao asks how Lingli's birth was, intrigued to hear the delivery was quite smooth seeing as Lingli was a small baby, and it was ultimately Hongyang herself that helped deliver her, seeing as the court lady assigned to them got sick and most doctors couldn't be trusted. Mao Mao wonders who will be helping with Gyokyu and Li Hua's deliveries, seeing as last time a midwife helped with Li Hua's delivery, fearing that Hongyang won't be enough this time to deliver Gyokyu's child. Mao Mao reveals that Gyokyu may experience a breech delivery, opposite from Lingli's birth as she came out head first, whereas a breech delivery is more painful and it's when the legs of the child come out first. Seeing Gyokyu concerned, Mao Mao offers to do some further tests to double check, stressing Mao Mao out as she only learned of such things from watching her father. Gyokyu asks if Mao Mao can inspect her, agreeing to undergo any tests if it means they can have a safe delivery. But as we cut to later that evening, Mao Mao is seen washing up after her examination. Mao Mao regretfully reports that a breech delivery is most likely going to happen, suggesting that Gyokyu undergo acupuncture and daily exercise to strengthen herself, especially since an incision may need to be made into her belly during the delivery. Mao Mao fears an ordinary midwife won't be able to deliver the baby, wondering where she can find a doctor that has already been castrated to help with the delivery. But suddenly the perfect candidate comes to mind. Mao Mao tells Gyokyu she has the perfect doctor in mind, reassuring Hongyang that it's not swearing, revealing that the doctor she has in mind is actually a criminal. Hongyang immediately refuses the person Mao Mao has in mind, but Mao Mao cries that the doctor is the most qualified doctor in their nation, intriguing Hongyang as Mao Mao is speaking so highly of a criminal. Gyokyu asks Mao Mao to elaborate, hearing that the doctor was originally a doctor in the rear palace and was responsible for delivering the emperor and his brother, but due to issues with Aduo's delivery, the doctor was exiled. Mao Mao admits that the doctor is actually Luo Min, her adopted father and the person that taught her all she knows, something that impresses Gyokyu, as she says she'll ask Jinshi to have Luo Min be brought in. Hongyang is completely against the idea, but Gyokyu says that Luo Min is clearly a reliable doctor and Mao Mao herself can vouch for it. Plus, Luo Min's criminal status was given to him back when the previous empress was reigning and things back then were sketchy. With Gyokyu agreeing to write a letter, we cut to 2 days later where Luo Min arrives by carriage at the rear palace, only to be greeted by Gao Shan. Seeing the palace gates open, Luo Min reminisces on his memories in the rear palace, finally revisiting his past. Heading to greet Gyokyu, Luo Min reports he'll be temporarily serving in the rear palace's medical office, handed his walking stick only to be escorted away by Gao Shan. Immediately, the girls wonder if Luo Min is really Mao Mao's father, seeing as he is very calm and normal compared to Mao Mao. But technically, Luo Min is Mao Mao's great uncle. As the girls pester Mao Mao more, we cut to a graveyard where we see a familiar-looking face standing over the graves, seemingly lost in thought. Back in her shack, Mao Mao retrieves the hairpin Jinshi gave her, agreeing to tie her hair with it as promised. In the office, the quack doctor shows Luo Min their cat, but Mao Mao notices Luo Min eating the cat's leftovers. Even though Luo Min is very intellectual, he still chooses to live in poverty since he has no ego. Seeing Mao Mao creating mugworts for Gyokyu's acupuncture, Luo Min scolds Mao Mao for not asking for permission. But seeing as Luo Min isn't busy today, he says he'll write for the rest of the day. Mao Mao applauds Jinshi for placing Luo Min in the doctor's office, and not just under Gyokyu, seeing as Li Hua herself is also pregnant and could use the woman's magic touch to have a healthy delivery. The quack doctor brings up the new ladies-in-waiting in the Crystal Pavilion, relieving Luo Min as there should be more older and experienced ladies-in-waiting in the rear palace. But right now, most of them are quite young. Seeing as the emperor will be giving birth to more children, Mao Mao wonders how the issue of inexperience will be breached, but suddenly Luo Min utters he's written up issues that plague the rear palace at the moment. The quack doctor notices the writing to be quite childish, a feature Mao Mao knows Luo Min had purposely added, seeing as it's meant to be read by servants and people not as well educated. Addressing the quack doctor personally, Luo Min asks when the quack doctor if he has papers of a certain size, managing to convince the quack doctor to manufacture more paper for a cheaper price. Next, Luo Min asks Mao Mao to have the school integrate what he's just written as a practice writing sheet, a genius plan as the students will be indirectly mass-producing and ingraining the issues of the rear palace into their brains. Having created the mugworts she is after, Mao Mao retrieves some alcohol to help with disinfecting the Jade Pavilion, but remembering that Gyokyu gets fatigued often, Mao Mao wonders how she can help. As the cat comes over to claw at Mao Mao's skirt, she's seen retrieving some more material, only to head towards the school. Mao Mao fears asking Jinshi to integrate the new writing exam sheet will cause issues, seeing as she hasn't gotten used to tying her hair with Jinshi's hairpin, having gotten curious looks from the other girls. Instead, choosing to visit the school directly. But upon handing the writing sheet to the teacher, he immediately recognizes the writing to belong to Luo Min. The teacher reveals that everyone used to copy Luo Min's handwriting to pass their civil exam. Unfortunate, seeing as Luo Min could have become a government official, but instead chose to become a doctor and help homeless children. Mao Mao reveals that Luo Min has returned to the rear palace, intriguing the teacher, but the teacher asks why Xiaolan hasn't been attending his classes. Mao Mao says Xiaolan is quite busy searching for a job, but the teacher utters the influx of younger eunuchs have caused the court ladies in the south side to be distracted more often, and this caused some of the eunuchs to be sent north towards the clinic. Mao Mao reasons Shenlu could use the help, but back on topic, the teacher is impressed to hear Luo Omin wants to make copies of his concerns regarding the rear palace, revealing that himself and Luo Omin would manually create similar pieces in the past and plaster them throughout the palace. Mao Mao is surprised that Luo Omin was aware of issues 20 years ago that exist today, these being not to use white lead powder, avoid strong scents, and not to pick random plant from the rear palace. But Mao Mao can't help but shake off an unnerving feeling. Promising to provide blank papers for the writing sheets, Mao Mao sprints off, realizing that Luo Omin's warnings in the past must have ultimately revealed dangerous information to those who plan to abuse the harmful substances. Since most of the workforce is replaced every 2 years, and seeing as the concubines would have been replaced as well when the late emperor passed, Mao Mao visits the only person that would have remained around the same time Luo Omin was last working. Visiting Shenlu, Mao Mao breaks the ice by giving some concentrated alcohol, only to sit down as Shenlu serves her some tea. Mao Mao acknowledges the skills of the workers in the clinic. Seeing as the ladies have remained for over 20 years, Mao Mao wonders why the clinic ladies haven't been replaced like the workers in concubine. Getting serious, Shenlu reveals that she along with the other clinic ladies were brought in at the age of 10, making Mao Mao realize that the late emperor must have deflowered them at such a young age. And seeing as people are only after pure maidens, the clinic ladies were forced to settle for a job in the rear palace. Mao Mao realizes the festering hatred in the rear palace must be carried by the clinic ladies. Reminded of the time when Shenlu had asked Mao Mao to check in on Susu, believing Shenlu had good intentions, but Mao Mao wonders if Shenlu had been discreetly feeding Shin information on how to create an abortion drug through the sick servant girl. This would also explain how Shenlu knew of Li Hua's pregnancy, as Susu could have accidentally told Shenlu, leading Shenlu to warn Shin of things that can cause an abortion, but that warning could have been twisted and used to empower Shin to create the abortion drug. The clinic ladies could also manipulate which items were sold by the visiting merchants. But as Mao Mao's mind spins out of control from all of her speculations, Mao Mao reminds herself she has no evidence. Plus, the clinic is quite a valuable place. Calming herself, Mao Mao notices several books around the clinic, picking up a book in particular about insects that even Shenlu admits is quite new. Flicking through the book, Mao Mao spots the book documenting the moths she had used for the moon party, remembering the Shui herself was capturing and studying them. Mao Mao finds it weird that a servant girl like Shui had access to such expensive paper, plus she could read and write, making Mao Mao suspicious of who Shui is. At that moment, the familiar-looking eunuch enters the room, a person Mao Mao immediately recognizes to be Sui. Sui warns Shenlu to be careful around Mao Mao, seeing as Mao Mao had figured out Shenlu's involvement with the abortion drug, plus Mao Mao prevented Sui's clean getaway from the palace. Mao Mao wonders how she can escape, but Sui threatens to stab Mao Mao if she acts up, reassuring Mao Mao that they can settle things peacefully. Myomoa takes note of Sui's beaten-up arm, wondering if it's due to the resurrection drug she took, but Sui asks if Mao Mao wants to know what her end goal is. When Mao Mao refuses to listen, Sui suddenly drags Shui in, threatening to slay her if Mao Mao doesn't listen, revealing that they'll be leaving the rear palace for a bit. Sui knows Mao Mao will listen to her, especially since Sui will tell Mao Mao how to make the resurrection drug. It's quite well known that there are two beasts in the palace, one in the east that is ruled by military power, and one in the west that is ruled by bureaucracy. These beasts, of course, being the military official Lakin from the east, and Shursho, the political heavyweight from the west. Lakin asks to have tea with the emperor's younger brother, inviting Shursho, as it's been a while since they've gotten to speak to the emperor's younger brother. As the three men change locations to the center courtyard, the three men enjoy a beverage in silver cups, all whilst Jinshur has Basin communicate for him. Lakin gets down to business, reporting his findings regarding the recent assassination, choosing to pull out the schematics for a FIFA, only to ask if Shursho knows anything about it. Shursho has no idea what a FIFA is, but Lakin reveals that he had disassembled the FIFA and sketched out its build, uttering that the weapon had been developed in the West and uses a flint instead of a fuse. Shursho is surprised to hear the newly designed FIFAs are more efficient for warfare, but Lakin glares at Shursho, uttering that it's strange that random assailants were able to get a hold of such valuable weapons. With the mood tense, Shursho says it's Lakin's job to find out, but Lakin admits that the people they captured are no longer able to speak, having interrogated them too violently. Lakin takes the chance to ask if Shursho has any leads, but sadly Shursho knows nothing. Moving on, Lakin chooses to show off a game of Go he had with his wife, breaking the tension. Seeing Lakin going on about his brilliant Go game with his wife, Shursho chooses to excuse himself, but Lakin says he'll make sure to send Shursho more details on the Go game he had. Before Shursho leaves, Lakin asks Lakin to stay for some of their finest red grape juice, but when the juice is poured in a glass cup, the The grape juice is shown to be a green color. As both Shursho and Locken exchange glares, Shursho finally departs, all whilst Locken says some grapes when squeezed produce a green liquid. Basin wonders why Locken offered a red drink when the grape juice is clearly green, but as Jinshur heads back, he finally removes his disguise, revealed to be Lady Aduo instead of Jinshur. Aduo was impressed to hear that Mao Mao is Locken's daughter, weirded out by how Locken and Shursho were acting, but at the same time we see Mao Mao knelt down in a strange place, having been reported missing. Following Jinshur, he's seen asking Gyokyu why Mao Mao is missing, but Gyokyu says she has no idea, believing Jinshur was borrowing Mao Mao. Jinshur asks Hongyang when Mao Mao was last seen, hearing that Mao Mao was visiting the doctor's office to prepare the mugworts. But after she visited the teacher, Mao Mao had apparently vanished with no traces. Jinshur says Mao Mao is aware of the punishments for leaving her post, especially when serving a high-ranking concubine like Gyokyu, but suddenly the gang begin to wonder if Mao Mao's past had finally caught up to her. Gyokyu knows Mao Mao can easily be attacked if surrounded by multiple people, but Gaoshan says Mao Mao would have at least left something behind for them, annoying Jinshur as they must find Mao Mao quick. Heading over to the doctor's office, Jinshur immediately heads to speak with Luo Min, asking if Luo Min can recall the exact talking points before Mao Mao went missing. Complying, Luo Min tells Jinshur about Mao Mao crafting the mugworts and leaving without saying anything else, but Jinshur fears that the information is nothing groundbreaking. Thinking for a bit, Jinshur wonders where the cat is, surprising the quack doctor as he admits the cat was clinging to Mao Mao before she left. The quack doctor says whilst Luo Min was in the bathroom, Mao Mao had picked up an item to help with Gyokyu's fatigue, but this drew the attention of the cat. Intrigued, Luo Min gets up, immediately pulling out the medicine Mao Mao was looking at, only for the quack doctor to confirm that Mao Mao definitely took some of the medicine with her. Luo Min asks for permission to search for Mao Mao, declaring that he'll be looking for the cat, but suspects that they may get clues on Mao Mao's whereabouts. As Jinshur follows after Luo Min, Gaoshan wonders why they're looking for the cat and not Mao Mao. They stop before a forest, as Luo Min has found some medicine Mao Mao took. As Gaoshan calls for the cat, Luo Min declares that cats don't normally stray far from their home, leading Gaoshan to announce that they've found the cat. Heading north, the gang notices the cat rolling around, prompting Luo Min to point out a particular looking hole in the tree, where scrunched up paper can be found. Luo Min suspects that it must have been a clue left behind by Mao Mao, but Jinshur cries that it's blank. Luckily, Luo Min suspects there's more to the paper than it seems, piquing Jinshur's interest as Luo Min is clearly holding back from something. Back at the doctor's office, Luo Min places the paper over some fire to reveal some text, a trick Mao Mao played around with as a kid, where juices or fluids would reveal themselves when burned on paper. The quack doctor suddenly remembers Mao Mao carrying a bottle of alcohol with her before leaving. As for the reason the cat was sleeping near the tree, Luo Min says it's due to the silver vine medicine, a substance that helps with fatigue when made into tea and coincidentally something that cats love. Jinshur is amazed at Luo Min for reading Mao Mao's intentions, but upon reading the shrine character on the paper, Luo Min asks if there are any shrines nearby. Jinshur utters that in the north there are only old buildings, but he'll order for a search. As for the second character, neither Jinshur nor Gaoshan can decipher. Seeing Luo Min so relaxed, Jinshur wonders why Luo Min isn't stressed, but Luo Min reveals he is stressed, but he can only do so much, so he chooses to conserve his energy. Plus, Mao Mao had already disappeared once in the past when she was kidnapped, but she still worked every day until she could reunite with Luo Min, something that inspires Jinshur to get to work and ensure Mao Mao is safe. As Jinshur storms through the palace, he remembers to keep up his act as the handsome eunuch, choosing to report his findings to Gyokyu in hopes she can help with deciphering the second mysterious character. With even Gyokyu unsure, the other girls are tasked with racking their brains as well, but when Seikyu looks at the character, she recognizes the character to be the word sway. The girls know sway stands for jade, but Seikyu wonders if it stands for sure sway, immediately catching Jinshur's attention as he hears Mao Mao had befriended Sure Sway, the second person to have sway in their name. Jinshur learns about Xiaolan as well, but suddenly Jinshur realizes something, immediately calling for a search on Sure Sway, the servant girl, as Jinshur is clearly infuriated at his realization. At night, we see several ships traveling through water, revealed to be housing both Mao Mao and Sure Sway, who both wonder where they're going. With Suirei standing guard and observing the girls, Mao Mao utters that she had to follow Suirei, as she couldn't risk Sure Sway getting attacked. But more importantly, Mao Mao was surprised to have been led to a secret passage. Mao Mao recognized the passage to be near where she and Sure Sway first met. But while Shinlu and Suirei were distracted, Mao Mao had quickly written up her note and stuffed it into a nearby tree along with some silver vine. Passing through a strange tunnel, Suirei says Mao Mao and Sure Sway are to pretend they were sold off, and from there they were picked up by carriage and departed from a port. Mao Mao is only allowed to keep Jinshur's hair tie, but seeing as there is nothing they can do at the moment, Both girls agree to rest and prepare for what is to come. Arriving on land, the girls are tied up, but Mao Mao realizes they had swapped ships twice, meaning they were just on a river. Escorted by Suere and some guards, Mao Mao believed they were heading north, but the surrounding forest is quite humid. As Mao Mao scans the surrounding areas for clues, she suddenly notices Suere shriek, turning to see a snake nearby, but Mao Mao notices something strange about Shui. Picking up the snake, Mao Mao tosses the snake in front of Suere, frightening her enough for her to fall back. But Shui quickly removes the snake, leaning down only to reassure Suere that it's fine. Fearing that Suerei's irregular breathing may cause harm, Mao Mao assists with calming Suere down, but once things have calmed down, Mao Mao calls out Suere for being quite close to Shui. Suere tries denying it, but Mao Mao calls out Shui for having a lot of noble tendencies while still housing her servant attitude. Suere points out how Mao Mao herself can read and write as well, even though she is a servant. But Mao Mao deduces that Shui must have been the one to lead the cat into the palace through the secret passage, having never anticipated to have run into Mao Mao when they first met. Laughing out loud, Shui admits they've been caught, revealing that Suere, her sister, is quite afraid of snakes. Mao Mao realizes that Shui and Suere have similar names, but it was never an issue since other servants couldn't read. Mao Mao is happy that the mystery of the cat appearing has been solved. Plus, Mao Mao suspects that Shui spent more time around the bath to get into contact with Suere, watching as the sisters interact, but Mao Mao wonders why she's been taken away from the rear palace. Mao Mao fears that Locke may get involved, but out of nowhere Suere chooses to remove Mao Mao's bind, all continuing onwards, but Mao Mao still has one suspicion she needs to check. Having traveled for a whole day, the gang finally arrive at a fortress, only for Suere to signal to the watchtower to let them in. As a massive drawbridge lowers over the moat, the gang head into town, surprising Mao Mao as there seems to be a hot spring resort in town, explaining the humid area. Off in the distance, Mao Mao notices a foreigner, wondering if they could be one of the envoys that visited, but before Mao Mao can speculate, she bumps into a little boy, Qiyu. Before Mao Mao can tussle with the boy, Shui scolds Qiyu for bumping into Mao Mao, but Qiyu is impressed by Suerei's looks, even calling Shui big sis and mentioning a maid of sorts. Mao Mao hears Qiyu bring up a festival tomorrow, exciting Shui as they all head towards the town's inn. But as the girls check in, Mao Mao spots a familiar-looking man, seeing as he resembled a guard the envoys had brought with them. Suere reveals that she had a lot of work to do after her resurrection, something that only piques Mao Mao's interest more. As they all head inside, they're greeted by a maid, who shows Qiyu the items she's gathered, something Shui is grateful for as she loves the lantern plants that have been gathered. Before Qiyu can take credit for gathering the items, Shui forces Qiyu to thank their maid, ultimately giving Qiyu a hug as he's learning. As Mao Mao inspects the items for the upcoming festival, we cut back to Gaoshan, who makes a report on an unused shrine near where Mao Mao's note was found, revealing that it is an unused passage that led outside the palace. Next, Gaoshan says one of the eunuchs went missing around the same time Mao Mao did. Finally, there seems to be no servant by the name Shui registered. Before Jinshi can figure out what is happening, a eunuch rushes into his office, crying out that something is happening to Gyokiyu. The next day, Jinshi visits the Jade Pavilion, greeting Hongyang, who reports Gyokiyu is going into labor and the birth preparations have begun. Escorted upstairs, Jinshi bumps into Luomin, who reports Gyokiyu has been stabilized with little fatigue, but it's still unknown when the actual birth will happen. As for the breech birth, Luomin says Mao Mao's remedies have worked, but hearing the name, Jinshi stresses seeing as it's been 10 days since she went missing. The quack doctor seems to be quite useless, so Luomin asks him to take care of the cat, but as Jinshi leaves for now, Gaoshan rushes to report their findings on the missing eunuch. Having the name of Tian, the eunuch was apparently not associated with anyone, meaning it's hard to find any leads. Apparently, Tian was seen praying around a shrine, but Gaoshan takes out a map, showing that Tian was seen around the graves on the north side, belonging to the souls that were deflowered by the late emperor. With sightings of Tian praying at a grave in particular, Jinshi immediately heads out, but upon entering the vicinity of the graves, Jinshi spots Shenlu praying there. Caught off guard, Shenlu swiftly excuses herself, but upon brushing by Jinshi picks up a familiar scent. Remembering it to be the distilled alcohol Mao Mao made, Jinshi grabs hold of Shenlu demanding to know where Mao Mao is. But having let his true face slip, Jinshi calms himself only to ask if Shenlu knows where Mao Mao is. Seeing Jinshi up and close, Shenlu is reminded of the late emperor, attempting to pull away, but Jinshi refuses to let go. Shenlu cries that she is reminded of the first time she ever met the late emperor, having been given a sweet and greeted warmly by the late emperor. Shenlu says after she grew up, the late emperor never visited her, beginning to cry as she wonders why Jinshi is pretending to be a eunuch. As Shenlu flees, she is captured by Gaoshan and other eunuchs. But seeing Jinshi frozen in place and unable to issue an order, Shenlu quickly drinks a poison. Collapsing to the ground, the eunuch swiftly works to have Shenlu throw up, quickly dragging her away as Gaoshun wakes Jinshi up from his shock. Jinshi asks if he really looks like the late emperor, declaring that he never saw what the late emperor looked like when young. Plus, Jinshi didn't look like his brothers or mother. In the past, Jinshi had heard rumors of himself being an illegitimate child, and it was his own decision to take on the role of a eunuch in the rear palace. But before Jinshi gets distracted, he reminds himself he needs to find Mao Mao. Standing before the graves, Jinshi notices some fresh lantern plants before a grave in particular, noting how the lantern plants aren't supposed to be in season. Reading the name Tai Ho, Gaoshun states that it's the name of the court lady that passed away last year and was well known for holding ghost story gatherings. Jinshi knows that only one person is related to the Tai Ho blood, and apparently they were the one that gave birth to a daughter after an affair with a doctor. Seeing as the pieces are falling into place, Jinshi has figured out something, calmly walking off as he says he'll be visiting the Garnet Pavilion. With a razor-focused glare, Jinshi states that the concubine Tai Ho served was ultimately married by Shursho and gave birth to Lulan. As for the daughter of Tai Ho and the doctor, there are no records for where they disappeared to, as they had left the rear palace. Jinshi suspects that Lulan may know where Tai Ho's child and the doctor went, declaring he'll do everything he can, only to greet Lulan. Jinshi apologizes for the sudden visit, but Lulan, whilst covering her face, has one of her ladies reassure Jinshi it's fine. Jinshi can't help but notice Lulan's ladies all wearing matching outfits and makeup, all resembling foxes. Before Jinshi can ask a question, he locks onto a marking above Lulan's eyes, immediately rushing to have a closer look at Lulan. Apprehending Lulan, Jinshi says Lulan is meant to have 7 ladies in waiting, demanding to know why there are only 6 present. Jinshi says he had been keeping track of everyone's names and faces, and since Lulan and her ladies changed outfits every day, he had to remember their eyes, lips, and more importantly, moles. Seeing as Rinpu is in front of him, Jinshi says he knows Lulan had intentionally hired huge amounts of servants and recruited similar-looking women that look like her to disguise themselves. Before anyone can stop him, Jinshi orders Rinpu to reveal where Lulan has gone, but as Rinpu bawls her eyes out, Surin, another lady in waiting, cries that Rinpu doesn't know anything. With Jinshi trying to calm himself, we see all of Lulan's slaves gathered and being questioned, only for Surin herself to admit that Lulan won't be returning to the rear palace, something Jinshi says has never been done before. Seeing as their interrogation isn't going anywhere, Jinshi says Lulan has committed a huge crime, wondering what Shursho was thinking to have handed his daughter over to the emperor only for her to flee. Seeing as they're at a standstill, Jinshi wonders what other clues can lead them to Mao Mao, but at the same time we see that Lakan has uncovered Mao Mao's disappearance, immediately rushing to search for her only for a massive explosion to occur. The next day, Basin regretfully informs Jinshi that Lakan has found out about Mao Mao's disappearance. Plus, Shursho himself has seemingly disappeared. Jinshi fears it probably isn't a coincidence, and Shursho will be charged alongside Lulan. As for Shenlu, she seems to be okay, but hasn't awoken yet. Basin reports that Shenlu had connections to Tai Ho, but Jinshi is surprised the other clinic ladies didn't know of Shenlu's plans, suspecting that they all still shared the same resentment caused by the late emperor. Jinshi knows he has to find Lulan, wondering who'll be searching for Shursho in the process, but just then someone knocks at their door. Entering the room, Lahan greets Jinshi. Someone Jinshi knows is the adopted son of Lakan himself. Lahan shows, off a scroll, an item Jinshi recognizes to be the receipt journal for the National Treasury. Lahan says his father had asked him to look into the origins of the FIFAs, but when Lahan looked into the captured men who attacked Jinshi, he wound up digging up the receipts before Jinshi, asking Jinshi to reread over the prices of food. Jinshi notices the price for grain has gone up over the years, strange since there has been no droughts nor plagues. Lahan also points out that the cost of iron has increased nationwide, believing the government is building some sort of massive structure somewhere. Jinshi is impressed Lahan is exhibiting signs that resemble Lakan, stopping Lahan as Jinshi says it's clear someone is profiting from the increased pricing. Jinshi asks what the abundance of iron purchases has to do with the price increase for grains, leading Lahan to suspect they're related, but Lahan first asks if Jinshi would like him to investigate further to see where everything is coming from. Seeing as everyone has a price, Jinshi asks what Lahan is after, hearing that Lahan wants Jinshi to help pay off damages to the rear palace gate that Lakan had made. Jinshi immediately accepts, but in exchange, orders Lahan to be thorough with his investigations. But elsewhere, we see Mao Mao staring off into the night sky, glazing occasionally at the mask she had been given. A few moments later, we see Shursui asking Mao Mao to put on her fox mask she painted, but Mao Mao notes the green on Shursui's mask makes her look like a raccoon, whereas Mao Mao's mask makes her look like a cat. Seeing as Mao Mao's long hair is getting in the way, Shursui helps comb Mao Mao's hair, offering up one of her spiderweb hair sticks to tie up Mao Mao's hair, but Mao Mao says she won't need it seeing as she has Jinshi's hairpin. Shui is impressed by such a hair stick, asking if she can have it, but Mao Mao knows Jinshi will get mad at her, immediately refusing. Getting to work, Shui ties up Mao Mao's hair with Jinshi's hairpin and some ribbon, revealing that the festival is held in a shrine outside the village. In the dead of night, multiple villagers all don their fox masks, only to make their way through a forest, creating an eerie vibe, especially since lanterns and fires are their only source of light. Mao Mao notices others have green paint around their mask as well, wondering why mostly men and Shui choose green, but Mao Mao suddenly spots a grasshopper fly on her lantern. Shui says the abundance of grasshoppers requires them to hold a bigger festival in hopes of warding off evil spirits, strangely watching as Shui crushes a lantern plant for its seed. Seeing Shui pop it in her mouth, Mao Mao warns her that the lantern plant seeds are poisonous, but Shui already knew that, spitting it out not too long after. Heading up some stairs, Shui recounts that the god they worship is a fox spirit, and the area they stand on used to be inhabited by different villagers. But eventually Westerners overtook the original owners of the land. The Westerners had promised to villagers all sorts of intel on enriching the land and removing pests. But as more invaders sought the land the villagers had owned, the villagers were ultimately forced to relocate deeper into the forest. Seeing everyone praying to the fox spirit, Mao Mao learns that fox represents the Westerners who brought knowledge, hence the white mask. But painting over the white mask represents the effects of the newcomers invading and overriding the original land. Mao Mao recognizes the fox mask to resemble the concept of intermarriages, similar to when the teacher explained the concept of selective breeding. Plus, Shui reveals that the men use green paint since they're colorblind as well, and they can't see red, so they paint using green. Mao Mao deduces that the Mother Royal, along with the people that built the hidden fox village, must have been the same group of people that came from the West. But as the ceremony draws on, Mao Mao is asked to place her mask in a basket where they're stored and set to burn in a year. Shui chooses to drag Mao Mao around with her, impressing Mao Mao at the food varieties, but both girls can't help but be drawn to a meat store selling frogs and locust skewers. Remembering her past with frogs, Mao Mao asks for a chicken skewer, only to watch Shui dine on a locust skewer, revealing that she has never actually eaten bugs before. As Shui eats her bugs, she spits out a grasshopper that was mixed in with the locusts, but Mao Mao is more intrigued by the child sitting at the center of the shrine. Shui says the child is actually Qiyu, and every year a child is elected to play the role of God. Luckily, different children swap out seeing, as they do get antsy after sitting still for too long. As the girls head to wait for Qiyu, they run into other children that are disappointed to have received some poor-looking wheat, all wondering why the elder only gives them wheat from their fields. Luckily, Mao Mao offers up the wheat she had been carrying around, exciting the kids as they run off, but right on cue Qiyu appears, having finished his duties for the night. Shui praises Qiyu for a job well done, but Qiyu wishes his mother could have seen him, intriguing Mao Mao as Qiyu's mother isn't living with him. To wrap up the night, the villagers gather near a lake to watch the burning of the previous year's masks. But Qiyu asks what the girls wish for seeing, as everyone gets one wish when painting their mask, and it's said to come true when the masks are burnt. Qiyu himself refuses to reveal what he wished for. But just then, everyone turns their attention to the group of villagers carrying a torch towards the river, making Qiyu jealous as he wanted to be the child to carry the torch. With the torch being passed onto a villager with a bow, the lone archer fires a single fiery arrow towards the masks, setting the mast-filled structure ablaze. As several masks burn up completely, we see that most masks actually sink to the bottom of the lake, a spectacle that reminds Shui of insects as they normally leave their children behind to survive the harsh winters. Returning home, the girls are greeted by Sui, who had been waiting for them, gladly serving up some dinner, only to notice Mao Mao glaring at her. Mao Mao demands to learn about the resurrection potion Sui had promised, but is still confused by Sui and Shui's dynamic, especially since Mao Mao has been given a lot of freedom, even though she is meant to be a hostage. With Shui asking Sui to keep up her end of the promise, Mao Mao immediately asks if thornapple and blowfish were used for the potion. Plus, Mao Mao wonders how Sui felt going in and out of consciousness. Sui is a little weirded out, but says thornapple wasn't used in the potion, as foreign recipes make use of thornapple to keep their patients in a near-death state and are used to enslave them. Sui was lucky to have survived with only some scars, plus she didn't lose any of her memories. But hearing that Sui needs to run more experiments with the potion, Mao Mao offers up her own body to test the potion. Shui is glad that they're getting along, cutting to later that night where Mao Mao and Sui sit together, stressing Mao Mao out as she has so many questions that she wants to ask, choosing to hold herself back for now. The next evening, Mao Mao is handed some books, only to be warned by Sui to not try and escape, especially since she'll be away and guard a station outside their home. Immediately, Mao Mao gets tucked into reading, forcing Shui to feed and dress Mao Mao. But seeing Mao Mao's fixation on reading, Qiyu is reminded of Lady Shinmei. As Kyu heads off to do the dishes, Shui heads to retrieve Mao Mao's headpin, reminding Mao Mao to take better care of such a valuable-looking hairpin. Shui chooses to add her own hairpin to ensure Mao Mao's hair is tied correctly. But Mao Mao asks where Shui learned such a technique, hearing that Shui was beaten and had hot water thrown on her if she wasn't fast enough or didn't give out good massages. Mao Mao wonders what master would punish a student so badly, but using a calm smile, Shui says it was actually her mother, refusing to elaborate further as she asks Mao Mao to not act up as Shui herself needs to head somewhere as well. With 6 hours of reading passing by instantly, Mao Mao decides to get some fresh air, immediately stunned by the gorgeous view of the village and fields beyond its walls. Mao Mao wonders if the shack outside the village is where they store the wheat, wondering what the reason for the town's poor harvest could have been along with that strange patch of unharvested wheat next to the shack. But out of nowhere, Kyu returns, asking to know where Shui went. Mao Mao is annoyed at how loud Kyu is, but Mao Mao asks what that shack outside town is, hearing that it's the elder's old storehouse and it's not in use, seeing as a new one had to be built to keep the rats out. Mao Mao suddenly realizes something, asking if they could visit the storehouses, and seeing as Kyu is more than glad to show Mao Mao around town, he unveils the secret passage he uses to get away from his studies. Easily making it outside the village with Kyu's help, Mao Mao begins inspecting the nearby crops, making Kyu ask if the unharvested patch of crops is due to a lack of nutrients. Mao Mao corrects Kyu, suspecting that the light from the nearby storehouse must be messing up the growth of the unharvested patch of crops. Mao Mao also reasons that the infestation of rats has to do with Shui, suspecting that Shui had been capturing them for her experiments with perfecting the resurrection drug. Kyu chooses to show off his lockpicking skills and unlock the old storehouse, allowing Mao Mao to confirm her suspicions as she uncovers a room filled with various medicines and caged rats. Surprisingly, Kyu asks why there are metal tubes in the room as well, something that catches Mao Mao's attention as she rushes to pull back a strange-looking curtain, horrified to discover some fifas. Mao Mao wonders what a workshop to design fifas is doing in the storehouse. But as the duo hear a voice, Mao Mao and Kyu rush to hide, only for Lady Shinmei herself to enter the room. Shinmei finds it suspicious that the storehouse was unlocked, but as Lady Isla herself enters the room as well, Shinmei says she must have been imagining things. With Mao Mao relieved to have not been found, Shinmei suddenly borrows a sword, instantly cutting down the room's curtains only to reveal Mao Mao's hiding spot, demanding to know why filthy rats have snuck into her space. As Mao Mao stares off into Shinmei's maniacal grin, a second passes by only for Shinmei to turn to Sui beside her, slapping her as she reminds Sui to keep her rats in line. Sui immediately apologizes, but Shinmei suddenly notices Kyu, asking where she has seen him before. Before Kyu can speak, Sui says Kyu is Shiro's son, but out of nowhere a familiar voice speaks up asking that Shinmei excuse the kids as they must have been playing around. With Lulan asking her mother Shinmei to leave Mao Mao and Kyu alone, Mao Mao uses the chance to inspect Lulan a little closer, confirming one of her suspicions. Shinmei says she isn't done, declaring that Mao Mao still needs to be punished and that Mao Mao will be tied up and lashed 100 times. But before Sui can ask Shinmei to calm down, Shinmei once again smacks Sui, asking her to be quiet. Mao Mao recognizes Shinmei to be a very dangerous person, fearing that Shinmei plans to accidentally execute her, but luckily Lulan speaks up, revealing that Mao Mao is actually an apothecary that can be of use to Shinmei. Shinmei doubts that Mao Mao is qualified, but Lulan makes up that Mao Mao is actually 30 years old and that her various experiments have slowed down her aging, something that intrigues Shinmei. Lulan continues by declaring that Mao Mao is capable of making immortality potions, plus Shinmei can get rid of Mao Mao whenever she wants, referencing a man that Shinmei made disappear prior. With Shinmei now having a change of plans, she tells Lady Isla that they'll chat later, preparing to leave, but Shinmei suggests that they bring Mao Mao with them all to a different stronghold. Cutting to a snowy terrain, we hear Mao Mao reveal that Lulan is in fact Shui in disguise, impressed that Lulan was able to keep up her high-ranking concubine status by intentionally avoiding any contact with the Empress Dowager along with Li Shu when they were in the bathing area. Mao Mao knows that Shui was okay with hanging out with Mao Mao, since Mao Mao wasn't too familiar with what Lulan looked like. But as we enter a stronghold in a snowy terrain, we see Sui showing Mao Mao the room of the previous apothecary. Sui says she didn't want Mao Mao to get involved with everything, but Mao Mao takes the chance to ask if Shui is really Sui Ai's half-sister, something that Sui doesn't answer, as she says only Shui treated her like a sister. Mao Mao had heard rumors of Shui marrying another woman and having a second daughter, explaining why Shinmei, Shui's first wife, despises Sui so much. Sui utters that Shui was originally from the Shui clan, and it was Lady Shinmei that picked out and married Shui. A little afterwards, Shinmei was sent to the rear palace only for Shui to purchase her back, but by then Shui had fallen for Sui Ai's mother and gave birth to Sui, someone Shinmei refused to accept. Shinmei had ordered for Suirei and her mother to be banished and used as servants. Plus, till this day, Shinmei refused to allow Suirei to have Shur in her name, making Mao Mao realize that Suirei's original name was actually Shur Sui. Suirei admits that Lulan was very kind to have used Shur Sui as her servant name, but Mao Mao can't help but see how night and day Lulan and Suirei's lives are, as it was ultimately Shinmei's doing that forced one daughter to become a high-ranking concubine with the highest prestige, whilst the other daughter became a court lady forced to do the dirty work from the shadows. Mao Mao is now able to confirm that Suirei was involved with Jin Shur's assassination attempt during the ceremony, having used an explosion to steal and tamper with the ceremonial tools, only to escape by faking her death. As for the attack on Jin Shur with the FIFAs, Mao Mao suspects that it was Shursho himself who set that up, but Mao Mao wonders if the reason was because Jin Shur was trying to make changes to the rear palace, and that in turn conflicted with Shursho's beliefs. Unable to pin down the actual reason why Shursho is after Jin Shur, Mao Mao questions if Shursho knew about Jin Shur's true identity, asking Suirei how she entered the rear palace the second time as a eunuch. Suirei embarrassingly admits that 3 officials had to inspect her and confirm that she had no reproductive organs. But this only makes Mao Mao question how Jin Shur became a eunuch in the rear palace without being caught. Mao Mao knows that only close relatives of the emperor can enter and leave the rear palace, refusing to accept Jin Shur as the emperor's younger brother since their ages don't match. But Mao Mao does remember Jin Shur trying to tell her something in the past. Suppressing her suspicions for now, Mao Mao heads over to a window, suddenly realizing that it has been barred off, plus Suirei says it'll snow harder soon, making Mao Mao wonder if they're in the Northern Highlands. With the stronghold so fortified, Mao Mao begins to put the pieces together, remembering how the envoys used a mirror to sneak out and how the FIFAs seem to be in production back in the storage room. Suddenly turning to Suirei as Mao Mao asks if they plan to start a war. Suirei simply utters that it's not her decision to make, asking Mao Mao to stay put and pretend to make medicine as Lulan was able to save Mao Mao. Plus, Mao Mao will be given food every day, so Mao Mao should try her best not to anger Shinmei. As Suirei leaves, Mao Mao says she can't escape since she is on the 3rd floor and the snow will take her out before she returns to the village. But seeing as the previous male apothecary owned the room before her, Mao Mao manages to uncover a mountain of books left behind by the man. With some time passing by, Mao Mao is given a meal, recounting that since farming season is almost over, it is the perfect time to start a war. Mao Mao deduces that she is being held in Shihokashu in the northern region, plotting in her head that it takes 10 days by boat from the rear palace, and that the hot spring village should be nearby, but Mao Mao is unable to figure out the name of the mountain ranges on her mind map, instead choosing to lay down and rest for a bit. Strangely, a kid's voice that isn't QUS can be heard outside, reminding Mao Mao that Q had asked to come to the stronghold as well, but Mao Mao fears that the entire village will be punished if Shinmei gets her way. Outside in a watchtower, Lulan is seen lost in thought, only to suddenly hear Shinmei laughing. In the past, Lulan would mimic her mother's behavior, laughing when Shinmei does and getting angry when Shinmei is angry. Lulan had adopted such a personality to ensure Shinmei wouldn't get angry at her, but even Lulan's lifeless personality couldn't help but despise her mother as she would take out her anger on Suirei. Lulan admits that she was far too late to have realized how cruel her mother is, but as we cut back to Mao Mao, she is seen being summoned by Shinmei, only to be brought to a room filled with musk. In the room, Mao Mao spots several people in a bed acting strangely, suspecting that they've been laced by something. Shinmei suddenly calls out to Mao Mao whilst getting a manicure and massage, demanding Mao Mao create her an immortality potion, but Mao Mao asks for some time. Off to the side, Mao Mao sees Suirei taking care of Lulan, saddened to see the sisters acting like master and servant. Mao Mao promises she'll return tomorrow with something interesting, only to be guided back to her room as she hears she can only leave her room once a day to make a report. Mao Mao says she doesn't mind spending her days in her room, seeing as it was well kept and has all the resources she needs to sustain herself. But before Mao Mao can wonder who the previous male apothecary before her was, Qiyu and other children call out to her. Mao Mao chooses to greet Qiyu formally, but is horrified to hear that Qiyu's mother was apparently amongst the people acting strangely on the bed, and it seems Qiyu was kept in the village to stop him from seeing what was in the room. Mao Mao does have an alternative theory for what Qiyu's mother was doing in the room, but as Mao Mao leaves, Qiyu tries saying something, cutting himself off before he can finish only to run off. Back in the rear palace, we see Lahan making his report to Jin Shur, revealing that the once abandoned stronghold in the north belonging to Shursho is expanding. Seeing as nothing of the sort was reported to them, Jin Shur suspects Shursho is rebelling, and this is unforgivable since Shursho was the closest advisor to the Empress Dowager. Lahan continues by adding that the stronghold's preparations are quite far along, but out of nowhere Lakan storms into the room, demanding to know what Lahan is doing. Lakan warns Lahan to be wary around Jin Shur, accusing Jin Shur of being both female and male, But Jinshur understands Locken is simply annoyed at Jinshur's cowardice. Jinshur wonders what took Locken so long to show up, but Jinshur can only blame himself for allowing the enemy to kidnap Mao Mao, and Locken is now asking Jinshur why a man with Jinshur's power is still sitting idly by and doing paperwork. Jinshur allows Locken to vent his frustrations, but Locken simply asks why Jinshur is still sitting still when he knows everything already, showing Jinshur that Locken knows about his secret. Jinshur admits he lacks confidence in himself, but Locken continues to pile on his insults. As he says Jinshur, hiding away from his responsibilities and living out his life as a pretend eunuch won't get him anywhere and is a waste of life. Jinshur is clearly unable to respond, but luckily Luomin appears, apologizing for Locken, but Locken is frozen in sight, seeing as his uncle is here. Luomin slowly approaches Locken, apologizing for being a pathetic eunuch himself, but Locken says the insults weren't targeted at him. Luomin says people had to carry him here, seeing as his body is so frail, reminding Locken that he tends to lash out when stressed, but before Locken can apologize, Luomin asks Locken to ask for what he wants in a more tame manner. Now calm and locked in, Locken chooses to stand before Jinshur, diligently bowing before him as he humbly asks Jinshur to rally together an army to face off against Shursho the traitor. Jinshur is taken aback by Locken's apologetic manner, but Lahan takes the chance to present a scroll to Jinshur, bowing as well, as he says the production of illegal FIFAs has been happening for several years now, and is the final piece showing that a rebellion is on the horizon. With Luomin pleading with Jinshur as well, Jinshur says that the Forbidden Army will need to be mobilized to fight off the rebellion, and seeing as the army belongs to the Emperor itself, Jinshur says Locken won't be allowed to command the army. Locken asks Jinshur once more how long he plans to hide away as a eunuch, demanding that Jinshur finally succeed in his role as the Moon Prince. With that final remark, Jinshur admits this day was bound to come, triumphantly stating that he himself will command the Forbidden Army to fight. Back in the fortress, we see Lulan heading to check on Mao Mao, all whilst Mao Mao begins making some medicine. Mao Mao learned that the previous apothecary was able to create the resurrection potion in the process of making the immortality potion, but Shinmei had apparently asked for a potion to make her 10 years younger with each sip. Mao Mao knows that such a potion is impossible, but her pride prevents her from giving up, something Lulan overhears, so she chooses not to disturb Mao Mao. With days passing, Mao Mao presents her findings to Shunmei only to work diligently in her room for the remainder of the time, but several days fly by in an instant. Mao Mao occasionally hears Qiyu and several other kids playing around the halls outside her room, but interestingly enough, Mao Mao is able to sniff out a familiar smell, wondering if FIFAs are being produced on the floor below her. At that moment, Mao Mao receives a letter from a stranger, opening it only to see that there's a piece of wire attached to a note telling her to flee whilst the guards are distracted. Funnily enough, it's revealed to be Qiyu, and it seems he had failed to draw away the guards. With Suirei appearing, she demands to know what Qiyu and Mao Mao were doing, but Qiyu simply says he was playing around, but Suirei takes note of the piece of paper barely hanging out of Mao Mao's shirt. Suirei and the guard both agree to not make a scene out of this incident, but unfortunately, Shinmei appears, asking to know more. Qiyu spots his mother, but gets mortified seeing her lifelessly stand behind Shinmei. But when Suirei tries to explain the incident as Qiyu playing around, Shinmei raises her claws towards Qiyu, uttering that Qiyu will need to be punished for messing around. Suirei reminds Shanmei that Qiyu is still only a kid, but when Qiyu looks to his mother for help, she once again doesn't respond. Shinmei begins asking who is at fault for such a ruckus, threatening to punish the culprit by putting them in a water chamber, pissing Mao Mao off as it seems Shanmei gets excited seeing others suffer. Mao Mao reasons she should just let Qiyu or the guard be punished, but unable to bear Shinmei's personality, Mao Mao calls out Shunmei for being despicable. Instantly, Shinmei smacks Mao Mao, but Mao Mao simply continues by crying that she had asked Qiyu to help her escape the stronghold, personally accepting all the blame. Shinmei declares that Mao Mao is of no use to them, ordering for Mao Mao to be put in the water chamber, but Suirei says they'll need to look for another apothecary to replace her. Shinmei reminds Suirei to only speak when asked to, following up by breaking her fan over Suirei's head, only to strangely lick up the blood from Suirei's new wound. Shinmei spits out the blood, uttering that Suirei's existence taints her bloodline, but Mao Mao can only feel bad for how Suirei is being treated. Lulan speaks up, asking to use the Taibon, something that makes Shunmei excited, but Mao Mao wonders where she heard such a thing before. At that moment, Suirei begins to act strange, weirdly grasping onto herself as she begins to breathe heavily. Shinmei orders for the guard to first take Mao Mao underground, creepily heading into a darkened room solely lit up by a single torch, but before the guard leaves, he places a box onto the ground, apologizing as he flees the scene. Locked inside and seeing the box before her, Mao Mao remembers what a Taibon is, recounting that a Taibon is a capital punishment created by a mad king that involves trapping someone in a pit alongside some dangerous-looking creatures. as various snakes, bugs, and spiders emerge from the box. Mau Mau smirks, retrieving her 2 head pins, but with some time passing, the guard returns, freaked out when he sees some smoke coming out from Mau Mau's room. Opening the door, the guard sees Mau Mau leisurely dining on some skewered snake. Learning that Mau Mau was able to slay the creatures in the box by creating some insect repellent ash with some medicine she had on her. The guard reveals that Suere and Kyu had asked him to check in on Mau Mau, even handed a jade pendant that Kyu wanted Mau Mau to have, plus the guard himself says he is done working in the stronghold. The guard also mentions how there was a smoke signal not too long ago, signaling that a rival force is making their way towards a stronghold, and seeing as the entire stronghold is in a frenzy, the guard utters he is using the chance to sneak away. Mau Mau is instructed to avoid the staircase on the other side of the floor since they're making gunpowder in the basement, but Mau Mau gets intrigued, rushing towards the basement against the advice of the guard. Following the scent of gunpowder, Mau Mau manages to sneak into the room filled with gunpowder, horrified since the gunpowder is quite close to a fire source. Mau Mau knows that the smoke being created is poisonous, but to make things worse, Lulan suddenly appears, ordering the workers to flee. To convince the men, Lulan hands the men a bag filled with silver coins, and before the men can change their minds, Lulan tosses her torch into the nearby gunpowder, setting the room ablaze. Outside, we see the guard take note of the room filled with smoke, cutting back to Mau Mau, who seems to be barely alive, managing to make it outside only to spot Lulan gasping for air. Lulan is shocked to see Mau Mau here, relieved Mau Mau was able to survive the typhoon, especially since Mau Mau isn't afraid of bugs, something Mau Mau can only thank Lulan for setting up. With another explosion ringing out from the gunpowder room, Mau Mau cries for Lulan to flee with her, but Lulan pulls away, declaring that she still has things she must do. As Lulan heads up some stairs, Mau Mau chooses to follow her, but Lulan reminds Mau Mau that it's the perfect chance for Mau Mau to escape. Mau Mau wonders if Shan Mei cares for Lulan, but Lulan says her mother doesn't even remember her face, revealing that she was forced to put on makeup and be Shin Mei's doll from a very young age. Flashing back, Lulan had tried to hang out with Suere in the past, but out of nowhere Shan Mei had smacked Lulan, believing she was a servant since she didn't have any makeup on. Lulan says she wants to be on good terms with Suere, especially since Shan Mei was always horrible to both Suere and her mother, and it was ultimately Shin Mei's doing that caused Suerai's mother to pass away. Lulan feels despair remembering how Shan Mei flipped out when Shirsho showed off Suerai's mother as his new wife. But suddenly Mau Mau realizes something about Suere. Lulan reveals that the court lady that gave birth to the emperor's daughter and had passed away a year prior was actually Suerai's grandmother, meaning Taiho is actually Suerai's grandmother. Apparently when the doctor left with the daughter ended up growing up and marrying Shirsho, ultimately giving birth to Suere, who technically has imperial blood passed down from the late emperor. As the girls head through the stronghold, Mau Mau is reminded of the time when they were almost suffocated because of the ghost Taiho, but Mau Mau says it couldn't have been her since ghosts aren't real. Lulan reveals that Shan Mei had married Shirsho to get revenge, taking advantage of the fact that Shirsho was a Westerner that originated from the same lineage as the Mother Royal, explaining why Lulan was wearing a green mask since she can't see red as well. As the girls stop in front of a door, Lulan says Shan Mei had always wanted Lulan to become the new Mother Royal, but Mau Mau is conflicted, wondering if she should refer to Lulan as Shursui. Remembering all the time she spent together with Shursui, Mau Mau calls out to Shursui, surprisingly exciting Shursui as she tears up a bit. Getting serious, Mau Mau asks if Shursui had taken the abortion medicine that was circulating around in the rear palace. Seeing Shursui refuse to answer, Mau Mau follows up by asking if the ghost story Shursui told regarding the cricket wife eating her husband was about Shursui herself. Mau Mau says that Shursui is supposedly the cricket locked in a cage. In this case, the cage is the rear palace, and Shursui will eventually devour the father cricket, this being the emperor. With all the pieces coming together, Mau Mau begins to ask about the poisonous lantern seed Shursui had tasted before the festival, but Shursui stops her, instead opening the room in front of her. Immediately, Mau Mau spots Kyu passed out on the floor, rushing to his side only to be horrified seeing as he is not breathing. Seeing the other kids knocked out as well, Mau Mau demands to know if Shursui had forced them to drink poison, but Shursui can only calmly walk over to the sleeping children, uttering that it was a medicine they drank. Before Mau Mau can attack Shursui, Mau Mau holds herself back, hearing Shursui declare that every single person, including the children in the stronghold, would be slain if the emperor captured them. So Shursui decided to give them a more comforting goodbye. Apparently, Shursui had gathered the kids and read them a picture book, apologizing to them since their mothers were under the control of Shinmei, so Shursui fed them their medicine before they could reunite with their parents. Interestingly enough, Kyu came late since he was trying to rescue Mau Mau, but when it was Kyu's turn to drink the medicine, he drank it even though he had an inkling of what was to come. As silence fills the room, Mau Mau glares at Shursui, demanding to know why Shursui has brought her to this room and shown her something so tragic. Shui apologizes for getting Mao Mao involved in everything, especially since Shui says Shunmei wasn't always this psychotic, but Shui disagrees since the moment she was born Shunmei was always cruel to her. Shui says Shunmei is mean to everyone, and Shui can't do anything to stop her because he seeks her forgiveness, something akin to an insect devouring their husband after giving birth, but Shui says insects do that to protect their newborn child, whereas Shunmei devoured Shui for her own benefit. Shui states she doesn't want to be like her mother, hence why she willingly placed the poisonous lantern plant seed in her mouth, a known abortion medicine. Mao Mao says Shui not liking her mother must be what's driving her, but suddenly Shui reveals that she did some digging into Mao Mao's history, impressed that Lakin is Mao Mao's biological father, but Mao Mao says she doesn't have any parents, and Lu Omen is the only person Mao Mao accepts as her father figure. Shui says Mao Mao is similar to Sui, since Sui isn't related to Shui in any way, but Shui suspects Shui was plotting something by marrying Sui's mother, and now Shui has control of someone with imperial blood. With a single glance, Mao Mao knows Shui is hiding something, wondering if Shui is hiding a deeper connection with Sui than she is letting on. Mao Mao questions why Shui is so insistent that Sui has no connections with her, especially since Sui will be punished alongside Shui. As Shui lifts Qiyu onto the bed with the other sleeping kids, Shui asks Mao Mao if the kids would have survived the winter if they were insects, something that reminds Mao Mao of when Shui uttered that insects never survive winter since they leave behind their children. Realizing something, Mao Mao begins to understand why she was brought here, attempting to reach out to Shui, but Shui pulls away. Mao Mao begs in her mind for Shui to flee with Sui while she can, screaming in her head for Shui to leave her lineage and family behind so she can live a happy life. Before Shui can leave, Mao Mao's body moves on its own, quickly grasping onto Shui's arms, but Shui pulls away once again, reminding Mao Mao she has her duty to fulfill. Mao Mao orders for Shui to remove her pride and come with her, but Shui asks if there was poison Mao Mao had to take, what would Mao Mao do? Without hesitating, Mao Mao says she would drink it in one go, exactly what Shui was expecting, but this reaffirms Shui's stance as she turns to leave. Refusing to give in, Mao Mao calls out to Shui once more, rushing to come up with an excuse to sway Shui. Mao Mao says she wants to wish Shui good luck, only to take out the hairpin Jinshi gave her, handing it to Shui only to ask that Shui return it and pay her back in the future. Shui is giddy, seeing Mao Mao so goofy, laughing seeing as the soot on her face reminds her of a tanuki, but just like that Shui takes her leave. Flashing back briefly, we see the royal army setup in the snowy biome, but as we cut inside, we see Lakin scolding Jinshi for taking so long to prepare. Lahan reminds his father that Jinshi is considered a royal, making Jinshi realize that Lahan also knew he was the emperor's younger brother all along. Getting down to business, Lahan recounts that the base they'll attack is controlled by the Shui clan and has been funneling massive amounts of metal for a while. Plus, Shui's hot springs have been supplying the sulfur needed to produce gunpowder when combined with saltpeter, meaning Jinshi must be careful of fifas and cannons when attacking. Seeing Jinshi stressed, Lahan proposes a way to neutralize the cannons, declaring that if they remove the enemy's gunpowder reserves, they'll be more safe to attack. Gaoshun does bring up the sanctity of such a scummy tactic as the royal guards normally attack with honor. But Jinshi says they'll throw away their pride if casualties can be prevented. With Gaoshun reminding Jinshi that Mao Mao will see him differently moving forward, Lakin heads outside, receiving a report that the snow will subside by nightfall, and they're free to start soon. As Lakin orders for the fire lancers to be ready, we cut over to Shui, who is unable to sleep, completely weirded out, seeing Shunmei unfazed by the threat of attackers raiding them. In the room next to Shui's, Shunmei had intentionally gathered various wives and given the men to have fun with, something Shunmei seems to enjoy watching fondly. Out of nowhere, a loud explosion can be heard, something that comes from the basement and was caused by a Shui lighting up the gunpowder reserves. But before Shui can rush to check it out, his body refuses to allow him to leave his confinement. Shui said it all started 20 years ago, when the late emperor had begged Shui to marry his daughter. Strange, since the late emperor actually felt guilty exiling his daughter from the palace. Shui couldn't refuse an order from the late emperor. Plus, Shui was granted a wish he used to buy back Shunmei, who was in the rear palace at the time. Now in the present, Shui steals his resolve, finally leaving his room only to tell Shunmei he plans on checking out the cause of the explosion, but suddenly Shui appears. Shunmei demands to know why Shui is so dirty, but fighting back for once, Shui says she is disgusted by not only her mother, but the other women gathered here. Before Q's mother can flee the scene, Shui slaps her aside, only to rush towards a nearby cupboard, opening it to see Sui locked inside. Shui is horrified to see what Shunmei was doing whilst he had been gone, blaming himself for being a horrible father. But out of nowhere, Shui faces her father asking him to take responsibility for once. With Shui reminding Shou that he is the head of the village of foxes, we cut outside where several soldiers are seen firing and igniting several explosions up in the mountains behind the fortress, and the resulting quakes give rise to an avalanche. As Shunmei rushes outside to inspect the damage, she is speechless seeing her entire fortress buried in snow. Plus, Shui says she burned up their gunpowder, suspecting that Shunmei never planned to win in the first place. Seeing Shui so brave, Shou says he'll take responsibility, all whilst the royal guards begin their march. Before Shunmei's men can bolster their defenses, Jinshi and his army are instantly striking, and with Jinshi as the vanguard, Basin, Lahaku, and hundreds of other skilled knights rush the stronghold, with many of Shunmei's men falling. Jinshi gives an order to capture those who don't want to fight, and seeing as most of Shunmei's men are still inside attempting to cease the flames from the explosion, Jinshi says they must capitalize. Lahaku wonders why a cunning man like Shou would let his stronghold be attacked so easily. Plus, Lahaku is more stunned to learn that Jinshi was their commander, a once eunuch but is now the leader of the Imperial Army. Having made it to the entrance of a stronghold, Basin captures a guard demanding to know what is happening inside, but the guard says he must put out the fire to save the people trapped inside. Before Jinshi can rush inside, Lahaku says the smoke from the explosion will naturally draw out the people inside, but Jinshi says he can't stand idly by since there may be people trapped inside. To convince Lahaku otherwise, Jinshi mentions that Mao Mao is also amongst the people inside the fortress, and seeing as no one wants to upset Lakan, they continue onwards into the fortress all whilst Mao Mao watches from above, shocked to see Jinshi. Mao Mao reassures the sleeping children that everything will be fine, and seeing as Mao Mao may get confused as an enemy, she prays that the people storming the fortress will recognize her. At that moment, Jinshi himself breaks open the door to the room, only to lock eyes with Mao Mao. As Jinshi walks towards Mao Mao, she is speechless, wondering if Jinshi is here to save her. Jinshi cries that Mao Mao is bleeding, but Mao Mao says it's nothing, taking in the moment as she admits she misses chatting with Jinshi. Before Jinshi can inspect the wound on Mao Mao's face, an Imperial soldier addresses Jinshi as the Crown Prince. But Jinshi reveals that since Gyokyu gave birth to a baby boy, Jinshi is no longer considered the Crown Prince. Mao Mao finally is forced to accept that Jinshi is the Emperor's younger brother. Wondering how Jinshi the eunuch who was supposed to be 25 is now the 19-year-old brother of the Emperor, but as Jinshi leaves to explore the remainder of the fortress, Lahaku is tasked with assisting Mao Mao. Lahaku is shocked to hear Mao Mao is Lakan's daughter, uttering that Lakan hurt himself while searching for Mao Mao, but Mao Mao is more impressed that the avalanche and raid was perfectly timed. Lahaku wonders who is sleeping in the beds, saddened to hear that they're kids that have been put to sleep with poison, but it's a better fate than being executed once captured. Mao Mao wonders if the kids can be buried next to their mothers, but Lahaku can't promise such a thing, as he orders for others to help him bury the bodies nearby secretly. Mao Mao says Lahaku may get punished for such a thing, but Lahaku jokes that Lakan could easily help Mao Mao sweep something under the rug. With Mao Mao glaring at Lahaku, he proceeds with carrying the corpses of the children away, only to sound a whistle to indicate he's fulfilled an order. As Lahaku leaves, he asks Mao Mao to follow him, and seeing as Shui had entrusted Mao Mao with the lives of the children, Mao Mao declares she'll simply do the best she can. Following Jinshi, he confirms that Lahaku had successfully helped Mao Mao escape, and as the squad moves to enter one of the rooms, a FIFA can be heard deterring them. Before the guards can fire twice, Jinshi charges in and disarms the guards, only for Jinshi to demand to know where Shu is. The guard cry that they have been deceived and know nothing, but Basin gets angry, raising his blade to one of the guards' necks. At that moment, Shu appears from one of the rooms holding a FIFA, something that puts people on edge. Jinshi declares that Shu has been ordered by the Emperor to be arrested, but Shu already knew that, preparing to fire at Jinshi. One of Jinshi's men cry that Shu is bluffing since there is no lit match on the FIFA, but Jinshi detects something off about the FIFA, swiftly tackling his men out of the way, but the deflected projectile hits one of the guards. Shu points out how ironic it is for the guard to be struck by a weapon they use to hunt down animals. But Jinshi is more horrified to see how advanced the FIFA has become, something that makes Shu admit to the attempted assassination on Jinshi during their hunt. Shu utters that he only wanted a little more time, weirding Jinshi out as he notices something strange about the way Shu is acting. But as Shu drops his FIFA, Jinshi's men rush to impale Shu. Closing his eyes, Shu still remembers how beautiful Shunmei looked in the past. But in the present, all he can do is take responsibility and laugh maniacally. Jinshi is disgusted at how fake Shu is acting, still confused as to why Shu, a trusted acquaintance of the Emperor, would willingly betray everyone. With nothing left in the room, Jinshi and his men continue throughout the stronghold, running into several adults who point Jinshi into Shunmei's room, declaring that Lulan and Shunmei are inside. With Jinshi asking his men to scope out the perimeter, he alone enters into one of the side doors, immediately uncovering a secret passage in the room. When Jinshi goes to inspect it further, Lulan suddenly holds him at gunpoint, nonchalantly asking if Jinshi could follow her. Although hesitant, Jinshi listens to Lulan, surprising even Lulan as she knows Jinshi could easily overpower her. Within a few minutes, Lulan escorts Jinshi into a room where Suirei and Shunmei are waiting. But Jinshi immediately notes how bruised Suirei is, having believed Suirei to be a more bold and masculine person. Lulan says she has brought Jinshi to Shunmei, calling out how Shunmei always hated Jinshi since he looked like the late emperor plus Jinshi, if far more pretty than Shunmei herself. Lulan continues to lay into Shunmei, revealing that Shunmei was thrown to the side by Shursho after some time. But when Shunmei yells for Lulan to stop, Lulan decides to switch things up, suddenly putting away her FIFA. Lulan starts by giving a history lesson about the pathetic late emperor 30 years ago, having always been too weak to speak up against his mother. So the late emperor's mother ruled from the shadows. When the empress saw that her son had no interest in women, she gathered all the finest and most gorgeous women there was to entice the late emperor, and this ultimately included a young Shunmei. When Shursho had heard of this, he had asked about his and Shunmei's relationship, but Shunmei had prioritized the chance of being married into royalty and possibly becoming the Empress Dowager. Lulan reveals to Shunmei that her becoming the late emperor's high-ranking concubine was only an excuse, something that infuriates Shunmei as she demands to know what Lulan is talking about. But Lulan says when her grandfather passed, he had mentioned how sad it was for his daughter to have become a hostage. With it being Shunmei's first time hearing such a thing, Lulan asks Jinshi if he knows why the rear palace grew so large, something Jinshi believes is thanks to Shursho. Lulan confirms this as Shursho wanted to replace the idea of slave trades, especially since slavery was legal in the past, and not all slaves were treated like courtesans, as most were actually worked to the bone. Luckily for Shunmei, who was a slave at the time, had unknowingly been freed by Shursho, who had intentionally suggested making the rear palace a location where male slaves would become eunuchs and females could serve as servants and court ladies. This idea benefited the emperor, who could be in control of more slaves, whilst also saving the lives of men and women from having to work until they die in a foreign land. Lulan reiterates that Shursho worked very hard to reunite with Shunmei, asking why Shunmei didn't escape with him in the past. Flashing back, we see Shursho sneaking into the rear palace via a secret passage he built, only to ask Shunmei to run away with him. Shursho professed his love to belong only to Shunmei, something that hit Shunmei hard, but before Shunmei could accept Shursho's offer, memories of being mocked by other ladies for being inferior, older, and of lower status clouded her judgment. In a fit of rage, Shunmei had accused Shursho of looking down on her, ultimately shooing him away. Lulan says it was Shunmei's ego that forbade her from living a peaceful life, but Shunmei accuses Shursho of seeking her family's power and even marrying Suirei's mother to hurt her. Heading over to Suirei, Lulan unveils a phoenix hair stick, an item Shunmei knows only those with imperial lineage can carry. Shunmei refuses to believe a servant like Suirei could house imperial blood, but Lulan corrects Shunmei, revealing that the late emperor would actually visit Suirei quite often with the help of Shursho. Lulan reiterates that it was the late emperor who asked Shursho to take care of his daughter, and when Shursho had fulfilled the late emperor's wish, the late emperor willingly gave back Shunmei to Shursho, having not needed to hold Shunmei as a hostage any longer. Hearing all of this, Jinshi curses the late emperor for putting Suirei and Shursho through such torment. But Shunmei is still in denial that Shursho would do so much for her. Lulan takes the chance to ask Jinshi what Shursho's final moments were, relieved to hear Shursho had laughed maniacally, as ultimately Shunmei will re-inherit control of the clan. Lulan reminds Shunmei that her horrible acts in the past have created nothing but corruption, but thanks to Shursho's scheming, he took all the blame, and in turn was able to revert all the corruption Shunmei had created. Jinshi is saddened to hear Shursho did everything for the nation, furiously gripping his fist as he asks Lulan if he can trust her words. But Lulan simply says the nation would have fallen if it weren't thanks to Shursho's master plan. When Shunmei accuses Lulan of deceiving her as well, Lulan snaps back by pointing out how pathetic Shunmei seems. But this causes Shunmei to punch Lulan. Following up, Shunmei reaches for the FIFA Lulan had sheathed, but when Lulan asks her mother to not embarrass herself further, a sudden gunshot can be heard. It's revealed that Shunmei herself was ultimately wounded as the FIFA had backfired in Shunmei's arm when it was triggered, something caused by Lulan jamming it prior. Jinshi realizes this would have been him if he wrestled Lulan for the FIFA, but Lulan is relieved to see Jinshi isn't just a pretty face. As Lulan lies Shunmei down to rest, she asks if her mother could show some empathy for all Shursho has done for her, a depressing int to Shursho and Shunmei's lives, as there really wasn't anything else that could be done, seeing as Shunmei would stop at nothing to overthrow the nation while Shursho loved both Shunmei and the nation he served. Seeing as this may be her final moment, Lulan requests two things from Jinshi. First, handing him a note with things that could happen to the nation moving forward. Lulan asks that Shur clan members that have been tormented by Shun may be freed. This, of course, includes Suere. The next request is for Lulan to leave a scratch on Jinshur, and seeing as it's her time to shine, Lulan heads onto the balcony only to begin dancing. As the remaining soldiers reach Jinshur's location, Basin takes note of the scratch mark on Jinshur's face, infuriated as it could only be Lulan who attacked him, prompting Basin to fire at Lulan. With Lulan receiving a fatal wound, Suere breaks down, seeing as she knows what will come next, all whilst Jinshur watches on to pay homage to Lolan's bravery as she dances through the pain. With Basin loading up a second shot, the second projectile lands perfectly in the center of Lolan's chest, something that ceases Lolan's dancing. When Suere tries to stop Lulan from falling off the balcony, she barely misses, all watching as Lulan helplessly descends to the ground below. In the aftermath, we see Jinshur being patched up, only for Gao Shun to report that Mao Mao is fine. Although Jinshur hasn't slept much, he asks to see Mao Mao, but upon entering her tent, Jinshur sees Mao Mao resting alongside the bodies of several deceased children. Jinshur says Basin was beaten up for firing without an order, but Jinshur didn't stop him as it was what Lulan wanted, plus the situation could have been worse if Locken was present. With Jinshur asking to be alone with Mao Mao for a bit, he chooses to kneel down beside Mao Mao, blaming himself for the reason why she was caught up in everything. But before he can inspect the wounds Mao Mao received, Mao Mao suddenly awakens, asking what Jinshur is doing here. Elsewhere, we see the guard who escaped during the chaos passing through a forest, only to run into something glistening from beneath some snow.